I was clinically dead for almost 10 minutes before finally being resuscitated a few years ago. It's an experience I do not really talk about all that much because I am still carrying the scars. I don't remember all that much from that day. I mostly just remember what I saw when my heart stopped and I was out for the count and not conscious anymore. I know that I woke up and went to my job. I know that there was construction work happening on 3rd. I know that some asshole tried to run the red light while drunk when I was on my way home, smashed into a barrier, then hit my car head on. I only know all of this because I was told after the fact. Any memory of it actually happening to me is not there anymore. All I can see of that day are outlines. It's like someone tried to redraw what I saw from memory in pencil, and it just does not even stick or look real. There's no color, there's no life, it's just random shavings. The memories just don't even look real. There was an ambulance not 5 minutes away. I was pronounced clinically dead on the way to the hospital. I think my heart stopped or something. I'm not sure exactly how it works. 9 minutes later, they managed to resuscitate me while en route to the hospital. What I want to tell you about is what I saw, because it scares me. I want to start by saying that I've never been a religious man. I've never believed in that sort of thing. I always considered death to just be the end. That when you die, everything goes blank and there are no thoughts or feelings anymore. Every sense of your being just ceases and everything stops. Everything that you were is just gone. It doesn't exist anymore. But I remember waking up, although I suppose waking up is not the right word for it. It's like my vision just transitioned seamlessly. It wasn't a jump cut, but 1 second I was staring out the front windshield of my car. And the next thing, I realized everything had faded and I was just standing in a tunnel. Aside from the very end of it, where this blinding bright light was leaking in, I could not see much around me. While I couldn't see it physically, it's like I just knew and could sense I was in a tunnel of some kind. I didn't really think or feel anything. I was not able to process anything, or realize where I was, or try and rationalize anything. I just started walking forward on instinct and never questioned it or stopped. As I was walking, I started to see something up ahead of me. At first, all I could see was the vague outline of something blocking the beam of light momentarily, as if someone or something was moving across the mouth of the tunnel incredibly quickly. It happened once, twice, then 3 times. I didn't even question this again. Everything just seemed normal and natural. My heart wasn't even beating quickly. I just felt calm. As I got closer, I could make out more and more. I could see a person, a body, but I could not make out any details. And then it stopped moving back and forth. I was probably halfway there now, and this thing was now slightly peeking from the left side into the tunnel, with its fingers curled around the entrance of the tunnel. I still could not fully see what this thing was. At first I thought it was a person, but now, at this point, it did not look like it anymore. It was a human in shape, but once I got even closer, it was like the whole body of the thing just seemed to be really blurry. I could see these big, massive eyes and what looked like some kind of wings. And then I saw another one come from the other side, doing the exact same thing. Then 2 more gathered around, and then more and more, until I could not see the light coming from the edge of the tunnel anymore, and there were multiple of these things just watching me. I could hear something echoing down the tunnel at this point too. It was like a chorus of singing coming from a choir. Really, really high-pitched. But it was slightly muffled, as if I had earplugs in my ears or something. It sounded like they were singing a traditional hymn in a church, and it echoed the same way too. It made me feel euphoric, but at the same time, I also felt really scared, and I could not explain why. Just as these things were coming into better view, and I was about to exit this tunnel, I saw these things drop down to all fours and then scuttle off. I heard the flapping of something too, like something big and heavy flapping in the wind. I stepped outside, and for a few seconds, I could not see anything because of the white light. But when my vision finally came into focus, I gasped and stumbled backwards, and I actually fell onto my ass next to the rock wall behind me. I don't know where I was. The floor was all white, and it almost felt fluffy between my feet, like I was walking on candy floss. Some of it like this. Some of the ground had stone built over the top, this clear white stone, or sometimes a mix of both. There were these massive towering structures everywhere that seemed to go on for miles. It was like this big, ornate city built from shiny and expensive stone, and with murals and carvings and the like all around. But there were people on the ground. People just like me. Almost. And they were writhing in agony. One man was just wearing this long white robe, like a gown. He just looked like a regular human, like someone you would walk past on the street and not even really notice. Except he had what looked like wings growing out of his back. They were only very small, and more like these little stumpy things. They were just a little blob on his back, but he was writhing back and forth and looked to be in extreme pain. All the color looked to have been drained from his face, and he looked so pale and grey. The veins in his face were all stressed and visible, and when he noticed me, he started reaching out his hand and begging me for help. There were so many people just like this, all in different stages of pain, all just laying on the floor throughout the place. Some of them looked less human than others. One of these people, he looked as if he was just a torso fused into the ground. The lower half of his body looked as if the skin had started to turn the same color and texture as the stone floor. And his wings, he had bigger ones, but they looked as if they had wilted. The hair or whatever that was on them had come out in patches, and they looked more skeletal, more like bone. And right beside this man was another, but he was not moving at all. He had something on top of him, just taking bites out of him, chewing on his wings and ripping out hair and pieces of bone and skin. It was this thing. It looked like the thing at the tunnel entrance, but not blurry anymore. I could finally make out more details. It was like this hunched over, gargoyle type creature with these massive wings. They had small heads, and they looked as if they were made out of stone. This thing was just taking bites and chunks, while the man underneath the thing spasmed, and his skin started to turn a different color. There was more than one of them. There were another 3 of them, just perched up on the top of a big stone building, just staring dead at me. When I tried to walk forward toward the man on the ground, one of them hissed and leaned forward, and my legs just instantly gave way. I was too scared to do anything. I saw the creature get up off of the man on the floor, but he continued to shake and jolt. I heard the sickening cracks and pops as I saw his wings begin to morph. They seemed to grow in size from these short, stumpy little things, and they tore his skin. They started to crack and turn a different color. I could not look. I had to look away. It just looked so horrible and disgusting. And he turned into one of those things, and it was horrible. It wasn't long before one of them had glided down from where it was perched and was up on top of me. It was different though. It was baring its teeth at me and pinning me down with this insane strength, but it was not biting at me or trying to chew my flesh like the other man. It was just staring at me, but I could see something strange. I felt like the life was being drained away from my body. My muscles felt like they had lost all of their strength. I felt so weak and so tired, and like I wanted to take a nap right then and there. And I saw this and I saw the shimmer right in front of me. It could have been a trick of the light, but it looked like the air itself was shimmering and almost moving in the direction of this thing. But all this thing was doing was baring its teeth and forcing its own mouth open wider and wider. I felt less, I don't know, like myself. My thoughts drifted away. I could no longer think about my family for comfort like I was doing. I couldn't remember my own daughter or how she even looked. I couldn't remember the first thing about her. Before, I was trying to think about happy memories with my friends to stop myself from being so scared of this thing. But after a while, I could only draw a blank. And by the end, I couldn't even remember my own name. I just remembered thinking to myself, who even am I? Why am I even here? What even is this place? What is the point in being alive? It wasn't my own thoughts. I remember my vision going completely black, but I could hear a tiny little voice inside of my own head. It wasn't my own. I don't know where it was coming from. It was booming and airy, but it sounded kind. The voice in my head had told me to start praying, that I should pray with all of my might. At first I thought, why? Why would I waste my time? Praying does nothing. I am nothing. I don't even know who I am. My thoughts began to drain. I could remember less and less each and every second. My own inner voice just stopped talking. By the time I got to the end, I could not remember anything. The only thing I could remember anymore was that voice telling me to pray. I just felt something spark inside of me, and I listened. I prayed quietly inside of my own head. I'm not sure for how long. The next thing I remember, I'm no longer in that blackness. It was the same transition as before. I'm now in an ambulance with a searing headache. All of my limbs feel like they're on fire, and the medics are telling me to calm down and to just be quiet. I was screaming, but I didn't realize it for many seconds. One of the paramedics told me afterwards that my eyes just shot open, and all of a sudden, I just started screaming something about gods and demons and asking them to protect me from them. That same paramedic told me it frightened him to death. The recovery after all of that was pretty long, and if I am being honest, there are still things to this day that I cannot remember anymore. I don't know if it was a result of the crash or brain damage from being clinically dead for so long, but sometimes my mom tries to talk to me about events that happened even just a few years ago, or friends that I used to have, and I just stare at her blankly, and I have to tell her I have no idea what she is talking about. I ran into a man on the street just a few weeks ago. It's actually what prompted me to type all of this out here. He stopped me and grabbed me and gave me a hug out of nowhere and started talking about people who did not register to me at all. He started talking about how he heard about my accident and was sad he never got to come up and see me, and how we should go for a drink, just like old times. I straight up just asked him who the hell he was, and I saw all of the color and joy drain out of his face. He had to explain to me that we were buddies through all of college and high school together. He showed me pictures of us laughing together at prom, of us graduating college with matching caps. I'm not ashamed to say that I started crying, and I told him that I was sorry, that I could not remember much anymore, and that I do not even feel like the same person that I once was. It was awkward, to say the least, but I'm trying to make an effort. So, yeah, that was the worst day of my life, and what I saw still haunts me. I know it was probably just my brain near death making things up, and I know most of you will explain it away like that, but sometimes I still see those things in my dreams. I sit and wonder sometimes whether I went to heaven or whether I actually went to hell. If maybe it was supposed to be heaven, but that it's now full of those things. Maybe it was just a trick, hell pretending to be heaven to lower my guard. Sometimes I wonder if those things actually did something to me, something real. I guess I will probably never have all of the answers. Still, it felt good to at least write this down here. It is hard to recount this story. Really, really hard. Every time I think about it, my eyes just well up with tears, and before I even know it, I've spent hours just laying on the couch with my eyes streaming, just thinking about the event. This happened the best part of a decade ago, and it still paralyzes me to think about. My husband and I, we are not together anymore, and it's mainly because we cannot get past this. When this happened, our first and only child had just been born. It was a boy who we named Jacob. He had to be in the NICU because he was a premature birth, and when he came out, he was so tiny. We could not take him home for quite a long time, so we both used to sleep in the hospital every night and see him every single moment that we could. I was attached to him. Probably an obvious thing to state, but not all mothers feel that way, especially immediately postpartum. I loved that kid, and I would protect him with my life. I would do anything to get him back. Say, it all started one night after we brought him home. I think he'd only been back for 2 or 3 days by this point. My husband and I were both exhausted, and I knew his time off was over and that he had to go back to driving trucks for a living. I think he managed to weasel his way into having a week off. The company were really reluctant. It was a whole entire ordeal. We are in an at-will state, and my husband was terrified that they would drop him like a stone and that he would be out of work and not able to support us financially anymore. He had to go back in the morning, so it was going to be my first day parenting alone. I had all kinds of thoughts running through my head. What if I got it wrong? What if I wasn't enough? What if I hurt Jacob by accident? Because of all of this overthinking, it took me a really long time to finally drift off. At around 2 or 3 a.m., I was jolted awake. At first, I didn't know why, but it only took a few seconds before I was hearing some sounds. Jacob was sleeping in another room. I know that sounds silly for a premature baby, but there was not enough room to fit the crib into our tiny cramped room, and I did not want to co-sleep with all of the horror stories I'd heard about parents rolling over and crushing the child at night. I was a warrior and an overthinker, sue me. I heard what sounded like creaking on the hardwood floor. It was as if someone quite heavy was taking steps, but were purposefully trying to lessen the amount of pressure that they were putting down in order to be quieter and trying to sneak through. I only heard this coming from inside Jacob's room. I heard Jacob cry. You know when babies burst into fits of high-pitched crying? It started, but it almost seemed to be cut off in the middle, as if someone had grabbed his mouth and silenced him before he could fully cry properly. I did not hear any crying at all after that. I shook my husband, and he was pretty annoyed since he had to be at work in a couple of hours. I mouthed to him, I think someone is in the house, and he was like, I'm sure it's nothing. I got annoyed with him and straight up told him, I am telling you, I know what I heard, and I leaped up and grabbed the bat that was beside the bed. I guess he could tell that I was not joking, because he got up pretty sharpish and pulled out the 6-shooter he kept in the bedside drawer. I hated that thing. Guns always made me feel really nervous, and so I would always argue with him about not having such a thing in the house, telling him all the statistics about accidents and such. I will admit though, at that point, it made me feel a whole lot safer. Not that I would ever tell him that. I think it was a .38 Smith & Wesson or something. I don't know. I am not an expert in the slightest. He went first, of course, but I was not far behind him. I wasn't so much scared as I was worried about my child. Fear kind of just goes out of the window when it comes to those kinds of things. You become a lot more brave, braver than you ever thought you could be. I remember that we got to the door, and all I could see coming from underneath it was this blinding, bright light. It was like someone had taken the sun and just put it into my son's room. My husband inched the door open very slowly while readying his weapon. I remember that right at the end, he shoved the door open with one smooth motion, pointed the gun, and started shouting, "Get on the ground, get away from my son, or I will shoot." It was like time just completely slowed down in that moment. There were these two things near my son in the crib. They were humanoid, but they were small as toddlers. But their arms and fingers were incredibly long, probably twice the length of their torsos, maybe longer. They were both propped up on the sides of the crib, looking down at my son, using their incredibly long hands and arms in order to tower slightly over him. They had these short, stumpy little legs, and it was like they used their hands for legs instead. It did not really make much sense to my scared mind. One of them had his hands wrapped around my son's face, and as soon as I saw this, I was screaming, shouting, "Do something, help him." These long fingers were wrapped around his entire face, but like multiple times, like they were elastic or something. At the sight of my husband, one of them leaped down onto the floor on just its arms. My husband aimed at the thing and went to shoot, but he stopped. He just stopped aiming. He aimed and was shaking really badly at the thing, but after a couple of seconds, he took the gun and he turned it back on himself. He had the gun pressed up pretty tight against the underside of his skull where his neck was, and he was shaking so violently back and forth with this just blank expression on his face. He didn't even look scared or angry or anything. His face was just blank. I started shouting, asking him what the hell he was doing, but he would not respond back to me. I rushed over to him and wrestled the gun out of his hands, and once it was almost free of his fingers, it just dropped down onto the ground, and his hands and arms fell down loosely by his sides. This thing, it wasted no time. It was scuttling over with this weird run. It would like spin its arms around in like a 360-degree motion when it ran, like its arms were more like wheels. But it moved so quickly it was like I couldn't fully see the motion. It grabbed the gun, tossed it underneath the crib to the other side of the room, and in the same motion, it used its momentum from its other foot, or hand rather, to leap at my husband and cling to his face. My husband just stood there, staring off into space, not even trying to fight back. His whole body was just vibrating and shaking. I raised the bat and went to help him, but I heard something inside of my head. It was a voice, but the voice was not mine, and all it said was, "Don't." And upon hearing this inside of my head, I just dropped the bat. I stopped doing anything at all but watching. It was like I was not in control anymore. All I could do was stand and watch and breathe. It only took a few more seconds of my husband just standing there and not fighting before the thing dropped off of his face and continued back to the crib. I was powerless to do anything. I don't know how long I stood there until I blacked out. They poked and prodded at my son. The first one never unfurled its long elastic fingers from around his face. It was using them to hold open his eyelids, which only looked pure white, and from where I was standing, like the eyes were rolled back. They were also forcefully holding open his mouth while blocking his nose. I don't know how these fingers had the dexterity to do so many tasks at once, or even the strength. I suppose because of this, I got a better look at these things, these aliens. They were a strange color. They looked like they were made of a sort of a wet clay. They always looked shiny, like they were soaked, and their skin had these weird folds everywhere, like they were melting. I remember that they were quite flaky. When that thing leaped away from my husband, he had flakes still clinging to his face, like they were pasted on with PVA glue. After that, I don't remember. I remembered in the morning and ran to my baby. I was back on my bed when I woke back up. My husband was already gone. I assumed he just went to work. He could not afford to lose the money. Jacob was fine, but after that night, things took a turn for the worst. He was quiet, really quiet throughout the whole day. He refused any kind of milk, natural, powdered formula. He would just shake his head when trying to feed him and try and move his mouth away like he understood what he was doing. When I would force him to eat, he would immediately be sick. All of this only lasted for around 2 days. On the first day, when he wouldn't eat and felt hot to the touch, I called a doctor to come and check on him. They gave me medication to give and guidance for the treatment and told me to call again if it worsened within 24 hours or take him straight to the emergency room. I cared for him as best as I could. He started leaking. I know that sounds weird, but it's the only way I can describe it. I kept trying to feed him because obviously he would be unwell and die otherwise, and he would vomit this horrible thing. It had the same wetness and texture of clay, just like those things. His nose would start randomly running and would leak these long and gooey strands from his nostrils. This would last for hours on end. I remember calling my husband and begging him to come home. He knew that Jacob was sick, but he did not know it had gotten so bad. I told him the job did not matter anymore, that we could find him another, that I would ask my mom for money, etc. But he told me no. He sounded really shaken up on the phone and really frightened. He told me that he had to work and could not lose this money. He told me that he had to support us no matter what. He sounded like he was crying when he said it, but I'd never seen him act so uncaring before. I'd seen him drop entire 3-day conferences at his previous job at a moment's notice whenever I needed him. He told me to just call the doctor again and keep on checking on him. He actually hung up on me before I could even talk again. I think this is basically where our marriage fell apart. I felt like he abandoned me right then. Shortly before I called the doctor, I was just singing to Jacob and rubbing his chest. I was holding his tiny little hand that was barely even bigger than my pinky finger, and I noticed that on his left hand, there was a big patch of skin that when I moved my fingers over it, it felt different. It wasn't as smooth as it was before. It was actually quite coarse, and it felt almost wet, but there was no kind of liquid on him. But the color of the skin there had changed partially too. It was almost like a deep yellowy brown. That is when I called the doctor again, and I was told that he would be there in the morning, but that if it was an emergency, he could send an ambulance right now. I told him I didn't know. I told him about the discharge in the skin. I told him that Jacob had not so much as gone to the toilet once in the last few days, which was not normal. He asked if he was breathing, about taking in food and other stuff. He told me if I was worried, then going to the hospital right now was the only thing to do. And so he called me an ambulance. Jacob was put in intensive care again, and I could barely see him. I saw him again near nighttime once the doctor said that he was stable. They told me that he still had a fever and was not really eating, but that they were working on it and that he would be perfectly fine. That other than that, he was in perfect health. I remember I sat with him and talked with him. My husband was on his way back, but he was 2 states away, so he would be another few hours. I remember I fell asleep at some point. I was only right nearby, but I remember waking back up and feeling really drowsy. I had fallen asleep out of nowhere and it was dark, and it took me a few seconds to even realize where I was. No nurse had come to fetch me or check on me, which I found kind of odd. I got the fright of my life. When I opened up my eyes, I saw one of those things again. One of those clay aliens. It was on top of the glass of the thing that my baby was in. It was just sat there, hunched over, just like it was on Jacob's crib. And it was staring at me. I wanted to scream right then and there, but something stopped me. This thing kind of tilted its head while looking at me back and forth, raised its long arms and fingers, and put one of those fingers up to my lips like it was shushing me. When it did this, I instantly became drowsy again and fell back asleep. I woke up to doctors throwing me out of the room due to an emergency. They would not really give me much information other than the fact that Jacob was unwell and needed urgent care. He passed away with me just outside the door. It had been hours and my husband still was not there when I got the news. I don't know where the fuck he was. All I could do was sob to myself in that little waiting area and call my mom and beg her to help me. Not that she could really do all that much. I can't remember the explanation that they gave me. It was blamed on the fever and SIDS. That's all. They did not note anything about the skin or the leakage. I guess it just was not something that they observed. When my husband finally got there, I could not even look at him. He had a whole story and was basically crying, and I knew he was scared, and I knew that he felt just as bad as me, but I just couldn't. I did not have the strength or the energy. I wasn't angry with him, I was just done. That is the main part that I wanted to tell you. Our relationship fell apart over the next few years. Neither of us felt like we wanted to try for another child. We could not bear it after Jacob. We tried to reignite the spark, to talk about things, to try to be normal, but it just was not possible. I still love him. I just can't ever look at him without feeling pain, without seeing our dying son, without seeing those things. There is one more detail that I don't know if it's connected in any way or not. I forgot about it for quite a while with everything going on, but I remembered it weeks later. One of the nurses said that someone tried to visit Jacob in the NICU while I was gone for a couple of hours, freshening up and buying more things for the baby. For extended family, the rules are pretty strict for visits, so the person was turned away and told to speak to me. I was told it was an old man with balding grey hair. I was told he was a few inches taller than me and had a thick Missouri accent. I thought it was probably my dad, and I thanked the nurse. My dad and I were estranged, but he knew about the birth of my kid from other family members, I guess. Every few years, he would reach out to me and try and make an effort for a really short amount of time, ask to borrow some money from me for whatever reason, which he would say was life or death, and he would beg me for days straight and just keep on pestering me until I would finally give in. And then he would blow all of that money in the casino and proceed to ghost me for months or years. I figured maybe he tried to come and surprise visit Jacob, since that's just the kind of weird guy that he was. I didn't even think of it for those few weeks because I was preoccupied, and I also really was not prepared to interact with him again. I was just too stressed, and I did not want to deal with him. Well, when I finally remembered, I shot him a text and I asked him about it, but he told me no. He told me that he was about 2 states away and had not been anywhere near. He told me he did not even know I was having a baby, that he was not in contact with Jesse anymore. That's my brother who still talks to him, or did rather, and that he does not tell him anything anymore. Still, it could be nothing, or it could be something. I don't know anymore. I was told that people here have seen weird things and might be able to relate. All I know is that I have been crying the entire time I typed this out. I don't even know how to begin writing this, or how I can explain it in a way that makes sense. I know it won't be believed, but I tried my best. That's all I can do. For context, I work for the CIA, and I have been an officer for over 10 years. I have never worked out in the field on some super secret or whatever other bullshit people are spewing nowadays. I will skip all of the backstory and just say that I work in a facility out in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico. I got reassigned here around 2 years ago after being a desk jockey for most of my career. It was what you would call a black site, although it's not as crazy as you would expect. It's literally just designed to be completely off the grid so that work can be undertaken with no interference or no possible way of information being leaked on the spot. I don't work there anymore, and I imagine that if I still did, then I wouldn't be after this, that they would find out somehow. The thing about black sites is that there is no due process. Some of them are being used as detention centers, and people are being detained and interrogated, sometimes for days on end. For the majority of the time that I worked in that black site, I was the bozo who had to fill in documents, fill in paperwork, and make notes or pass on information to the real people working there. I had to oversee interrogations from the outside of people who were deemed to be terrorists or international threats or whatever. Let me tell you, those are not pretty. It's not a lie that these places have major human rights abuses, and it all happens right under everyone's nose. But I mean, hey, who cares? These people are evil and assholes, right? So who cares if they don't have rights? Well, let me tell you about one night I will never, ever forget. So I had to help with prepping a room, a medical room to be exact, because a detainee was being shipped in later on in that day. They did not exactly say what for, but it's not like I had room to ask. I helped set up a medical bed with straps. We set up monitoring equipment, IV drips, etc. Anything that you would ever need was in that room. Around the time the prisoner was due to be brought in, an alarm went off in the facility that I had never heard before. It wasn't like a big blaring one with the rooms all flashing red. It was more like a very high-pitched one. It was at a frequency where it made my head ache, and it only pinged once. Everyone in the facility was ordered to leave their posts and gather in a specific room. Coincidentally, or maybe not so coincidentally, this room was at the entire opposite end of the facility to this room that I helped set up. I saw men floating in from one of the entrances, wearing what were basically hazmat suits, and they basically manhandled me and forced me out of the way and told me to keep on moving. There were so many of them coming through the corridor that it blocked my view, but I caught sight of something through all of the commotion. One of them was carrying some sort of box that had a handle, and it looked like there was a light coming from out of this box, like some sort of glowing green light, just ever so slightly escaping. And they were carrying some kind of a stretcher, and it had someone on the stretcher. I only caught the sight of a thin, long leg. It looked as if the person had a hockey stick for a leg, and the skin was so pale too, deathly pale. That was all I saw before I ended up around the corner. 5 hours we all spent in that room, just muttering to ourselves and wondering what was going on. Then that high-pitched siren went off again, and we were all ordered right back to our posts. Before I could even get to mine, a man in a hazmat suit pulled me aside and gave me what I think was a debriefing, like a mini one. But he was speaking in such awkward, veiled terms, it was hard to make out what he even wanted. He gave me a suit, a hazmat suit, along with another guy who was there for a similar job as me. He told me to keep it on at all times, to only take it off when instructed, and to follow all orders when they were given, because it was a life or death matter. I'd never been worried or scared before in this place, but now I was beginning to get really worried. I was told to mentally prepare myself and to not be shocked at what I saw, that everything would be explained to me later, and to just do my usual job, no exceptions, no questions asked. The person I saw that they carried in, They were strapped onto this medical bed. Only, it was not a person at all. I know this is going to sound like bullshit, but laying on that bed was what I can only describe as some kind of non-human thing. It was partially shaped like a human, but with some big differences. The skin on this thing was so pale, it was like it was bleach white. The limbs were so thin and stick-like, and looked to have no muscle on the bones at all. The bones were weird too. On the fingers, on the arms, on the legs, the bones looked as if they all jutted out at right angles, but then were segmented multiple times. And when this thing twitched or twinged, and I saw these limbs move, it was almost like there was a delay to them. The first segment would jolt, and the other segments of the limb would follow afterwards, kind of like a wave. None of it really made all that much sense to me. I had to do shifts of watching scientists in these big heavy suits work on this thing for hours at a time, and I would have to note down everything that I saw. Sometimes they would shout something to me, and I would have to make a note or do something. This thing was asleep, or looked to be, I think. The only time I saw it move looked like involuntary movements in reaction to stimuli, like electroshocks or physical contact with metal tools. I almost thought that this thing was dead for a while, because I never saw it breathe, or open up its eyes, or move normally, but I was dead wrong. This thing only spent a week in there before the entire site was locked down, personnel were relocated, and I assume the thing was either shipped away or terminated or something else. But even in that short amount of time, way too many things happened to properly explain here, or for me to even remember properly. So I will just tell you about the final thing that does stick in my mind. The scientists have begun dissecting this alien thing and trying to work out its anatomy. I don't know why this was done while the thing was still alive. I don't know why anything happened the way that it did. One of the scientists made an incision in the thing's abdomen, and this viscous black liquid started to leak out of the alien. It looked thick and goopy and just horrible. This incision, by the way, was no easy process, and the skin on this thing did not just give way. The scalpel got stuck and had to be ragged out of the thing. At one point, the scientist started trying to saw through this thing like he was cutting thick rope. I think he took off a tiny thin layer of skin at the top before switching to a different tool and eventually sawing his way through. It looked nasty and painful, and when this liquid leaked out of the thing, which I'm assuming was some kind of blood, the thing shot awake and started raging against its restraints. It started making this hissing sound. This was the first time I ever saw the thing's eyes. They were massive and seemed to take up the majority of its head. They were shiny, and I saw them shoot down really quickly, like it was analyzing everything in front of it really quickly. The eyes seemed to shift rapidly between the two scientists right in front of it, down at its own wound that was leaking, and then right back up to me, again and again back and forth, quicker than I could even really see. It locked eyes with me, and when it did, I felt myself pee a little. I could not even control it. That is how frightened it made me. After a few seconds of it shooting its eyes around rapidly, and one of the scientists rushing to grab a syringe of some kind, the alien stared at its own wound and then closed its eyes. It held them closed for a second, and in that time, the scientist rushed back, but he could not get the needle to pierce the skin this time, so he moved his hand over the open wound in order to inject it there. While this thing had its eyes closed, I could see that the wound and where this thick liquid was, there was some kind of steam slowly rising up from it. It wasn't a lot, but it was definitely there, like a little puff from a kettle. And then the scientist hovered his hand over, and then finally injected this thing. The alien opened its eyes, and I don't know how to explain it, other than some more of this liquid, this blood, spurted up from the open wound. It seemed to shoot outwards, like it was propelled, and managed to basically cover the hand of the scientist. Literally the second that this happened, the scientist ripped his hand away and was just screaming, and his eyes were so wide. His hazmat suit where his hand was, it had all already melted away, and this liquid had sunk down onto his actual hand, and he was just screaming. He actually ran over to the window where I was and started pounding on it and begging me for help. The guy with me went to fetch someone, but I stayed there to keep making notes. I was not allowed to do anything per the rules that I was given, and one of us had to be taking notes at all times. It sounds ridiculous, but I was not about to disobey orders, especially not in a place like that. I could see steam coming up from the liquid on the scientist's hand, and it looked as if the liquid was growing or spreading in diameter. It looked as if his entire hand was covered in the stuff now. But where there were gaps, and I could still see bits of the hand, I could see that most of the skin was gone, that there was bone partially peeking out. I don't know what happened, but the scientist just seemed to go crazy. By this point, the alien was no longer lashing out against its restraints. It was passed out once again on the bed, I guess because of whatever it was injected with. But the scientist with the liquid all over his hands, he rushed towards the other one and tackled him to the ground. He proceeded to start smacking him again and again, back and forth over the head, until little particles of the liquid transferred over to the second scientist's hazmat suit near his head. He just kept screaming while beating him, and this went on for a while. And then the liquid started melting through the second scientist's suit, and he was screaming too. That was about the last thing I saw before more people arrived to handle the situation, and I was removed from my post, and all of my notes and details were taken away from me. That alarm went off again, and we were all ordered away. 48 hours this time. For 48 hours, we were all stuck in that room, with only a few rations of food being given to us every so often. We had nothing to do but just sit there. I was given the usual debrief afterwards that you would be given for any assignment, with the relevant documents to sign and fill out. I was, of course, never given any explanation, even though I was promised one. And that was the end of my time there at that black site. I know it sounds like pure horseshit, but that's honestly all I have. Take it as you will. I just felt like it was my duty to maybe share this somewhere that it could be saved, and so that a record could be kept. I used to work as a civilian bush pilot back in the 1980s, all the way through to the 1990s. If you don't know what that is, basically, I would fly small aircraft over terrain that was rugged and hard to access by any other means, usually to deliver supplies or people, depending on what the assignment was. Because of my role, I ended up doing a lot of work in coordination with the government. I'm talking like relief schemes and things like that. Let me be clear, I was never a government worker officially, but I would be hired by them, sort of like a contractor, working on different projects or operations. Most of the shit I would do would just be to deliver supply drops in the middle of zones not easy to access, or ferry people across the country and drop them at a need-to-know location. Not in the USA, mind you, I'm talking about in foreign countries. I know that what I am going to say is going to sound incredibly hard to believe, but I am going to do my best anyway. I am going to tell you about a time when I was hired by the government, but more specifically, as I later guessed, when I was hired by the CIA. It wasn't even supposed to be some top secret thing. This was in South America, in Colombia. Now, it was a pretty turbulent time for the country. You had the cartels causing trouble, not to mention the FARC, the revolutionaries, who were fighting against the Colombian government itself. I'm talking random acts of terrorism, planned kidnappings, sometimes of notable figures, not to mention the heavy drug trafficking that had a vice grip on the country. Then you had the National Liberation Army, who did most of the same shit, just on a smaller scale, mixed in with things like illegal mining and other forms of extortion. And since they were all in the drug trade, there ended up being a lot of clashing with the drug cartels, the big major ones. It was a hotbed of chaos, and the CIA was involved in the country during this time, mainly to crack down on the drug trafficking, since it was affecting portions of America, and they did not want these major cartels having so much power. They even later got involved in the fight against the FARC, but that was not until the 2000s. Anyway, enough rambling and backstory. I'm sure you don't all need a history lesson. I'm not trying to make up some bullshit about how I was approached on the street and yada yada. I was a pilot for many, many years. I even served in Nam for a good few years before I got wounded and had to go home. I had done countless operations and worked in tandem with the government transporting aid workers and supplies. And whatever you can name, I did it. A lot of the times you knew the story. Sometimes you didn't ask questions and took the money anyway. This was one of the latter cases. I was asked to transport 2 American government contractors, is how they describe themselves, although I later learned that they were CIA. I only learned on the flight over there that they were extracting an informant who was waiting around the area. I think he was being hunted by either the cartel or someone else for being a rat and had to lay low for a few weeks just to get out of the city alive. They offered me a lot of damn money to do this, and so I shut up and I got on with it. The 2 men were pretty elusive. Nothing they wore struck me as odd, and they, of course, both had firearms on their person. If I tried to make small talk, I would be told to shut the hell up. They seemed really, really jumpy. Any turbulence, and boy was there a lot of it, and they were immediately on edge, looking out the windows like it would do them any good, making sure to keep their hands close by to their weapons. I figured whoever this guy was, he must have known something or was important. The landing was not smooth. I was not really given the whole picture or the exact coordinates until we were pretty far out on the flight. I think it was to do with secrecy. They wanted me to fucking eyeball a landing zone on the fly. They were absolutely insane. If I knew any of this beforehand, I would have said no, but once we were up there, that was pretty much it. We had some problems with the landing. One of the wheels on the landing gear was loose, and so when we hit the short patch of dirt that I managed to pick out, we wobbled and dipped a little bit low, and the body of the craft took a few dings. Nothing unrecoverable, but uncomfortable to say the least. It made me really anxious. We were pretty much on the mark. I thought they'd tell me to shut up and stay in the craft, but they told me that I had to come with, and to walk in front of them at all times. This did not seem like protocol, and it made me insanely nervous. What would they need me for? It did not take long of walking before we found the guy, but that is not all that we found either. It looked like what I can only describe as some kind of archaeological dig. There was equipment scattered everywhere, tossed around, some of it not well maintained at all, just left there. There were random holes in the ground, and it just did not make a lot of sense or mean anything to me at all. But there were bodies around this place, human bodies. It smelled horrible. It smelled like old dirt left untouched and buried somewhere for centuries. That really earthy smell of rot and decay, and it was just so foul. There were probably 3 bodies scattered around the place. One was leaning over a piece of equipment, which I had no idea what it was. He was facing away, his body hanging over it, and his feet lifted up off of the ground. He had no sign of any wounds or anything that would suggest he ended up dead due to the cartel or the FARC killing him. Another was laying on his back, clutching a shovel that was still gripped tight in both of his hands. He looked stiff, like he was frozen solid into place when he died. His eyes were wide open, and he was staring up into the air, but had this horrible look of shock on his face, like he died of fright, and his face just froze like that. The last man, his shirt and his clothes were in tatters, and he had scars that looked like they came from something sharp. I could not see any bloodstains or anything though, and the man they were sent to grab, he was just standing there, frozen to the spot, staring at all of this. He looked catatonic. I don't know how long he had been fixed to the spot, but his clothes were a mess and had loads of dirt and grime on them, and it looked like he had a bullet wound somewhere in his abdomen that had been fixed up just enough to stop the bleeding and keep him alive. Like I said, there was no evidence of a firefight or a dispute aside from the slash marks on one body and that one bullet wound. There were not any frantic footsteps in the ground or the mud. There were not any tracks to suggest that any vehicles had rolled in through here. I have no idea why these two guys made me walk in front of them instead of leaving me safe at the plane. But they walked in front of me now, towards the man. He would not respond to their words or anything. It took one of the contractors slapping him across the face for him to become responsive, but it did not stop him being weird. It was like after that slap, he just snapped back into reality. He suddenly became frightened. He screamed, and they had to grab him and tell him to shut up so that he would not shout and run away. He had this terrified look on his face, and he immediately started stuttering and trying to explain what happened. He could not get through a single sentence though. He kept tripping over his words, and halfway through a sentence, his face would just go blank and his mouth would be hanging wide open. He would stop talking and just start drooling, pause for a few seconds with this blank face, and then start the cycle back up again. These government contractors spoke to him at length, but I could not really hear from the distance that I was at, so I don't know what they were saying exactly. I know that they had to keep slapping him and grabbing him for him to focus on what they were saying, because his eyes kept drifting and he stopped paying attention. But I kept seeing him itching at his skin, pretty aggressively too. It looked like it was flaking in places and like he had some kind of severe eczema. Once the men walked away and went off to talk to themselves, he went back to staring off into space and making no noise whatsoever. He was not blinking, and I could not even see or hear him breathing. I didn't see his chest move at all. He was just staring at the bodies and the sight. I saw him itching his skin again, but he almost started digging his nails in really deeply. There was a red patch on his arm that was clearly very irritated, and he dug his nails right under until the skin was bleeding. And I saw him actually pull something out from underneath his skin. It was small, incredibly small, probably about as small as a fly would be, smaller even. All I could make out was that it looked black, and he ate the thing. He put it in his mouth, and then started chewing, and then made a swallowing motion, and then tried to do the same thing again. The contractors were obviously paying attention, because one of them seems to be in the middle of retching while speaking, and asked what the hell is wrong with him. The man, the informant, I guess I will call him, suddenly just snaps out of it again, and asks the guy, "What do you mean, what am I doing?" He was still chewing, and is just standing there clueless. The contractor tells him what he just did, and the informant puts his fingers inside his mouth, realizes what he was doing, and then he just started vomiting on the ground. There was nothing in his vomit either. It looked as if he was starved of food. The CIA guys were really nervous and twitchy at this point, like they were on the plane. The guy is trying to move closer to talk to them, and they keep backing away and telling him to just stay where he is. At one point, they order the guy to lay down on his stomach, but he is just still picking at his skin and itching and inching closer and asking them why and things like that. He didn't realize what the situation was. They ordered me to force him onto the floor. They started pulling their guns out when this guy kept inching forward, and this made me really worried. I was not going to say no when they had all of the power, even if they didn't point them at me specifically. When I got close to the guy and I felt him, he felt unnaturally cold to the touch. It was pretty hot outside, especially in the dense jungle like that, but he was freezing. I forced him to the floor onto his stomach, and he really did not put up much of a fight. He did not get back up once he was down. He just stayed there. Now here is the really strange part. The CIA guys, they had their guns pointed in my direction. They told me to put my hands into his pocket to see if I could find anything. So naturally, I looked down to try and reach into his pocket to see if I could find anything, and they just started screaming at me. They scream at me to lift up my head and only look forward, to not look down no matter what I do. I was sweating by this point, and I just followed their orders. I yelled that I found something, and they told me to remove it without looking and to just place it behind me. I did. I tried to look out of my peripherals. I was too scared to chance anything else. I really could not make out much. Whatever the thing was not incredibly big. It had these really sharp edges and was hot to the touch. It was definitely made out of some kind of metal. That is all I can tell you about the thing. After this, I was told to stand up, put my hands above my head, and then walk backwards. I asked them why. I asked them what I did wrong. They told me to just shut up and listen to them. They told me that if I did, everything would be fine. After a while of walking backwards slowly, one of them grabbed me by the head, covering my eyes with their hands, and he shoved me into the ground too, facing the opposite way from the archaeological dig. He gave me a pat down and pulled up my shirt and stuff. While this was happening, I heard a gunshot, which made me flinch really hard, and I almost shit my pants. I was told to relax and not to worry. I was told not to look behind me, no matter what. And then they stood me up and made me walk in front of them back to the aircraft. The flight back to our destination was not my proudest moment. I spent most of the time sobbing, begging them to tell me what was going on, telling them that I would not say a word, etc., that I would do anything if they just left me unharmed, that I would promise anything. If I was not flying a plane, I reckon they would have smacked me upside the head. Instead, I was told to be quiet, and I had to be a sniveling mess in silence. One last thing. Before I was walked away to the plane, I was told to wait for a second. When we were walking back to the plane, I could smell the smoke. When we got on the aircraft, I could see some flames starting to rise and spread. It was the damn jungle. Surely that would have spread and burned down the entire area, but they just did not seem to care. I don't know the reason why at all. Once we touched down, that was an entire different story, and I do not want to relive the horrible process. I was not allowed to just go home, and that is all I will say about that. Let's just say that I did not get off lightly, and I was lucky to be alive. I was paid, which is something, but it came with a price. I kept quiet about this all these years in fear that they would get me somehow, but I have decided to stop being scared. I figured that even if no one believes the story, people deserve to know. There needs to be a record kept somewhere that they can't just scrub away. I wish I had more answers. I'm sorry that I don't. I still stay awake each and every single night, wondering why they didn't just kill me. This just happened to me in the last month or so, and I am frightened for my life. I've put my property up for sale. I do not want to live here anymore. The money, whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where I have to move to. I just want out. For context for you all, I own my own plot of land and live on a farm. It's pretty hard work, but I've not struggled too hard with money, and it gives me something to do and keeps me fit as I'm starting to get a little bit older and move into my late 30s. This incident happened with the cows that I have on my farm. I got jolted from my sleep one night because I heard some kind of a ruckus. I heard one of the cows start mooing quite frantically. I'm talking like a really pained moo, and like it was struggling to even get the breath to do it. And then before I had even managed to get up off of the bed, it was cut short, like something had physically stopped it from making noise anymore. I should add that in the weeks leading up to this, the cows had been startled quite a few times in the night, and I had to go running down there to see what happened. I never really found anything, other than some tracks leading from the woods and into the mud, and so I assumed it was some wild animal, like a coyote, that was trying to get some free dinner. I don't know. Maybe it got startled and ran away at so many of those cows making noise. This time though, it was only the one, and not the whole herd making noise. I also heard something else. It sounded like wood creaking, like something with a lot of weight was standing on the wooden fences nearby, or that maybe one of the cows had smashed into it and fallen and cracked part of it. I rushed down there as quickly as I could, equipped with my high-powered flashlight. I did not have time to throw on more than a pair of nearby jeans and a raincoat over my bare chest. The second that I get within a decent distance of the cows, I noticed a few things. Firstly, there is a big streak of mud inside their grazing field. The weather had been pretty foul recently, and so the conditions were not pleasant. But there was just a big streak, almost like a mudslide, that looked like someone had put their foot wrong and tripped over ass over face. The impact was deep too. Whoever it was had to have been pretty heavy, which led me to believe that it was one of the cows. The second thing I noticed was that all of the cows were all in a huddle in the middle of the field. They were all gathered in this big, tight circle, and I could not tell what they were doing. They had their heads down to the ground, and they were all standing around. Usually, around this time, it was around 1 a.m. if I recall correctly. I would catch them laying down for a brief period before getting back up again. And when I got closer to them, I could hear more sounds. It sounded like licking and chewing. No big deal. Cows do most of their grazing during the day, but it does happen at night too. Only, when I got closer, I could see that they were not grazing at all. There was another cow on the floor, lying on its side, completely dead. It looked to have a massive hole in its abdomen, like something had just punched a big hole right through it and just let all of its insides flop out of its body. Every single one of these cows were just gathered around the corpse. They were licking the intestines spooled on the ground, licking the blood up off of the floor, seemingly nibbling at the skin of the cow, but not actually taking any of it off of the dead cow's body. I was in shock. I froze on the spot and did not know what to do, and I guess instinctively, all I could think to do was scream like a little girl. Not my proudest moment, I will admit, but there's no sense lying to you now. When I did this, basically the whole herd turned around and looked in my direction. All of them raised their heads up and dropped what they were doing. They all seemed to part, like they had intelligence and were intentionally letting me see through the herd to get a better look. The sight of the cow on the floor just made me feel sick, but when they all moved aside, I could see another cow right at the head of this dead cow. Its eyes were shining a different color, and it just looked odd. It looked too big to be a cow, too malformed. The skin on its body looked like it did not fit right, and the color in certain places was too faded on its body, too pale, and then in other places it was too dark, or had splotches where there should not be any. This thing creeped forward ever so slowly, closer to me, and then, I wish I did not remember any of this, but this cow, it slowly just rose to its feet, onto its hind legs. When it got up, I saw some of the skin near its legs and hooves start to split and show a different color of skin right underneath. The higher it got into the air, the more the skin around its body peeled away and showed something else. When this thing finally finished standing up, it towered over me. I'm around 5'8", and this thing must have had 6 inches on me at least. I don't know what overcame me, but I just started shouting. That was all I could think to do. I just started shouting that I had a gun, that this thing needed to get the fuck off of my property, or I would call the police. I mean, how stupid could I be? As if it cared about any of that or could even understand me. And I did not even have any gun on my person. Both my shotgun and my rifle were back at my outhouse, and I was way too panicked to even think to grab them. This thing's eyes were bulging out of its sockets. They were twice as big as an actual cow's eyes, and it tilted its head to the side for just a second, and then to the other side, before opening up its mouth. It did not so much as open it, as it seemed to loosen its jaw. By the time it finished opening its mouth, and I could see the horrible, jagged teeth spaced along its top gums, its jaw looked almost dislocated. It was hanging down and did not even look like it was secured on properly. It was just hanging freely. And then this thing let out a horrible sound. It was not a moo at all. It sounded more like when a bat shrieks to try and attract a mate, but much lower pitched than this. Just the same shriek 3 or 4 times incredibly quickly. And then the herd of cows started to move. They got aggressive all of a sudden. They seemed angry and had started mooing. And then, all of a sudden, they all started to run in my direction all at once, like they were a hive mind. I just fucking ran. I ran back to my outhouse, grabbed both of my guns, and barricaded my front door. I sat up in my room all night long, taking momentary peeks outside the window to see if I could figure out what was going on. Every time I looked, I could see all of them with their heads down and eating something. I did not see that thing standing up anymore. I could not see a trace of it at all. I never saw it again after that. I was hesitant to check on the cows again the next morning, to say the least. I put it off until well past midday, because I did not know what I might find. There was no cow on the floor anymore when I finally did get there. That streak of mud and heavy impact was still there, away from where it was, but there was not even a trace of bones on the floor. The ground still looked damp, but that could have easily been the rain lingering. Let me tell you, those cows were never the same after that night. They all seemed to just stand right at the furthest fence, seemingly just looking off into the distance. I watched them day in and day out. Not once did they graze, not once. They almost straight up refused to drink any water. I would try and lead them back to the barn to drink and for milking, but they just refused. Usually, they would be making all kinds of sounds and basically be happy when it's time to be milked. It gives cows a sense of relief, and it's something that they actually enjoy. But they just refused, and so I had to begin milking them out in the field and bringing water to them. They would just stand there and not react at all when I would milk them. They would just stay dead silent and stare off into the forest just beyond the hill, like they were empty husks. The only time I ever saw them graze or drink any water is when they would stand there for 24 hours with no breaks and eventually just collapse. Only then would they drink or eat. Only when they were on the verge of death is what I would guess. After that, they would go right back to it, of just standing there. I remember it got to the 4th of July. I don't have that many neighbors in the area, but teenagers like to sneak into the nearby fields in the woods and set off whatever illegal fireworks that they could acquire. This usually drives the cows nuts. They hate loud sounds like that, and it absolutely terrifies them in the same way it does dogs. They can faint if the sounds are too close or too sudden, and it really distresses them, so usually I would take them into the barn where I can try and dampen the sound a little and try and comfort them. Not this time. They did not care at all. They did not so much as flinch or moo, and they once again refused when I tried to lead them to the barn. I was at my wit's end. One of those nights, I heard those idiot teenagers screaming in the woods after setting off fireworks. I never saw them personally, but I guess they either injured themselves by being idiots or were just trying to scare each other. I'm not sure if it's related, but I heard the entire herd start mooing in unison while these kids were screaming, almost like they were howling, as odd as that sounds. I tried to buy some more cows and integrate them to make up for this odd behavior and lost profit, also to replace the one that died. I know you probably think I'm foolish for not leaving that first night, but I just tried to make excuses and explain it away in my head. Plus, someone still had to take care of them. I just couldn't abandon them, abandon my life. The one cow that I let into the pen, the new one, they were really aggressive towards it. They would bump it with their heads and try and shove it away. They would form circles around the edge of that fence and not let the new one get anywhere near, and they would make these horrible sounds to get it to go away. They only let up and went back to their staring once the new cow had finally had enough and went to graze at the opposite end of the pen. I shit you not, the next morning when I went to check on it, it was gone, just gone. I know the difference between all of them because of the ear tags that I put on them all. The new cow was just gone in the dead of the night without me hearing a single sound, and I'm a light sleeper. That was my last straw. That is why I'm writing this here. I can't do this anymore, and I am frightened to death. Does anyone know what the hell that thing was that I saw, and what the fuck happened to my cows? I can't do this anymore. I need to sell this place and get the hell away. My story is a strange one, and for a long time, I've been afraid of telling anyone about what happened to me. I was frightened that I might be found, or even that the police might arrest me, and that I would go away for a long time. I used to be a driver for a pretty wealthy man. I could not tell you his identity even if I wanted to. I didn't actually have a clue who it was at any point, even right up until the end. I was hired off of the street, at a bar actually. I know that sounds like insane bullshit, because why would a wealthy man choose a random guy off of the street to drive him around? I was poor and looked like a bum, and my clothes had not seen the best of days. I was just spending time mooching around. I could not even afford to buy myself a drink, so I was just stone cold sober, talking to the bartender and just sitting around, trying to see if I could convince anyone to buy one for me, to see if anyone would give in to my little sob story. On multiple occasions, I had been tossed out of there for that, and the bartender absolutely hated me. It was this small little place, owned by a local family. I don't want to mention where this was, just in case something happens to me. I don't want to say too much that would give me away, location-wise, that is. I know this story will undoubtedly identify me. Anyway, there was this guy who I'd seen come in a few times over that week. A completely new face. This was not the man I worked for, by the way. I guess he was a recruiter, a scout. You can call him whatever you would like. Something like that, anyway. He would come in and scope out the place, make small talk with a few people, and then just leave. He never ever ordered a drink and never stayed for long. He kept coming back at the exact same time over the next couple of days, doing the exact same routine. One night, the bar was dead quiet, and he came and sat next to me on a stool. It's funny because I had been thrown out and told never to come back just the day prior, but the bartender just let me back in this night. He said I was welcome to sit inside. It was really strange looking back on it. That place was usually at least half full, even during the weekdays. It was like a little traditional get-together place where people in the area would talk and relax, have lunch, or relax after work. But today, just me and the bartender, and then this guy walks in and sits right next to me. The bartender even fixed me a drink at no cost since he had no other customers. I should have been alarmed right then and there. But when you're dirt poor and someone is giving you a freebie, you never really stop to think and ask questions in the moment. We made some mindless small talk for a little while, and eventually, he told me that he wanted to offer me a job. I was shocked. He asked me if I could drive, and I said yeah. He told me he wanted to give me a trial. I obviously asked him what the catch was, and he said that he would explain during the trial. He said that all I had to do was get in the car and drive him to a location that he asked for. I was not allowed to speak unless spoken to. I was not allowed to question anything. This guy, I don't think his appearance really matters since he was not the man I was working for, but he had quite an aged face. He had a scar running horizontally underneath his right eye and a little bit of grey stubble. He was a very stern-faced man, but again, I don't think it's very relevant. He made this motion to the bartender, who proceeded to leave from behind the bar and go into the back room. He told me the money that he would pay me just for the trial, and I told him let's go right now. On the way, he explained a little bit more about the job, different rules. He told me that the client was eccentric and particular were the words that he used. He told me that if I ever made comments or refused to do anything, I would be fired on the spot, etc. I ended up driving this guy around 30 minutes away to an abandoned parking lot way out in the middle of nowhere. He handed me a full-on phone, like one of those cheap shitty ones you could just throw away and not care about. He told me to wait for the phone to ring and I would have a job. I was ecstatic, but at the same time, this asshole kicked me out of the vehicle and made me walk all the way back home. My legs were so sore by the end of that. It took probably only around a week for the first job to come my way. I want to skip over a lot of boring parts. The guy who hired me, he handed me this box full of something. He told me to put it on and get in a specific car parked outside. He gave me the coordinates for where he wanted me to drive to. I was then told to sit and wait outside until someone got in. That was it. That was all I had to go on. Inside the box was some kind of weird mask. It was like this ornate thing. It was not ceramic, but it was expensive looking. It looked to have been molded and was made to fit a specific face. There was not really anything interesting about it, except that it was white and had these markings on it. The thing only had holes for the eyes and the mouth and nothing else. I asked why the hell I had to wear something so stupid, and the guy suddenly just got really annoyed. He shot towards me, grabbed me by the collar, and then shoved me up against the wall. He looked furious. He told me that I was told explicitly not to ask questions or question anything, that I had to do whatever I was told without hesitation. He then released his grip on me and told me that he was doing me a favor, that I needed to get this right for my own sake or that I was done for. Those are the exact words that he said to me. I put the thing on, I walked outside, and then I drove for around an hour to this property, way out into the sticks. I don't remember the exact make of the car, and that's because the car was different every time. It wasn't ever anything fancy. It was usually just something the average suburban mom would drive, or sometimes a shitbox. Because of this, I was pretty convinced for a while that I was working for a drug dealer. That did not turn out to be the case. I must have sat outside this property for around an hour before a man finally got inside. He had this long, brown wooden cane that he used to walk. He was wearing a mask too, completely different from mine. This one was actually black instead of white and had different carvings on it too. There was like a spiral on one of the cheeks and some weird symbol on the other that I don't know what it was. He was probably of average height and average build. There is nothing I can remember about him that would ever point me to who he actually was. When he got inside the back of the car, he just said to me, "Drive." Most of the time, I was not permitted to stay in the car. I had to follow along with him or whoever else was there and be a witness, is what he called it. I'm not sure why. Why me? Why not anyone else in the world? What did he need some poor white trash asshole for? This first job, I ended up driving this wealthy man, who I will just refer to from now on as WM, all the way out to a different state. It took hours, and I eventually pulled in outside this big warehouse-type building. I was forced to walk ahead of WM and enter the building first. There was a man standing near the center of the first room. The light inside of there was barely even working and was just flickering on and off. I took around 2 or 3 more steps, and WM just said, "Wait," and then sauntered off to meet the other man. I was not fully in earshot, so I did not catch the entire conversation. WM had a briefcase that he was carrying with him. It was this big thing, brown, looked like expensive leather. I remember hearing him say something about, "You missed a payment," and then he opened up the contents of this briefcase and emptied the entire thing on the floor. The other man, from what I could make out, he looked like he had gone really pale. His eyes were wide, and I could see that he had already started to tear up. He launched into this spiel, begging WM for more time, saying he would do any favor that he asked, which I'm not sure what that meant. Before the man could even finish, WM struck him across the face using the briefcase, and the man was bleeding from his nose when I saw his face again. WM told him something about working the heat. That is, word for word, what he said. The man was still sobbing. He looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. He started speaking and said something to WM along the lines of, "Not there, please. I will scout for you. Terry knows where I can..." And then WM hit him again. WM told him that he would not ask again. He threw something at him. It looked like a piece of scrunched up paper, and then he walked away back towards me. He stopped right in front of me and said to me, "Do I need to tell you when to wipe too?" And he made a motion for me to walk through the door. I drove him back to his property, and then I was made to drive the car to some random place in the forest, and then I was told to walk back. I was told to remove my mask and place it in the trunk of the car, and then walk. The amount of money that they paid me, I could hardly even believe it, but they put it into an account that they controlled. I flipped when I found out about this, but I was told that it was part of the deal. I had to ask for permission to use the money to buy something. They said it was to help maintain order. The items he emptied from that briefcase, I could not see all of them. I know that one of them was a pair of underwear. It looked like they were stained with something. One of the other items looked like a toothbrush, and then I remember I saw some kind of a rag drop to the ground, like a handkerchief of some kind, but clearly used. That is all I can tell you about that job. I wish it ended there. I did this for a good few months. It mostly just involved meetings like this. Some people would be angry and get roughed up. Sometimes I would transport multiple people. Sometimes not even WM at all. One of those times, I transported 3 men with masks similar to mine. Only, we did not end up driving to some abandoned place. We ended up driving out to this big plot of land out in Michigan. It was this really nice property, almost like a homestead, with an attached farm. Again, I had no idea on what was supposed to happen or what I was supposed to do other than driving out there. I really wanted to wait in the car this time. On the drive up, I saw a couple of children's bikes left out in the field just a short walk away from the property, and I had a horrible feeling. When these men told me that I had to walk in first, I thought it was best not to argue. The front door was not even locked. This property was miles away from the nearest neighbor. There was a woman in the kitchen feeding a baby, and there were 2 other children sitting at a table. She sees me, and she immediately jumps up and starts, I guess she was trying to explain something to me. She started rambling about how it was her fault and that she needed more time. She was practically begging me to give her another chance, but the 3 men pushed past me and told me to wait at the door. They did not even acknowledge the woman. One of the men shoved her quite aggressively down into her seat and told her that it did not concern her, that her job was still active. It did not take long for a man to come rushing down the stairs. It also did not take long before these masked men had a hold of this man, dressed in what looked like farmhand clothes. The kids were crying. The woman was begging for the men to let her do it, but they did not listen. I don't want to go on for too long, but he tried to fight back, and they beat him until he was bloody. They dragged him to the car, and I was forced to drive them to a location only a few miles away. It was another farm. The man who owned it, he was there, he was outside, and he did not even care. He just gave a polite nod to the masked man. Like, what the fuck? This was not normal. He did not have a care in the world. He could not give less of a fuck that there was a man bleeding badly, being dragged kicking and screaming into the forest behind his property. And that was that. I had to leave them there. I was given a location to drive the car to, and that was it. Before I get into the last part of the story, before I explain why I was terrified of even typing this story online, not like I needed another reason after all of this crazy shit that I saw, I want to tell you about the only time I ever did a solo job. It was simple enough. I was given some kind of container. It was small, really. I was told explicitly not to open it, otherwise my job would come to an end. It could not have been much bigger than one of those boxes that you would get jewelry in, like if you were buying a small necklace, one of those that has a hinge that opens up. I was given an address, a face that I was supposed to see, and then this next part. I was told that I had to give them proof I had done the job right. I apparently had to prove I was not pretending about completing the job since I didn't have someone to supervise me. When I asked, I was told that a picture on the cell phone I was given would suffice. Just a picture of the client opening the box. And so I drove out there. It was just one town over from where I lived, actually. I knocked, but the door was already ajar. It was like a hoarder's home. Not so much stuff, but there were bits of paperwork and letters and writings and scribblings absolutely everywhere. Textbooks and manuals stacked high to the ceiling. The man who met me, he did not even talk to me. He saw that a random man in a mask had walked into his house carrying something, and all he did was just reach his hands out towards me. I took a picture of him opening up the box. When he did, I saw his face turn from meek to angry to distraught, all at the same time. He, out of nowhere, just launched the box at a wall to his right, which caught me off guard and made me jump. I think it was fake. It must have been fake. Like some kind of trick or joke to scare the guy. Maybe it was made out of something. Maybe it was a mold and wasn't real and was just made to frighten him into doing whatever they wanted. That's what I'm choosing to believe, at least. Because in that box, there was a finger. A human fucking finger. When the box hit the wall, it shot out of the box and fell onto the ground. It was long, skinny, and it had a red nail right on the end, and it was wearing a ring of some kind. The man just shouted at me to get the hell out of his house. He physically grabbed me and shoved me away, and before I even got out of the door, he was picking things up off of the floor and throwing them at me. After this, I did not want to be involved anymore. I was done with the job. Forget the money. I would rather be broke than involved in whatever sick game was going on. The calls kept coming, the text messages, but I just ignored them. I turned the phone off, I smashed it onto the side of my counter, and I dumped it into the trash. About a day later, the man who hired and recruited me, he was at my house. I never even gave him my fucking address. I gave no one my address. He basically forced his way through the door the second that I opened it up and asked me why I was not answering the phone. He shoved me onto the couch and told me to answer him. I told him I did not want to do it anymore. When I said this, he kind of paused for a second, gave me a blank-faced look, pulled out his phone, typed on it for a while, and then he started looking at me again. He told me no. Fucking no. He told me I needed to do one last job, urgently, and then I could go. I did not want to do it. I told him as much, but he did not let it end there. He not so subtly threatened me. Told me about the cameras in the car, about things I'd been involved in, etc., about the money still in the account. He basically gave me no choice, so I asked him what I needed to do. What he asked me to do was odd WM apparently asked for me personally. He wanted me to drive him up to this rural property that he owned in California. Something about a family vacation. I was going to have to spend multiple nights sleeping over there and drive him wherever he needed me to. Like I said, I had no choice but to say yes. The trip took forever to get there, but for once, I was actually given some cash in person up front. More bills than I had ever seen at one time before in my life. The drive took forever. His family did not greet me, but they seemed normal, unlike him at least. Nothing about them struck me as odd. Only WM wore a mask. None of the rest of them did. They were all wearing these headbands made out of flowers and wearing these long, flowing dresses. The men were wearing this clothing made out of white cloth, and the pants and stuff looked like they were thin, maybe made out of linen. I'm not really sure, other than that the clothing looked kind of traditional. It also looked as if the entire extended family had been invited here with how many people there were. I was not allowed to stay on the main property. I was given this small wooden cabin type place to stay in, more of an outhouse really. It had a bed, just barely squeezed in, and had some bedside drawers with a lamp on top of it. I was told to wait here until I was called for. That first night was slow. I had nothing that I could do other than to step outside to smoke a cigarette and watch the stars. They were not in the main property much, if at all. I could see that deep into the forest they had a fire lit and they were really loud, mostly singing in a language that I did not know and laughing and things. The first night, I played it safe, but when they did the same thing on the second, I got very curious. I had not been asked for even once. I didn't really know why I was there. I'd had some unknown grilled meat delivered to me on a paper plate a few times throughout the day and given a glass of water. I never ate any of it. I don't know why. I just didn't feel like I should. They would give me a glass of water along with it that I would also never touch. I would grab the food and toss it into the woods like a frisbee and empty the water out too, and no one ever said anything to me. I don't know, I just had a bad feeling. There was one younger woman around my age who kept trying to ask me questions whenever she delivered or retrieved the plate and food. She kept touching my arms, squeezing them, touching my face, asking all these personal questions. She never looked at me in the eyes though. It was really weird. She was always just staring at my arms, or at my chest, or my thighs, or something like that. She was obviously a weirdo, and I just tried to keep it as polite as possible. But yeah, the second night, I was roused awake by some kind of instrument. It sounded like someone playing a flute. For the most part, the music sounded really beautiful, like something you would hear played at a traditional cultural festival or celebration. But every so often, it would suddenly sound like someone was playing it really badly on purpose for just a few seconds, and it would really hurt my ears. I wandered off and eventually made my way deep into the woods. I was curious. I thought that I would take one peek, get bored, and then head straight to bed. The grass and everything all around the area was so tall and thick, it was like natural coverage. I did not even exit the tall grass, because I saw that there was some type of clearing, and there were a ton of people there. There was a massive fire going on. Everyone there was dressed in those same traditional clothes, and now all of them were wearing masks. One was playing an instrument, some were dancing and laughing, others were singing. They had knives and other utensils ready to prepare food or spit roast something, I guess, but I did not see any food around. While all of this was going on, I could see that there was something above the fire. There was something erected there. Something massive and wooden had been jammed into the ground, and it was pretty tall. There was kindling and all kinds of stuff at the base of it, but it was just slightly away from the fire, so it was not caught alight. It looked like an effigy or something. You know those sculptures that people would make specifically out of wood to burn? But There was no sculpture at the top of this pole. At the top of this thing, there was a man right at the top of it. I didn't even know how he was attached to the thing. From my angle, I could not tell properly, but it almost looked as if the pole was piercing into his skin or something just to keep him upright. He was at such an awkward angle. He had his arms outstretched from him all the way out wide. His body was kind of half twisted and slouched. He did not look conscious. He did not look alive. This was not like the finger. I knew that right in front of my eyes, this was fucking real, and I could not deny it anymore. These people never stopped. They just carried on dancing. I just ran back to my cabin to scramble for the keys to the car. When I was trying to grab them, I could hear footsteps coming from the direction of that camp. It sounded like multiple people, and there was a female voice calling out my name. It sounded so gleeful. It was telling me that she had something to show me, that I should come and join in on the family fun. I got the fuck out of there. I could hear shouting and screaming in the distance as I got closer to the car. I heard more people, more voices, louder footsteps. I half expected that the car would not start anymore, but it did. I drove and I drove to somewhere random, and I left that car there. I did not dare go back to my house to get any of my things. All that I had to get by was the cash that I had in my hand. Even just spending some of that cash to get to a different state and get the hell away from everything frightened me. I was convinced that even spending a dime of it in a local store would let them track me down across the entire country. They never came, thankfully. I know it sounds really stupid, but I never told the police. What evidence did I have? They would just throw me in jail or put me in a mental hospital, or worse, maybe WM would finally find me. I was paranoid. I was convinced that he knew everyone somehow. I was convinced that if I told someone what happened, then they would somehow know who I was and tell him. I was a wreck for years, barely able to even hold on to a job. I even spent some time homeless before finally getting my shit together. I'm sorry that I cannot tell you much more. I'm sorry that I don't know who the hell WM was or what was even going on. I don't know what he was a part of, but whatever it was, I want nothing to do with it ever again. Most of you will think that this is bullshit, and that's fine, but I had to finally type this down somewhere. It was haunting me. Oh, I almost forgot this detail. It didn't really seem relevant when I was scrambling to type all of this up, but I guess it was. The man that I saw hanging there, attached to that pole, I had seen his face before. That was the exact same man I had delivered the finger to weeks before all of that happened. I knew it was his face. I could not ever forget that damn face, and now, I don't think I ever will. I see it when I close my eyes. I did that. It was my fault. And all for what? Some money that I will never even get a sniff of anyway. I traded my soul and got nothing in return. I am a monster. Okay, so, I know that most people will likely not believe my story due to some of the things I'm about to admit, but I figure it's better for me to just be completely honest. I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of any of it. I will start by saying that for a large portion of my life, I struggled immensely with addiction. It started first with just alcohol. I had seen my father drink for my entire childhood, and I just thought it was something that men were supposed to do. I would see him stumble back into the house most nights, barely even able to keep himself upright. Sometimes I could see that he had driven home, and that there were new marks on the cars or just whatever. He was very lucky to never have died or killed someone else in a car crash. Other nights he would not turn up for days. He would always have the horrible stench on him, and his relationship with my mother, well, it of course was not the best. I started drinking, and my mother hated it. We were always at each other's throats. My father passed away from cirrhosis of the liver due to binge drinking later on in life. It broke me. My mother had basically moved on and mourned my father years ago. She tried to get him help, but he just never wanted it, and I guess she already considered him lost. But I couldn't get over it. I started drinking more and more. I started punishing myself. This led to me hanging around with a pretty bad crowd of people. This was in California. I do not live there anymore, so this does not put me in any danger. I tried meth. I tried every single drug that you could even think of. But mostly, I ended up shooting heroin. I tried to hide it, but it was pretty much impossible. I was always acting erratically, drifting off during the day, getting fired at work for not being able to concentrate, and acting like a crazy person. I borrowed money, a lot of money, from a lot of different people. Again, I'm not proud of this, but when I got really desperate, when people were banging on my door asking for what I owed them, when banks were contacting me, when people were roughing me up on the street, I began taking money from my mother when she was not looking, swiping her cards, logging into her bank account because I knew where to find her details. I should have had some self-control. It was myself who got myself into this mess. Deep down, I knew it was wrong, but my brain was just telling me that if I did not get any more, then I would die. I just needed one more hit. That I just needed to get through the day, and then I would be fine. I could start fresh tomorrow. I ended up on the street at 19 years old. I moved around from place to place. I tried to sleep on friends' couches, but it never lasted for very long. My friends who didn't use got really tired of me really quickly, and especially of my false promises. When I stayed with friends who did use, it would never take long before people in the house were fighting. Half of the time it wasn't even me. There would be a group of people I had never met before just starting shit, and as a result, everyone was gone. Homeless shelters were pretty much useless. No one actually cares to try and help you. They just want to move you on, make you someone else's problem, give you some useless platitudes, and then send you on your way. At one point, I was prepared to just die. I stopped buying food and just kept buying heroin with every single last penny that I had, because I was hoping I could just starve to death, but not feel the pain as much since I would be constantly high. That or I would end up overdosing and I would just be free. That never happened, obviously. So, when this all happened, I was actually staying in some abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. People came and went, mostly other homeless people, but they left you alone if you knew where to hide and you did not get involved with their business. I would walk into the city during the day and beg for money, for food, and rifle through the trash. I would pick up cans. I would pick up all kinds of litter, either to use for myself or take them to a recycling place, and get about 50 cents for 12 hours of picking up trash around the street. And then after all of that was said and done, I would walk back at night and sleep on the cold, hard ground. The night this started, I had made around $3 that day. I was salivating at the thought of getting a cheap burger. Sometimes I would even just buy a loaf of bread and try and ration it. One slice for breakfast, one for lunch, one for my dinner. Sometimes once I got down to the end of the pack, I would try and just survive on one slice of bread each day. I was walking back just on a side street when I noticed that there was a car rolling pretty slowly down the street. It was a big, black car. One of those ones that are pretty high up into the air that you basically need a stool to help you climb into, if you're on the shorter side like me. It did not have its headlights on, and I was getting a little bit paranoid. All of the windows were tinted, I think. The car creeps up on me eventually, and the window rolls down. It's this man, wearing a snazzy-looking black suit. He was wearing shades of some kind too. He asked me if I would like to make some money, and I just told him that I was not interested. I told him I was getting clean. There was another guy in the car, along with him, wearing pretty much the same getup, but I could not see into the back seat if there were more people than just those two. He looked a little bit annoyed and told me that it was nothing illegal. I said no, and then he said to me, "Don't worry, I'd be happy to drop you off back at your little warehouse up on X Street." I felt a chill run up my spine. How the fuck did he know where I was hiding out? I looked at the man, and I could see that he was reaching into his pocket for something, and I just started running. He shouted something at me while I ran. It trailed off, but he was saying something about paying me to do an important job. But once I ran off, I heard him shout out loud, "Don't make this harder than it needs to be." I heard a corridor slam, and this man is now speed walking towards me. This street is pretty small and narrow, so I'm hoping I can turn a corner and run down an alley and just lose him. Maybe sprint off into a little patch of woods where he could not see me. My plans got instantly scuppered though. See, there was a car parked down at the end of the street by the opposite side of the road. It looked like a Volvo 240, and it was painted red, but all of the paint was chipped and peeling away. It almost looked like it had been abandoned there. But before I could get to the end of the road, its engine suddenly just roared to life, and it very quickly reversed, so that it was blocking the narrow road all the way across. I was so panicked, I did not know what to do. I tried to turn and run to an alley down to my left, but my legs and my brain were not communicating properly, and I slipped partially. Not all the way to the ground, but I had to use my hands to catch myself, so that I was almost in a position to run on all fours. By the time I got myself back up fully to my feet, I was being tackled to the ground. I was getting punch after punch in the ribs, and I heard 2 more car doors slam. Eventually, I could feel the burn on my skin as these men were dragging me across the asphalt onto the pavement and then down this dead-end alley. I thought I was about to die. What else could they have possibly wanted me for? I did not really see the faces of these men. I spent most of the time face down, wriggling with everything I had in order to try and get free. Eventually though, I just did not have the energy. They had kicked the fight out of me, and I felt rope being tied around my wrists pretty hastily, so quickly that it burned. I remember that one of them reached around and started prying my mouth open. I tried to bite his fingers, but he punched me and then started using 2 hands and was pulling my mouth open at the top and the bottom with 2 hands, gripping and pulling backwards. He had something metal in his hands, and when I tried to bite, I hit this thing instead, and it hurt really badly. Then I felt another pair of hands forcing something down my throat. I tried to resist, but I couldn't. Whatever it was really powdery, and it tasted like chalk. The guy practically shoved his hand all the way past my uvula, and then they forced water into my mouth. I was basically waterboarded, and they did not let go until I reflexively swallowed. I remember being picked up and thrown into the back of a larger vehicle. I was not the only person in there from what I remember. Just before I blacked out, I think I recognized a face from around the area. I think he belonged to one of the homeless camps. There were at least 5 of us in the back of that vehicle, but I did not recognize any of the other faces. They were all wearing kind of tattered and horrible looking clothing though. All of them looked knocked out cold. It did not take long for my vision to go black too. When I finally woke up again, my limbs were burning, but I still could not see. I had something covering my face, and I just started screaming. I eventually heard heavy footsteps, like heavy steel-toed boots stepping on some kind of grating, and then I felt a smack right across my face. They ripped the blindfold away from my eyes, and then they tied it around my mouth. I had no idea where I was. It was like this little room made out of stone or brick. It wasn't massive, but the ceiling was quite high. It looked like it spiraled in its construction. When I looked upwards, it was like I was staring up from the bottom of a well, minus the sky. There was only darkness at the very top of the room. I was suspended in midair, tied to something. I'm not sure what I was tied to. All I knew was that my arms were outstretched from my sides all the way to the length of my wingspan, and my legs were chained to some kind of wooden structure and were spread far apart like I was doing jumping jacks. I was not the only one there. There was another person not far away from me, only he was still asleep. If my structure was the same as his, I am not kidding. We were attached to some kind of wooden cross-like structure. Only, it had all kinds of carvings and other markings on it, cloth draped over it too. None of it made sense whatsoever. A man eventually walked in, wearing surgical gloves and a face mask, like a doctor would wear. He had clothes that would be used in surgery, all sterilized and designed to be discarded after use. There were 2 other men in the room wearing suits. They had guns on their person. The only thing I could make out about the man wearing the surgical gear was his bright green eyes. They looked so unnatural, like he was wearing some of those colored contact lenses that you can buy for Halloween. He did not really speak all that much. He mostly just spoke to himself. It was like someone who had lost their mind, really, speaking underneath his breath about how we were going to have so much fun. But he was looking directly at the ground while he was saying this. And when he looked back up at me, I could see in his eyes that he was grinning. I don't know how much I should go into what happened to me, how much detail. It's all very difficult to relive, and it's not very nice to hear. I remember the first thing that happened is that I ended up having multiple needles jammed into my arm, into my neck, basically any key place where you could draw blood. He just kept drawing it from me with a syringe, saying that he needed to thin me out. He was just squirting it into some kind of a container with labels and measurements on it. He kept doing it again and again, and the site where he was piercing the needle was starting to burn. At some point, I felt really woozy, and he just stopped. The man who was chained up beside me, he woke up during all of this, and he just started going crazy. Neither of us could move very much due to the way that we had been restrained, but he managed to use his weight to move just enough. The needle was in his neck, and fuck. The needle actually snapped off while still inside his skin, and he just started screaming. And the man, the surgeon, I guess I will call him, he started getting really mad, screaming about how he was ruining the fun. And he took his fingers to where the needle was stuck in the man's neck, and he just started ramming the broken part of the needle in deeper, first with his fist and then something else. Again and again with more and more force until he was basically punching him in the neck in this spot. He was dead. He fucking killed him. He was just hanging limply from the thing that he was attached to, and his eyes were hanging wide open, and his tongue was just lolling from out of his mouth. The surgeon did not even care. He left him there to rot the entire time that I was there. His body was never removed. I remember that after this I was just sobbing. I had tears streaming down my face, and he came up to me, and he wiped one of them away, with his surgical gloves still on. He looked at me deep in the eyes, and he said to me, "Don't worry, just don't ruin it like him. They don't like it ruined. This is really going to help them. You were doing such a good job." It was like he was giving a little kid a pep talk. He was absolutely insane. I saw him look upwards and give a thumbs up into the corner of the room, and I finally noticed that there was something there blinking, some kind of a security camera. I had no idea how I did not notice it before now, which meant that there were more people here just watching me. I don't know how long I was in that room for. Maybe a week, I'm not sure. Maybe it was less than that. The surgeon kept on speaking to himself, saying how he had to purge me to see if my body would take. Those are the exact words that he said. I barely slept for any of those days. The burning of my muscles kept me awake and from properly drifting off. I lost all track of time in that place. There was just constantly a bright white burning light, and it made keeping track of the time or even what day it was impossible. I could have been in there for just 24 hours, or I could have been in there for a week. You could have told me that a year passed, and I would have to just believe you, because I could not tell. I remember the surgeon coming in each and every day and doing tests on me, testing my responsiveness and my reaction time with my eyes. Then he would feed me these pills. Mostly, they would just make me vomit. Every single day, he would feed me a pill that would make me vomit for minutes on end, so violently that I would have cramp in my chest, and everything would just feel tight. After the first day or so, I did not even have anything to throw up. I would spend minutes on end just dry heaving again and again and feeling something sticky stuck in my throat, but nothing would actually come out. It was the worst torture in the entire world. After the first day or so, they started turning up the heat in the room, to the point that I had sweat pouring down my face. The dead man beside me, he was starting to cook. I could smell his stench getting worse and worse with the heat, and I could not get that horrible smell out of my nose, that smell of death. I would sit there just sweating, and then the surgeon would come up to me and try and take more blood from me. He did not bother with the neck this time. He would take a little bit, and then he would start exercising my legs for me. Because they were strapped down, it was hard, but sometimes he would loosen the chains just enough that he could lift my leg and move it in circles. It was like when people are bedridden and nurses have to exercise muscles for the people so that they do not degrade. This is basically what he did to me. There was more that happened to me that, I don't really want to speak about it. It makes me feel physically sick to remember, and I think you understand the idea by now without me going into the rest. Like I said, I don't know how long I spent in there with the bright, sickly white light basically blinding me at all times. I think the lack of sleep was catching up with me and sending me crazy. I remember the surgeon came in and he performed one final test on me, but I could barely even see. It felt like I was going blind. It was like my vision had narrowed, so I only had a tiny little slit of a view directly in front of me, and even that was blurry. I looked down at my body before he walked into the room. I had already been losing a lot of weight while living on the street, but by now, I looked like skin and bone. I could identify and count nearly each and every single rib that I had, because they were almost poking through the skin and they were so clearly visible. I was not even sweating anymore. My body did not have any left to give. So yeah, I was just really out of it and not really fully aware of my surroundings anymore. All of my senses just felt really numb. Even when the surgeon talked, it felt muffled and like he was speaking from 2 rooms away and that I was only getting the echo. I remember feeling a burning sensation somewhere just underneath my ribs. I think anyway. I could not really pinpoint where the feeling was coming from. It was almost like just a tickle now. It was hard to even tell where it was on my body. I could feel pounding inside my ears, almost like my ears had a heartbeat. I heard lots of the little sounds that I was hearing. It sounded like I was underwater. I remember taking a glance down and seeing that the surgeon was holding something. It was like a pack of something, like an IV bag or a blood bag. It was like that, and it had something inside of it. Not just liquid though. I could see some blobs of something. I could not really tell, because it was like all of the color had drained out of the world. When I see the memories inside my head, they're almost in black and white. I remember feeling something cold replacing the burning sensation. I remember hearing a really muffled squelching sound. The room was just spinning like I was drunk, and I was mindlessly moving my head in a circle around my shoulders. After that, I heard the surgeon say, "No, get the next one, it won't take." And then the guard started walking towards me. After that, everything just went black. When I finally woke up again, I woke up again in a random alley. I had no idea where I was. I was nowhere near where I was originally picked up. I'm not sure if I was even in the same state anymore. I could barely even move my muscles. I had to basically drag myself across the floor because I could not stand up. And I did this until I was in the middle of the road. I got so lucky that night. So incredibly lucky that some random person chose to drive down there at the time that they did, and that they also chose to stop and call an ambulance for me. Without them, I would have been long dead. I think I was in the hospital for weeks on end, maybe even more than a month. Like I said, after all of that, even afterwards, once it was done, time just seemed so messed up, I couldn't even make sense of it properly. Even with alarm clocks and normal daylight, I couldn't work it out. I was told that I was lucky to be alive, that the dehydration and the cold turkey withdrawal from heroin on their own could have easily killed me, but that the two of them combined in the state that I was in, that should have been the end. I had cuts and bruises and scars. I was talked to by the police. They did not believe me. Why would they believe the word of some good-for-nothing junkie? They thought I had lost my mind and was making up some bullshit about homeless people being kidnapped. At first, they thought I was one of those who get put in the hospital on purpose just so that they can get free drugs. I showed them the scars and the marks that were not there before, and they told me I probably just got in a fight with a dealer, or ended up doing them myself because I was too brain dead to use a needle properly, or that I just wanted free drugs. It has been many years since that day, and I've been clean for a couple of years now. I apologized to my mother, and I got back in touch with her. I realized that life is short and precious. She did not really believe what I went through either, but she was willing to take another chance to help me get my life back on track. It was not an easy road. There were multiple more relapses and fights. There were a lot of close calls, but eventually I was able to stick with it. Even to this day, I have to be careful. All it takes is one stray thought, one phone call, and my life is ruined all over again. A lot of the time it's exhausting being so constantly vigilant, but I suppose it's the price I have to pay for the choices that I made. What was going on? What happened to me? I have no idea. I don't think I will ever know. I have worked as a paramedic for quite a long time now, about 15 years or so of service. I've seen pretty much anything and everything that you could expect to see in the job, plus a lot more. But I had one experience that was even more bizarre than that. To this day, I still could not give you a proper explanation. I worked for a 911 ambulance service at this time, and the days were long and pretty busy. I would sometimes work anywhere from 11 to 16-hour days, sometimes pulling even more overtime depending on other factors. Being short of staff in the medical field is unfortunately pretty common these days. The pay is not the best, and there is a lack of resources for people who do want to get into the profession. It requires getting into crippling debt and immense personal sacrifice and years of hard studying, and you are not even compensated for it or given any assistance in making it through the education. It's a real problem that's only gotten worse over the years. If you want to be a doctor or a nurse or anything like that, it requires you having a lot of money already. You have to basically be rich to go through all of the studies. I would not be surprised if the medical profession collapses underneath its own weight in a few years, and we have a lot of major preventable deaths. That's a little off topic though. This was probably my 15th call of the day, and it was around 2 a.m. My partner and I had been taking it in turns having power naps in order to just stay alert and not fall asleep at the wheel. I think it was around Christmas time this happened, just a couple of years ago. The weather was freezing, and so we had a lot of calls about elderly people succumbing to the elements who could not even afford to heat their own homes, or just old people falling and suffering a lot of damage. This call was about an elderly man, I'd say around 70 or so years old. His neighbor was calling because apparently he had not been seen in around a week and was not responding to any knocks on his door. He apparently went around for Christmas every single year since he was apparently estranged from his son, but his neighbor had not heard a word from him and was really worried. He said he'd heard some weird noises in the last hour that frightened him after hearing nothing for an entire week. We responded first. There were very limited details to go off of. We had to wait for fire service to arrive, which only took a few extra minutes. It was quite strange. His front door had actually been barricaded shut, which we only discovered when the fire department breached the front door and a pile of pure junk came toppling down everywhere around. We could not even step over it. There were wooden planks that had been nailed into the wall very poorly, and that actually were not reinforcing the door whatsoever. They told us after the fact that it looked like a lot of chains and bolts had been installed recently. They were of poor quality, but did work. They had to put the window through. There was no time to even scale the pile of junk. There were chairs and tables all stacked up, with things like those small 5-kilogram dumbbells stacked on top for extra weight. It looked like it was just whatever was lying around. The man was not in his living room. The place was a bit of a mess. There were bowls and plates stacked high that still had remnants of old food. It was all rotting by now, and there were bugs crawling through what was left. There were a couple of big stains all over the cream carpet. It looked like vomit and something else. One of the stains was really dark. The smell was horrible. So, we are going through the entire place shouting for this man, asking him if he is okay, until we get to the upstairs. We see that there is a keyhole for his bathroom that is locked, and we have to have it knocked down. We of course knocked and asked the man to open up, and then told him to step back when he did not respond. The door was also chained and bolted shut. There were tools just left lying around on the bathroom floor. The smell in there was just as bad as outside. The old man had vomited everywhere and just not cleaned it up. It was really lucky that we have gloves and masks and other PPE so that we did not have to deal with it firsthand. It was an older house and had one of those old antique-style bathtubs that are pretty big and not connected to the wall. The man was inside of it, just laying down. I could barely even see his head peeking above the water. The water was stale and was an orange kind of color. We had no idea how long he had just been sitting there in his own filth, but judging by how wrinkled his skin was, it seemed like it had to have been at least a day or so. The man was messed up really badly. He had cuts and bruises all over his body, mainly near his wrists and arms. It looked like he had taken something sharp and made incisions, but in other places, it looked almost as if he had just bitten himself multiple times. He had a bunch of open wounds where he had ripped off the top layer of skin. One down near his wrist looked really infected. The man was abnormally pale, and he smelled like something was rotting, along with a strong metallic smell. When my partner and I tried to grab his attention, he all of a sudden shot awake and was panicking really hard. It was almost impossible to calm him down and get him to answer some questions. He was splashing back and forth in the water and was just making mumbling sounds. I tried to ask him for his name, and he could not say it. He could not even look at me. We were under the impression that he had maybe tried to take his own life in the bathtub. That's the only conclusion that we could come to from all of the marks and the fact that he had barricaded his entire home. Because of all of this, we legally had the right to take him to the hospital, since he was in no fit mental state to look after himself or refuse our care. He had no history of mental health problems on record, and he was not in any ill health as far as we knew. We tried to stand him up, but he wouldn't. He seemed like he was in a daze, like he didn't even really know where he was. When we tried to stand him up, his legs turned to jelly, and he fell back down into the water. He was screaming, but it sounded like he was doing it with his mouth closed. After a few minutes, he was able to form words, but he would not even really engage in a conversation with us or comply. He kept shouting at us to leave him there, that he refused to go to the hospital. He was really insistent on this. He kept saying that he needed to just be left there, that his house needed to be sealed back up, that it was best for everyone if he just died. It was honestly really heartbreaking to hear. We took it as him being suicidal and feeling like his life was not worth anything anymore. He fought us the whole time, kicking his legs at us and cursing at us. When we were able to finally stand him up and get a towel around him, his demeanor changed. He still seemed dazed, almost drunk, but he started screaming at the top of his lungs. He kept telling us he could see things that very clearly were not there, that his house needed to be sealed back up, that it was best for everyone if he just died. It was honestly really heartbreaking to hear. We took it as him being suicidal and feeling like his life was not worth anything anymore. He fought us the whole time, kicking his legs at us and cursing at us. When we were able to finally stand him up and get a towel around him, his demeanor changed. He still seemed dazed, almost drunk, but he started screaming at the top of his lungs. Like, when he was being carried down the stairs, he told us that there was a 6-foot-tall man standing in the corner by the door, that he was all black and made of shadow. He said that he was sent to judge him, that the man made of shadow was going to judge his soul. He told us to put him back in his tub, otherwise the shadow man would use him, is what he said. After we carried him out of the back, he told us he could see the devil himself in the back of a car that was parked up. It was just his neighbor's car, and it was completely empty. He screamed and begged. He told us he did not want to work for the devil, that we had to leave him in his tub, otherwise the devil would put him to work. He had very clearly lost his mind. Not much happened after that. We restrained him in the ambulance and checked on his vitals. After that, he was handed over to urgent care, and they would nurse him back to health. After that, I guess he'd be put into a psychiatric institution or a care home for older people with cognitive issues. He was a danger to himself. They would probably contact his son and ask for his consent on what to do with him. It was a sad sight, and all too common, if I'm being honest. But it left my mind completely after that. I thought that would be it. Sure, what he did and the things he said were weird, but I thought that would be all. Fast forward a couple of days, I am back in the hospital because of another emergency. I had a few minutes of downtime, and so I thought I would check in on the man. I felt bad since he had no family at all, and thought it might be comforting for someone to check in on him, or for him to see a familiar face, even if it wasn't that familiar. The man was not there. I asked the nurse, and she confirmed this. I asked if he had been moved to a different facility already. She told me no. She told me he was gone. I actually felt my stomach drop. What do you mean, gone? Apparently, he had managed to flee in the middle of the night, that he unplugged himself from his machine and ripped out his IV drip and just walked out while the nurse was on break. There was no way he could have known that the coast would be clear. It was just blind luck. He was on so many sedatives that there was no way he would have been able to just get up and walk outside like that on his own. Even we had to help him down his own stairs in his home. His bones were degrading, and he was so messed up from all of his self-inflicted injuries. Apparently, he had a deep wound on his leg, and the skin tissue was lucky not to be necrotic. No one had seen him walk outside the hospital. Not nurses, not outside staff, not other patients, but they had him on camera. He just ripped out the IV and hopped to his feet like he was half his age. The camera caught him crouching down low and grabbing a coat that had been left behind in his room in order to cover up his hospital gown. Police could not find him. He had not gone back to his home. Where he was anyone's guess, really. Hearing this really shocked me. That poor old man. He wasn't right in the head and he didn't know. He must have been so alone and scared. But it's not like there was much I could do. Fast forward a week or so, we get another call. It's from the same area that the old man lived. In fact, it was the same damn neighbor. He said he could hear screaming coming from the house next door, that he had not seen anyone come home, so he did not know who it was. Once again, we were the first ones there, followed by the fire department and then the police. His windows had been boarded up, but the door was opened up. We were under the impression it was a medical emergency and not criminal, so we rushed inside. The house was the exact same as it was the last time. There was still a ton of junk near the front door that had not been cleared. My partner and I were just about to climb over it all. We did not receive any replies when calling for the man, and we rushed upstairs. The bathroom was ajar, and there was a horrible smell coming from it. There was water leaking on the floor and pooling outside the bathroom. It looked tinged a deep orange color once again. The man was right there, inside the tub. He did not respond at all. He looked very, very dead. He looked even more pale this time, if that was even possible. The skin on his face looked really messed up. It looked like he was actively decaying, like all of the skin tissue was necrotic. We rushed into the room to help him. I could not feel a pulse, and I made sure to make this known over the radio. Police were held up due to a collision in the city center. There would be an extra couple of minutes. We were just sat there with the body for a while. There was absolutely nothing that we could do for the man. He was stone dead. The man had fresh wounds all over his legs and thighs. They looked deeper than the last time. They looked like the old man had just sunk a knife or something deep into his thigh, but there was not one laying around. My partner was analyzing his body, making note of our cuts and such, and then we both got the fright of our lives. The old man, he shot upwards. He had no pulse whatsoever. The man was dead, stone dead. I checked and double-checked myself, and so did my partner. But he shot upwards, and he looked so angry. Even his eyes looked decayed. The whites of his eyes had yellowed, and the veins inside them looked stressed. This should not have been possible. I shot backwards, but my partner was closer since he was analyzing the wounds on the man's skin. The old man just grabbed my partner and sunk his nails deep into his wrist. They were untrimmed, and I saw that the old man had pierced skin and drew blood. My partner screamed, and the old man shot down and bit my partner's hand. He just sunk his teeth right in. It looked like the old man had lost half of them, like they had just crumbled out of his mouth. Aside from a few at the front, most of them were just cracked stumps. My partner managed to pull back, but he was still on the floor, and this old man jumped up to his feet and stepped out of the bathtub. Last time we were here, he could not even stand up at all, never mind move like that. I helped my partner up to his feet, and the old man just lunged at him and managed to grab him. He was gripping onto his arm, and he was just screaming like he did the last time we were there. I could not get him away. He kept flailing his arms and trying to scratch or slap us both, and so I just pushed the old man. It was a heat of the moment thing. I wasn't even thinking properly. I was just trying to make sure that we were both safe and okay. I don't even know why I did it really. I just panicked and could not think of any other way to stop him. I didn't even use that much force, but the old man went tumbling backwards and he hit the ground. And when he did, I heard a sickening snap and crack. And all of a sudden, the old man was on the floor, with his left leg bent and snapped at a horrible angle. It snapped like it was nothing. It was almost at a 90-degree angle. He could not get up off the floor, but he sure tried. He just kept screaming and screaming, and we called for emergency medical assistance and for the police to get down there right away. My partner was shaking. He was telling me that he felt cold. He was hiccuping like crazy too. That kind of hiccuping that's so violent, you think the person might throw up. I should have stayed there with the old man, but I helped my partner outside. I left him with some of the fire department guys while another ambulance arrived. One of the guys went inside with me to help restrain and watch over the old man. He screamed for around 5 minutes straight. His voice was so hoarse, I was amazed it did not give out on the spot. He would not respond to either me or the firefighter. He just kept on screaming while staring right at us. After around 5 minutes, he just stops and seems to pass out. Only, he has no pulse once again. It seemed like he just perished on the spot from his injuries and from exhaustion. Maybe adrenaline was the only thing keeping him going, and he passed away from the damage to his leg and the shock. I have no idea. I can't really come up with any kind of explanation. I had a witness with me. My partner also covered for me. He told everyone the old man was uncontrollably violent and had tools in his bathroom. I'm probably lucky I didn't have to go to trial or even get suspended. We didn't really get an explanation for what happened with the old man or how he died. Police arrived and closed off the scene. It was a dead body, so there was no need for me and my partner anymore. I went to the nearest hospital with him to make sure he was okay. He was in there for a good few weeks. He got really sick. He was always visibly sweating and was seeing things. He kept telling me that he could see a bright white light, that he thought he was going to die. He could not keep down any kind of fluids either. He asked me to put him out of his misery on more than one occasion. That was one of the scariest moments of my life. He was tested for everything under the sun. He got given a vaccine for rabies, I think, since the old man bit him and pierced his skin. He was in urgent care for quite a while. I think it turned out that he had tetanus, which is a scary thing to have. It has a high mortality rate. Without medical care, you are guaranteed to die. Even with intensive care, you still have around a 20% chance of dying, which doesn't sound like a lot, but believe me, it is. Things were pretty scary for quite a while, and things looked rough at certain times, but because we got him there so early, he had a really good chance of being okay, and he was. He was off work for quite a while. I was surprised he did not quit, but yeah. That's probably the worst experience I had working as a paramedic. I still don't really know what happened to that old guy. This is a story of all of the strange things I encountered while near the Bayside Marketplace in Miami. Something that would later be referred to online as the Miami Mall alien incident. Now, let me be clear. I never was inside the mall directly myself, and I cannot personally attest to seeing 10-foot-tall shadow aliens with my own eyes, but I definitely experienced some strange things on that night. If you are unfamiliar, this happened on the 1st of January, 2024. There were news articles and reports online about people seeing these shadow aliens in a mall in Miami, and the police response was absolutely massive. It was massive news online for around 24 hours, before information and talk online seemed to vanish off the face of the earth, and articles suddenly claiming a massive police response was sent out to deal with teenagers setting off fireworks. Okay, so for a context, I am German, and at the time of the incident, I was on vacation in the United States with my fiancé. We were spending the evening near Maurice Ferry Park, only a short walking distance away from the Bayside Marketplace. Everything initially seemed completely normal. The waterfront was crowded with tourists. People were taking pictures of the skyline. Families were enjoying the evening, and others were simply walking through the park. It was exactly what you would expect from a busy night in downtown Miami. Then, within what felt like only a few minutes, the atmosphere changed entirely. At first, it was subtle. People began moving away from the direction of the Bayside Marketplace faster than before. Some of them were looking over their shoulders. Other people appeared visibly distressed. Then, the pace increased. Soon, large numbers of people were running away. At first, I assumed there had been a fight, an accident, or perhaps some kind of security incident. However, the level of panic that I witnessed seemed far beyond what I would normally associate with just a simple disturbance. What disturbed me the most that evening was not the police response. It was the people. As a paramedic in Germany, I have dealt with panic attacks, severe intoxications, psychotic episodes, traumatic injuries, and people experiencing the worst moments of their lives. Because of that, unusual behavior rarely surprises me. The people coming from the direction of the Bayside Marketplace were different. Many people appeared genuinely terrified. Not excited and not hysterical in the way that you would expect after a fight or a public disturbance, but deeply unsettled, like something shook them to the core, something they could not explain, something they didn't know how to normally react to. What immediately caught my attention was that several of them seemed unable to explain what had happened, even though they were desperately trying to. I spoke to multiple people. Most of them talked rapidly, often gesturing behind them or repeatedly looking back toward the marketplace. Their speech was fluent, but incredibly difficult to follow. They would start one sentence, then suddenly switch to something completely unrelated, and then they would return back to their original point without ever really explaining anything. I have to mention, there was a little more weird phenomena once the people started pouring out and away from the mall. The sky seemed to get dark really quickly all of a sudden. These dark gray clouds seemed to roll in, but only in like the very local area. It never rained. These clouds just roll in faster than I realized, and they also dissipated not long after the people stopped coming out of the mall. I will also mention that before anyone even came out of the place, and I felt the atmosphere change, I could feel this weird feeling in the air. I kept walking around and feeling these like tiny shocks in the air, on my neck, on my arms, especially where the hairs on my arms are, just tiny little shocks occasionally. Not enough to be painful, but definitely enough that I noticed them. I saw this one like flash in the sky too, way before the clouds, way before the atmosphere changed, back when everything still felt normal, I guess you could say. It was like way up in the sky, just a momentary white flash, a blink and you'll miss it type of thing. Not enough to engulf the whole sky, but just a blanket bit of sky in the immediate area, just boom and then gone. That was not all either. When that big stream of people started funneling away from the mall, and some of them were sprinting now, there seemed to be another wave that came after, but it was like delayed. It was like you had this big stream of people, then a pause, and then a second wave of people. One of the people running away from the mall was a man who looked decently old actually. I would say he was either in his 50s or in his 60s. He looked in horrible shape, and like his knees could give way at any second. He just looked really, really frail. But he was sprinting, probably quicker than I myself could even run. He was not paying attention to his surroundings at all. He was just running, knocking into people on the way, and he even knocked over a trash can that was on the side of the street. I was in his path, and I shouted at him, and I was like, "Hey, dude." And I tried to move out of the way, but he was running so erratically, I couldn't tell where he would go, and he ended up knocking me to the floor, and he ended up falling on top of me. The dude's eyes just seemed so gigantic and wide. He barely even seemed like he was on the same planet. He started trying to talk to me, but every time he opened up his mouth, he could not stop dribbling and stuttering. It was gross, actually. He would be like, sorry, I just need to..." And then he would start coughing and sputtering up his lungs. He never once looked at me when saying all of this, by the way. His head was facing me, but it was like he could not look directly forward or make eye contact with me. He got up and ran away without even finishing his sentence, and I saw him knock into more people on the way. That was not the only weird shit that I saw from where I was. I saw a group of teenagers, maybe 2 or 3 of them. They were running away from the mall with their cell phones in their hands. One of them was shouting something about they blocked it. I don't really know what that means. I only got a quick glimpse, but it almost looked as if all of their phones were just cracked. The screens were black, and they did not look turned on at all. And then, later on, in that second big wave of people, the kids were in the first, by the way, I noticed a woman right at the back of the pack, just walking really slowly. She had this blank expression on her face, but she had a big stream of blood running from out of her nose, down onto her neck, and then staining the collar of the t-shirt that she was wearing. She was just walking casually, like nothing was wrong at all, like she had not noticed anything. I ran up to her and asked if she was okay, and if she needed any medical attention. I made sure to mention my profession so it didn't come off as weird or me harassing her. But she just stared at me, tilted her head, and then just kept walking forward, like she was looking right through me. She walked past me, and I tried to ask her again, thinking maybe she was in shock. I told her that I was concerned, and that it would be no problem for me at all to try and get her help. She turned and looked back at me for a second, but again, like she was looking right through me. She wiped some of the blood from her nose, took a look at it for half a second, and then just said, "I have work tomorrow." And I shit you not, the whole time that she spent walking away, she kept taking the blood and wiping it away from her nose and then wiping it across her cheek, or even licking the blood off of her hand. I was so confused. More people walked out just like that woman, only without the blood. They just had blank expressions and were not running, unlike the other people right beside them. Anytime you would try to talk to them, they would either look at you like you were talking a foreign language, or they would just mutter some gibberish and then just keep walking on. What made it really unsettling was that this was not an isolated observation. I encountered several people, just like I said, who gave me the exact same impression. They could talk, they could produce language, but they couldn't communicate what they were saying. It was like their brain and their mouth actually had a disconnect of some kind, almost like their whole body had some kind of disconnect with some of the people that I saw. At the same time, many of them had noticeably dilated pupils, and they appeared highly agitated. They would snap, they would get annoyed very quickly, or just blank me and walk off. My first thought was some form of intoxication, but that didn't really make sense at all. Not all of these people could have been drunk or high all on the same thing. And I mean, the behaviors were too different to be consistent with one thing. And they definitely did not behave like some people who had witnessed a fight or a robbery or some other kind of incident. If the official explanation is to be believed, I think the people would be a lot more panicked if they had fireworks shot at them, or if a group of teenagers were trying to harass them and fight them. I think they would be a lot more angry than they were visibly. Rather than being quick to anger, I think they would have been already pissed off. And also, surely some adult would have fought back, taught these kids a lesson. The overwhelming impression I was left with after the fact, after I had time to think about it all, was that these people had seen something that had frightened them badly enough to run. Yet for whatever reason, they seemed unable to properly explain what it was. As for the people walking, it must have just been shock, I guess. As someone who spent years assessing people in stressful and life-threatening situations, I can honestly say that their behavior was one of the most unusual things I witnessed that entire night. I remember I spotted a little girl all on her own, just walking with her teddy bear. I can't remember how old she was, maybe 4, 5 years old. She had no parents with her, and it being late at night, I was quite worried for her safety. I asked her where her parents were, and she just kind of turned her head to the side when she looked at me, kind of like a dog would when it is confused. And then she said, "I don't have parents, they're in the mall." Again, it just didn't make sense. Anyway, I did not have to call the police to help her, because the police response came pretty soon after. So, then came the police response, and that was the moment I realized this situation was far larger than I had initially assumed. Police vehicles began arriving from multiple directions. At first it was just a few, and then it was many more. Within a very short period of time, the area appeared completely flooded with law enforcement. I have never witnessed such a large police presence in my entire life. Coming from Germany, where even major cities rarely deploy that many units at once, the scale of the response was difficult to comprehend. Every direction seemed illuminated by flashing blue and red lights. Sirens echoed between the buildings, there were that many of them, while officers rapidly moved into position around the area. The entire vicinity of Bayside Marketplace and the park and the surrounding streets appeared to be under immediate law enforcement control. What also caught my attention was that many of the people leaving the area were not simply allowed to continue on their way. Numerous individuals were stopped by officers, questioned, and in many cases escorted toward patrol vehicles. Some people, the teenagers for example, tried to run away from the police and divert their angle. And I actually saw one of them tackle one of these teenagers to the ground. It was insane. I had never seen such a large-scale detainment by force. From my perspective, it appeared unusually organized and systematic. I wanted to understand what was going on, and I also wanted to figure out whether there were any casualties that required any medical assistance. So I approached one of the deputies. I identified myself as a German paramedic and asked if any medical support was needed while ambulances and such arrived. The response to me was immediate. I was instructed to leave the area. When I tried to ask what had happened, I was warned that if I remained there, I could be arrested for interfering in external affairs. What he said, that phrase, that immediately made me feel weird. I don't know. I'd never heard it before. It didn't seem like a common American law enforcement term. I know I'm from Germany, but you watch TV, you see police responses, you kind of learn these things even if you're not from there. A short time later, I was informed that remaining in the area at all could result in a trespassing charge. At that point, it became clear that nobody was interested in answering questions, so I left, which was weird because I was not detained like all of the other people. I was not questioned. Even while walking away, I remember repeatedly looking back toward the marketplace. The flashing lights in the sky, they continued to multiply. I kept seeing those momentary flashes of white in the sky as more and more time passed. At first, I only saw the one for a brief second, way before anything even occurred, but they seem to be occurring now with less time in between and also for longer. By the time I was forced to move away by the police, the bright flash in the sky was lasting for just over a second, and it was happening every few minutes now, with seemingly no way for it to be emitted by anything around. I could not tell what the source was. More and more vehicles arrived, more and more officers appeared, and despite the enormous response, I still had absolutely no idea what triggered such a dramatic reaction in the first place. Nobody around could tell me what was going on. Surely one of the passers-by, or even the police, could just tell me it was fireworks being set off. And more importantly, I never heard a bang coming from the mall. Surely I was close enough to where I would hear the bang of fireworks exploding. The next day, my fiancé and I boarded our return flight to Germany. What happened before we were able to even get on this flight back to Germany was probably, in many ways, stranger than the events in Miami. Before we could get through all of customs and were going through the TSA scans and etc., customs officers stopped every single passenger from our flight. I think they were all from our flight anyway. I saw most of the people that were stopped on my flight later on. Normally, customs personnel are present at airports, but this was different. Nobody was simply waved through. Instead, each and every passenger was separated and escorted away. We were brought to an interrogation area where officers were waiting to speak to us. I myself was actually escorted away into a private room in order to have a full-body search conducted. I asked multiple times for them to give me the reason for such a thing, and they kept on giving me trickles of information and avoiding the question entirely. At first, I was told it was just a safety precaution due to an incident that happened earlier that day. He would not tell me the incident that happened either, and I found no news report about an incident in an airport on that date. Then he changed his story and told me that something in my bag or on my person triggered a silent alarm and that they needed to check. I knew that this was impossible because I was traveling incredibly light. I didn't have anything on my person at all, and I did not even have anything metal or electronic aside from my cell phone, which was in my bag. After more pressure being put on him, he admitted to me that I matched a physical description of someone that they were on the lookout for. I was furious, to say the least, and tried to kick up a fuss, but if I'm honest, my fiancée just wanted to go home, and I knew that she would be angry if I made us miss our flight. So I agreed, even though they gave me veiled threats about how this would not end well for me, and how I should just consent, otherwise this would be escalated quickly. I am pretty sure it's not in their job description to intimidate paying customers. It was not a full strip search or anything like that. I don't think that would be legal on the spot without proof presented to me or other legal requirements, but I had to remove my jacket and other bulky layers, and they even pressured me to remove my jeans or at least loosen them, to which I refused. I don't know if it was coincidence, but they were pretty rough with me, They would grab me, and when they did, they would twist my arm slightly when searching me, or they would put a lot of pressure on me with their grip. And if I tried to protest, they just told me that things would go much quicker if I kept my mouth shut. At one point, when this man went to grab my arm to search my body, he pretty much open palm slapped my body before tightening his grip, and it wasn't a light one either. I of course filed a complaint and tried to escalate things once I was out of there, but of course, it never went any further. I was basically told that I was talking a load of nonsense and made it up, and that nothing was going to be progressed. The flight was not particularly full, as it was not a typical peak travel period, which made the situation even more noticeable. Our mobile phones were collected almost immediately after these searches were done. I'm not sure how many people were taken to a private room to be searched, or if it was just me. At some point, documents were presented containing extensive personal information. The paperwork included details such as names, phone numbers, device information, and other identifying data. I remember being surprised by how specific the information was. According to another German tourist whom I had met at the hotel, photos and videos stored on his device had later disappeared. That when he immediately got his phone back, it was all fine, everything was still there, but when he later landed and got to his home, it had just vanished. I kept in touch with him, which is how I knew this. It's weird though, because I gave him my number, which he saved in his phone, and he told me later on that the number had also disappeared from his phone, and that he was lucky he had a good memory for numbers. So yeah, he said that photos and videos stored on his device had later disappeared, mostly just from his vacation. The same was true for footage that I had recorded during the incident. Videos, photographs, and even certain voice recordings that had been stored on messaging applications were no longer available afterwards. Several of us were asked whether we wished to speak with an attorney. The timing seemed strange. By that point, our devices had already been examined. We were eventually released and allowed to leave. No confidentiality agreements were signed. No explanations were provided beyond a brief few statements. The entire process felt abrupt, highly organized, and unlike anything I had ever experienced before. Since then, I have spoken about the incident only with close friends and family members. I have never publicly posted about it online. I am not claiming to know what happened that night. I can only describe what I personally witnessed. Take my story as you will. I don't really know how to start my story, other than stating that I used to work for NASA quite some time ago now. You can choose to believe me or not believe me. It doesn't actually really matter to me. All that matters to me is finally sharing what I saw without being under lock and key. I mean, yes, my NDA doesn't actually ever expire, technically, but it would be more trouble than it's worth to find me, and so I finally feel safe sharing this story. Now, if you were unaware, NASA does not just deal with deep space. They've been investing money and resources into exploring the deep ocean for many, many years, and it is still ongoing. It is nowhere near as publicized as all of their space missions though, so when you tell people this, they look at you like you have a third eye. I worked for NASA, not specifically in a department covering the deep sea, but as a scientist a lot more generally. I would mostly study soil samples or rock samples, workout routines for astronauts to stop muscle degradation in space and regain their full fitness in the months after returning. And then I would occasionally be involved with research of aquatic life or samples brought back. It sounds a little bit too all-encompassing, I know, especially for a company with so much funding. But the problem is that the tasks that I was put on to deal with, most of them were things that no one else was allowed to see, that were never supposed to leave the building. I would say top secret, but I suppose that phrase has some weird connotations now. It was not just me. There was basically a trusted team, and we were pulled from all kinds of departments. All of us had been working in our respective fields for years, and had more experience than most of the other staff combined. Anyway, what I wanted to tell you about started with some kind of deep-sea operation. I never witnessed the mission personally myself because, of course, that is not my area of expertise, but I got the story afterwards from one of the engineers and some gossip from another member of staff that I trusted. A DSV was sent down. That's a deep submergence vehicle, if you don't know the acronym. You've definitely seen one before. Here's a picture actually, but I'm not sure what exactly for. I was not allowed to know, and the engineer was pretty tight-lipped. Just said something about a detected disturbance near one of the continental shelves, and that there was some kind of structural anomaly. That was about as much information as he would volunteer. Anyway, completely unrelated to their mission apparently, they ended up surfacing and noticed something attached to the vessel. They could not tell what it was at first. It looked like some kind of squid-like creature. More on that later though. Both him, the crew, and some of the other staff members there thought it best just to scrape the thing off of the side and get rid of it, since it was useless, at least in their eyes. But then something really strange apparently happened. The other staff member, he was a glorified security guard basically, with other privileges too. He told me that the thing started glowing when one of the crew got closer to it. Like, the second that he said out loud that he was gonna scrape the thing off the side and toss it away, it started to pulse this strange color. He said that the color was almost impossible to describe. Like, it flickered so quickly between different colors that it was almost impossible to pin down. Like, flickering through all different shades in a second flat so the eye could not process it quickly enough. After that, he said it started making these really weird noises while its body and limbs were almost vibrating and wriggling. In that moment, he said he felt this weird feeling inside his head. He told me that he just felt so peaceful. At first he was shocked and also a little bit panicked because he had never seen something like this before. But the second that he heard whatever noise it was making, he just felt really calm and tranquil, like nothing would ever go wrong ever again. And he started thinking about how he wanted to get closer and touch the thing, that he should take it and make sure that it was okay, to make sure that the thing would not die. Everyone in the room pretty quickly got into an argument. One of the crew was still saying how it needed to go. The guard was getting aggressive at these suggestions, saying how it was not up to him, that he should be a good little boy and go and call his boss. Again, I wasn't there, but the guard said he felt really unlike himself. He said that he felt calm up until the suggestions of tossing this creature away, and then he felt a burning feeling inside his head. He could feel a hot sensation inside there just shaking around. It apparently did not take long for someone to be called down there, and then everything got serious. The guard had to be pulled off the other crew member. The engineer was stood with his face just a couple of inches away from the thing attached to the vessel, and he apparently just had this blank expression on his face, and he would not talk to anyone. Everything, and I mean absolutely everything, got locked down. People were restrained and taken to the medbay in order for them to get checked up on. The guard told me that he was grilled for a couple of hours in a makeshift interview room, being asked what the hell he was playing at. Eventually, they let him go with a warning after he explained everything that he said to me. He said that they did some scans and checks in the medbay, but had no idea what or even if they found anything. That creature, whatever it was secured, and that is where I come in. I was working with a team of 2 other scientists, and we were asked to monitor this thing and run some rudimentary tests on it. We were supposed to observe how it reacted to different stimuli, what kind of food it would eat, etc. And finally, they wanted us to cut this thing open and work out what made it tick. We had a supervisor that hung around us like a bad smell, but would sometimes drop out of the room and come back a few hours later. We had to make detailed reports and notes and take pictures and stuff too, while everything was in progress. Of course, I do not have access to any of these materials anymore. The thing was being kept in this special sort of tank that had a lot more vertical space than horizontal. They included bits of seaweed and other things for the habitat, but most of the time, this thing just sat low in the tank and clung tightly to the glass, pressed right up against it. The thing, how do I even describe it? It was kind of like a squid, I guess, but not exactly. It was probably about the size of my hand, maybe a little bit bigger than that. It had these tentacle-like things at the bottom of it, but they were quite short, and they crawled back in on themselves before splitting it into smaller little pieces. They looked like they had something tiny running across all of them, like tiny little hairs maybe, but they looked a little bit too sharp and stiff for them to just be hairs. Since it mostly sat just pressed up against the glass, I could see the beak of this thing, I guess you would call it, since it had similar anatomy to a squid and they have beaks. It had this gaping hole, but everything around it looked cracked and chapped, almost as if it was made from stone. The hole was not even. It looked as if all around it had chipped randomly, and so some of the remaining bits were jagged or sharp, and others were blunt. When it would just sit there, this part of it would almost pulse and grow slightly bigger or slightly smaller, as if it was mimicking breathing or something. The thing was a pale, almost translucent sort of color. I was not seeing any kind of glowing or changing of colors like people had told me. Maybe it was just a trick of the light for them. Anyway, aside from having quite a bulbous head, there was only really one other thing that stood out to me about this creature. In the middle of the top of the head, there was just a hole in it where I could only see pure blackness. It was decently sized in comparison with the rest of its body. The team speculated at length, trying to figure out if it was actually part of this thing or just a wound. We could not find any signs of trauma or damage when we examined the thing. We observed the thing at length, and I did not feel strange like the guard said he did. We tried all sorts of tests that would take much too long to explain all of them. We tried messing with different sources of lights, and it just sat there doing the exact same thing, almost like it was dormant. We tried giving it food, seeing how it fed, but even when we dumped a load of plankton in there for it to eat, it just never bothered. The plankton mostly just orbited around this thing. See, plankton cannot swim, they just drift in the ocean, but it was almost like they were being pulled towards this thing, like some kind of magnetic pull. I was not awake when this happened, so I did not witness it myself, but one of the others on the team, I will call him Roger, he told us he saw it feed. He said he saw the thing detach from the glass and just float on the spot. Then he said the thing actually grew in size, that it expanded itself to be around twice the size, which sounded impossible to me. Things can't just do that, it's physically impossible. He said that he was in awe just watching the thing, and then he said he saw it glowing and pulsing. He said he could hear the same noise that we were told about before. He described it as quite high-pitched, but more like melodical notes than a squeal. He said that after this, the plankton drifted towards the thing more and more, and then boom. In one quick second, he said the thing darted and got all of them in one fell swoop. And then it apparently shrunk back down and attached itself back to the glass. I honestly thought he was just pulling my leg, but he was being deadly serious. It really did seem like some kind of a massive elaborate prank though. I had not seen any of the things that people had described to me. Then finally came the final thing that we were supposed to do. Our superiors wanted us to remove the thing from the tank and dissect it. It was not a spur-of-the-moment thing. We had long meetings and discussions, sharing our findings and talking about them, talking about the very next steps in our research. We were all pretty hesitant at first, but after a couple of weeks of talks, we were all at least in agreement that we would carry it out, that we would give it a try. This is where things started to go very, very wrong. The thing was just sitting pressed up to the glass, just like it always was, and Roger approached the tank. He told us that he would remove the thing, that he did not mind. He got right up to the tank, and the other scientist and I will call him Fred, we were just at the table waiting for him to come back. But he continued to just stand there, right at the tank, just staring for a while. I called out to Roger and asked him if he was okay, but he never responded to me. He didn't even turn back around when I called out his name. So I got close and I tapped him on the shoulder and tried to move him, but he wouldn't. And he felt so strong too. He suddenly felt like he was a stone statue glued into place, when this guy, he's built more like a twig. I was like, hey, dude, come on. I know it's not easy, but we agreed to do it. We agreed to dissect this And then my sentence just trailed off, without me even trying to. It was just an automatic thing. I suddenly felt this feeling inside my head, this burning feeling, this heavy pressure. I was finding it difficult to even formulate a thought in my brain. I did not know what was going on, because it all happened so suddenly. Roger stepped away from the tank, and I could see him. His face looked completely blank, and he just walked back towards the table without saying a word. That creature in the tank, it was doing it now. It was glowing and pulsing, and I could finally hear that sound. The guard was right. I felt so peaceful. But at the same time, there was another feeling inside my head. I felt frightened. I don't know how, but I managed to steel myself and grab this thing out of the tank anyway. And when I did, it was like Roger snapped out of it for just a second, and he just started shouting and screaming. He was screaming, "Get rid of it, please, get rid of it. What the fuck, get that thing out of here." But once I finally got hold of the thing and turned around, he was back to that blank expression and just staring off into space. Once I had taken this thing out, it had wrapped around my hand and was gripping me pretty tightly. It was still pulsing and making that sound. The way it was gripping me, it wasn't enough to cut off circulation, but it was definitely enough that you knew it was glued on tight. The sound it made, it was at a normal volume when it made it, but I kept hearing it afterwards again, almost echoing inside my head, and it was becoming louder and louder to the point that it hurt to hear it, and it was driving me crazy. Fred had started arguing with me now too, and I was not in the mood for it, saying that we were the scientists, that we had the degrees, that our opinion was more important than the stupid higher-ups who had not worked a day in their lives. He had the scalpel in his hands, and he was brandishing it back and forth as he talked. I managed to finally get over to the table, but my entire arm was going numb, but still had this burning feeling rushing up it at the same time. I kept feeling these little pricks occasionally on different parts of my arm, and I could see a little trickle of blood leaking out from underneath this thing. I put my hand down onto the table and was trying to pry this thing off, but it was like it was super glued on. I was squeezing it and yanking it, and when I did, that sound echoed even louder inside my head. Everything just happened all at once. Roger rushed towards me, and he started gripping me by my neck, telling me to stop. He told me I was hurting it. He told me I was hurting him. He told me he could feel it. He told me word for word. I can feel my stomach about to burst. I was telling him to get the fuck off of me, but he wouldn't. I was begging Fred to cut this thing off of me, or at least toss me the scalpel. But he just kept on swinging it around and warning me that he would do what he had to do to save another living being. They had both lost their damn minds. This creature, I don't know how. I didn't see it happen because I was so distracted, but it had enlarged itself somehow. Whereas before, it was a little bit bigger than my hand, it was now taking up almost my entire arm. I was in agony at this point. It hurt so much. The only thing I could even think inside of my head anymore was, I want all of this to stop. Please, just make it stop. I started hitting the thing with my free hand, smacking it, squeezing it to try and free myself from its grip. Roger let go of me. He was screaming just as much as me. I noticed that he was on the floor, rolling around, basically writhing in agony. He was screaming like someone had just set him on fire. I just kept on going and going and going, and it took me a few minutes to even realize that Fred was screaming now too. Only, he was screaming my name, screaming for me to stop or else he would hurt himself. He kept screaming at me to look at him, and when I did, he was holding the scalpel up to his own throat. He had it pressed tightly to his skin. I barely even had the energy to ask him what the fuck he was doing. He just kept on shouting, "You don't understand," again and again. "You don't understand, you don't understand," and then finally, "Leave it alone, leave it or I'll do it." I could not think straight at all. I did not want Fred to hurt himself. All I still wanted was for all of it to stop. I ended up instinctively shouting, "Okay, I'll put the fucking thing back. Don't hurt yourself." And just like that, the both of them just stopped screaming. Roger was not rolling around on the ground anymore. He just got up and stood to his feet and stared at me with that same blank stare. Fred still had the scalpel pressed against his skin. His hand was trembling. But I could actually think again, clearly for once. My arm still burned, but it was not as unbearable as it was before. I dumped this horrible thing back into the tank. It didn't even try and put up a fight. It just detached itself once it got near the water. I saw it very slowly shrink in size over the course of the next few minutes, and then it just went back into its dormant state, attached to the glass at the bottom of the tank. Before it shrunk back down, I noticed something about the thing. I noticed it before too, but in the insanity of it all, it was hard to just pay attention. I noticed that the hole in its head, the black one that I mentioned earlier, because it had expanded so much, there was a little bit more light reaching into the hole. Whatever was in there was closer to the surface, I guess, because I guess that hole expanded too. But deep inside that hole, I could be wrong because it was so faint, but there was some kind of eyeball near the bottom of it, recessed deep into this hole and attached to the skin. It was like the eye of a smaller fish, except all white around the pupil, and it was just one of them, not two. A lot happened after that, and it's maybe a bit too long to go into. Roger and Fred were really dazed for a long while. They barely even knew where they were or what was even going on. I sent them over to medical, and I ended up having to sit down and chat. It was a long chat. Those two were eventually interviewed too. Long story short, I tried to tell them. They believed some of it. The rest of it made them think that we had gone nuts, or that we had come up with some stupid convoluted plan in order to make us preserve the thing and keep it alive. It was not long before we were taken off of the project and other people took over. I only worked on one more project after that. I guess that incident shattered any trust that they had in me. I never did get to talk to Fred and Roger much after it all happened. They were pretty weird for quite a while. Distant, I would say. I remember at one point, Fred told me a little about how he felt. He said it was like he was trapped in his own body as a passenger, that his mind was making its own choices, and that all he could even do was just watch. He said that he had trouble sleeping and kept having dreams that he was dead. Roger was a bit of a shell of his former self. It was like it just took something out of them. Anyway, like I said, you don't need to believe me. I just thought that people might want to know, that it might be important, to know that there really are things that we cannot explain. I don't even know how I would go about explaining what I saw and what happened to me and a friend. I don't really have the words, and even now, it doesn't really make sense to me, but I will try my best. My friend is a little bit of a loser. Not in a mean way, but he has some lame hobbies, but because he's my friend, I end up tagging along with him so that he doesn't have to go and do them alone. I go for the vibes with my friend rather than the activity itself. I'm good at making my own fun. So, yeah, my friend is a bit of an avid birdwatcher, and he had this spot in mind deep in some Missouri woods that was pretty isolated. and that he told me is home to some unique birds due to its location, and the fact that there is not a ton of human noise and pollution to scare them off. Like, literally, the nearest village or even rural home is hours away from where we were going to. I agreed to go because, like I said, this guy was a friend of mine, but I decided I was going to take my .38 revolver with me. I figured I could maybe sneak off while he was preoccupied and take some pot shots at some small animals that I might end up seeing, or even set up some cans in the wild to shoot. Like I said, I like to make my own fun. So, we got there, and everything was fine. We scouted the area for the perfect place to set up camp. We found a really nice clearing with good cover and enough space to be able to see any kind of threat coming. After this, I tagged along with my friend for a few hours before he wanted to head back to the camp to eat some food. Before we even got back to the camp, we heard this call. It was more like a scream, really, but it wasn't high-pitched at all. It didn't sound like a human. It sounded gruff and like it was really strained. It was really guttural and didn't sound like it could ever come from a human, and if it did, then that person had some fucked up lungs. My friend, Alex, he was not interested in checking this thing out at all. In fact, before the call had even stopped echoing around the woods, he was scuttling away back to camp, but I grabbed him by his shirt sleeves and was like, "Come on, man, don't be a pussy." I told him I brought a gun for emergencies, and that if the worst comes to worst, he could stand behind me and I would help him get away. He very reluctantly agreed to come with me, but he stressed that it would only be for a second and from a big distance away. Man, it was, weird though. When that call was bouncing around the woods, something weird happened. It came from a very clear direction, from our north, but once it was echoing, it started sounding like it was coming from right behind us, and then from all the way to our east, and then from right next to my ear. But the volume did not decrease like it does when something echoes. It maintained the exact same volume the entire time until it suddenly just cut out on its own. And the sound, it gave me this really weird feeling in my stomach. It made me feel excited somehow. Let me tell you, I know what it sounds like, but I'm not exactly a thrill seeker, so this was strange. Usually I would still check the thing out, but I would feel at least a little bit of anxiety and be on my toes, ready for anything. When you go into the woods, you're taught to be aware of your surroundings and be on guard at all times. But this feeling, there was no fear at all. It was like I just wanted to rush over there as fast as possible and find out what happened. It was like I had to rush over there right now. We got into some pretty thick foliage not far away from where we heard the sound, and Alex dragged me back and whispered that we would watch from here. I wanted to go further, but he was not down for that. He had binoculars with him that he used for bird watching, and so I guess he spotted something before I did. So I leaned back, and we both tried to look through one of the holes at the same time, which was awkward and difficult. I could make something out though. There was what looked like a mini herd of deer walking along a path with tons of leaves on the ground and thick brush too. There were maybe 4 of them in total, just walking in basically a single file line. There did not seem to be anything around that could have possibly made that sound, and surely all these deer would have run away frightened at the sound of it. But it did not take long for me to notice something strange, and I asked Alex if he was seeing the same thing as me, to which he just nodded wordlessly. The deer in the rear of the line, it looked different than all of the rest of them. It looked almost deformed. Its spine was almost sticking out really high up from its back. It almost looked like it was threatening to break through the skin. And the spine was not the usual shape it should be. Like, at some points it was thrusted upwards, and others it was like all pushed down and like caved in, like the spine had no consistency to it. It looked more like a snake. The way this deer was walking was not like any ordinary deer. It looked as if it had only just learned to walk that day. The gait was really uneven, and sometimes it would break into this almost half jog and speed up because its feet would get tangled and it would have to overcorrect to not fall over. The deer in front of this one paid no attention at all, and they just kept walking. They never turned around. I could only partially make out this thing's face, but I could not spot anything weird about it from where we were. That is when things took a turn for the worst. We heard that call again. It came from this deer thing at the back of the line. I saw it open its damn mouth so wide, and when it did, that horrible scream or call came out of it. Its jaw became way too low for this thing to ever be a deer. This time, the call did not seem to echo anymore. It almost seemed like it just stayed right in the area that we were, like really contained. I could almost feel like a vibration in my body when I heard it this time, and this made all of the other deer turn around instantly in unison. Immediately, this not deer thing almost lunges forward using its front hooves and gripping onto the body of the deer right in front of it. The other deer, aside from the one being held onto, immediately went off scampering into different directions. The deer this thing is holding is making this whining noise like it's in pain. This not deer, it used this other deer almost as leverage, and I watched this thing climb up onto just 2 feet onto its back legs, and by that point, it was standing at around 6 feet tall. Its hooves were gripped onto this deer still. The hooves looked like they had split apart into just singular claws, and they were clamped around the deer's body. What happened next was horrible and disgusting, and I am grateful that it did not last long at all. This thing, it killed the deer. It raked its hoof-like claws up the deer's body, up to its face, and then, boom. In one quick motion, it just wiped them up the deer's neck, and it suddenly just collapsed to the ground. Alex and I were both in shock. He looked at me with these wide eyes, and I had to grab him by the mouth and hold him back to stop him from shouting and giving away our position. I told him it would be okay. I told him that I would not let anything happen to him. He was shaking and trying to get away from my grip, and I let go, and he whispered to me that we needed to go right now. I told him I just wanted to watch, but that he should go back to camp without me. He told me that he did not want to, that he was way too scared. He said he would wait a couple more minutes for me. I kept on watching through the binoculars. Alex was too scared to look through them now. I saw this thing act so strangely. It almost acted human. This thing dropped back down to all fours momentarily, then proceeded to use its antlers and claws to skin this deer. It skinned it like a human would, only without the knife. It looked like it knew exactly what it was doing. It skinned the deer for a little while, ate some of it, and then it dragged the deer by the antlers with its mouth, and I saw it drag the deer off somewhere, behind a tree and into some thick grass. I could not believe what I was seeing. I thought the coast was clear, and so I told Alex that we should go right now. We made it back to our camp, and he did not want to spend the night anymore. He told me that we should just pack our shit and get to the car, and I mean, who was I to argue? We were just throwing shit into our backpacks haphazardly. We were making a shit ton of noise. I remember that Alex was saying to just leave the tent, that he would buy a new one, and he ended up dropping his thermos on the floor because he was shaking so badly, and it made this really loud rattling sound. Not long after that, I heard this pounding coming from somewhere nearby on some gravel or mud or something. The light was just starting to fade, but there was still enough left to make out a vague shadow of something by the tree line, the shadow of something down on all fours. I knew what it was immediately. I just had this feeling that told me that I knew, and I told Alex to run, that the thing was right there. And by the time I turned around again, this thing was running full sprint at us. I pulled out my gun and fired a shot at this thing, but it closed the distance quicker than I thought it would, and so my bullet only skimmed this thing's hide, and it knocked me over onto my ass. It didn't stop though. It carried its momentum, and it managed to tackle Alex before he made it into the thick grass. This thing actually shoved him into a tree, hard. I saw the damn thing shake. No animal should have that kind of strength. I was scrambling to my feet, but my legs were shaking, and they felt numb almost. It was taking me ages to get to my feet, and I was grabbing the gun again at the same time because it had flopped out of my hands. In the time it took me to do this, I saw that this thing was on its hind legs again, towering over Alex, who was pressed up against the trunk of the tree. He looked really out of it and shaken up. He almost looked like he was passed out while standing upright. I was hesitant to shoot at first because I did not want to miss and hurt Alex, but when I saw this thing rear its head and pull its head and antlers back slightly, I shot at the thing. I hit its center mass 2, maybe 3 times, maybe even more. I think maybe the third shot missed due to my hand shaking. It made the noise again when I hit the thing, that noise that echoed, but it did not stop. It didn't stop, and oh God, it just shoved its antlers right into Alex, right into his body. It did it again and again and again, and by that point, I was out of bullets, and I had left the rest of them in my backpack. I thought I had more rounds. I swear to God, I do not remember firing all 6. I don't remember how many times I saw this thing pull back its head and shoved all of its weight forward before I had picked up my backpack and just ran away. I didn't even realize that I was doing it. 1 second I was watching Alex with tears welling up in my eyes, and the next second I remember only seeing grass and bushes flying past my eyes quickly. It was like I only just became conscious again in that moment and realized that I was running. I was miles away from anything. I just ran to the car and did not stop until I got to the closest town, hours away. I think the law enforcement there thought I was crazy with how I was speaking. All I told them was that I was in the woods in a certain place with my friend and that he got attacked by an animal. I told them that one of the deer got aggressive and he got way too close and that it gored him. I think they were reluctant to believe me, but I was just trying to come up with any story that I could that wouldn't make me sound like a complete psychopath. To make a long story short, nothing came of this. I was asked to remain in the town for a few days while they investigated. I know that people went out to look for him, but from the way they spoke to me, they did not find him, or what was left of him. The process was a lot more complicated and took a lot more time than that, but they basically washed their hands of the situation. They told me to file an official report with some other place, and basically, that was it. I was speechless. Even now, I don't know what to do with myself. I feel horrible. It was all my fault. I basically got Alex killed. All he wanted to do was leave, and I made him stay, and then I made fun of him for being scared. That image of Alex's horrified face while he was half passed out while standing against the tree, the way his eyes were partially rolling back into his head, and the look on his face, it is still burned into my memory. I don't think I can ever forgive myself for letting him die like that. All of these stories I'm about to tell you are actually from my stepfather Oleg, and I want to tell you it in first person from his perspective, because it makes it a lot easier to imagine, and that's also how he told it to me, obviously. This is a collection of stories from him, all at the same base and at the same time in his life, and to this day, he cannot explain them or why they happened. Okay, so I was conscripted into the army during the time of the Soviet Union. I was a pretty athletic man at the time, especially with track and field. I had good stamina and a good set of lungs, so I was good with physical work. I was not a scrawny stick, only good for running. Because of my stature and my athleticism, I was convinced I would end up assigned somewhere remote, where a lot of manual labor would be required, and I could put my strength to good use. This never ended up happening though. I ended up assigned to the Strategic Missile Forces, which is a little hard to explain if you're not Russian. The Strategic Missile Forces were responsible for land-based intercontinental, intermediate, and medium-range nuclear ballistic missiles. We were responsible for taking care of them, doing maintenance on the facilities and equipment, etc. You can see why I was baffled. This was a much more technical role than anything I had ever done before. Some of these missiles, they had ranges of over 1,000 kilometers, and it seemed pretty odd to throw in new schmucks to deal with something so sensitive. When called upon, it was our duty to target enemy military structures, along with industrial ones too, and whatever else our superiors wanted destroyed. Because of this, I was very anxious a lot of the time. You would never know when you would be called into action, or when something horrible would happen. Because we were so isolated, we did not get many news updates, especially from our superiors. We would only get the papers every couple of weeks, and even then, sometimes some of the pages would be torn out, or they would have big scribbles in black marker. And so when tensions were high, we were in the dark and would then get a big shock. Even at the recruitment office, something really did not add up to me. They told me that positions in the airborne forces had somehow already been filled. This was before the full draft had even properly begun, so it should have been practically impossible. I was assigned as a sergeant at Baikonur in the Strategic Missile Forces. A lot of my service was eventful, and there was some weird hazing when I first arrived that I will not go into. This is where I'm going to get into the things that happened that I cannot explain. One of the strangest incidents began when I and two other soldiers were sent to a secured underground facility. The task that we had was simple enough. They just wanted us to lay some cable through a tunnel. The second that I descended into that tunnel, I could feel that something was wrong, and my body felt cold all of a sudden when going down. No one else said anything, so maybe they didn't notice, or maybe it was just me. We all talked a little as we went, but we stopped when we noticed just how silent it was down there. There were no sounds of rats or any other ambient noises. It was just our voices bouncing around the entire tunnel, really strangely, almost sounding different when bouncing back around. It was just much too quiet for my liking. We proceeded to unroll the cable meter by meter, checking for any fraying or loose connections. You know how cheap they can be in the military. Oftentimes we'd have to repair replacement equipment ourselves before we could even put it to good use. We must have walked deeper into that tunnel for around an hour. Then at one point, the flashlight of one of the others went out. We waited for a while he tried to fix it, but he was taking far too long. One of the others, I will call him Z, mentioned that he and the other guy, S, had known each other for a long time. They studied together at a school and ended up serving in the same unit. Z told me that he had no idea why they had been assigned to this unit. And then he told me that something about the tunnel felt wrong. He asked me if I felt the same way, and I told him that I did. I said that we should go back and check on S, since we had not heard so much as a breath from him, and he was taking far too long trying to fix his flashlight. We had continued walking away from him while talking for quite a ways, but it can't have been that far. We set off back down the tunnel, and after around 30 minutes of walking and seeing and hearing nothing, we started to hear something. It was so strange. It sounded like a generator or some massive piece of machinery whirring up and starting to spin. It started low and sparked into a roar until the sound was just drowning out everything down there. I couldn't even talk to Zay because it was way too loud to hear myself speak. I had to mouth the words and make hand signals to talk to him. I felt this weird weightless sensation in my body, and it felt like I was floating in the air, even though I could see that I was walking forward normally and without any difficulty. Then, just as quickly as it started, the sound slowed down and eventually came to a stop. I asked Z what the hell that was and if he'd ever heard that sound before. He told me not down here, that the sound of the machinery upstairs should never reach down here, that it was loud but not loud enough to travel underground. Then we started to hear another sound after we stopped talking. It sounded like a groan and a whimper, like someone was just sobbing their heart out deep inside this tunnel. When that sound came on, that tunnel became really hot and stuffy all of a sudden, like a heat wave in a wall just hit us completely. But that unnaturally cold feeling returned pretty quickly, and I was shivering again by this point. I told Z that we should run and see who it was, that maybe someone was injured and needed our help, and so we did. We found Das down there. After running for a while, it felt like 10 minutes of running straight, by the way. It was weird. It felt like we were running on the spot and not really clearing any distance for a long time. But the sobbing sounds grew louder, and we found Das laying on the ground, curled up into a ball on the floor. We laughed and joked with each other at first, asking if the baby was scared of the dark and wanted to go home, and we jabbed him a little. But we quickly realized something was wrong when S was not in his usual jester-like mood and laughing. He was conscious, but also not at the same time. He was clearly awake, but he was not responsive to us at all. He would not look at us or acknowledge us. It was like he was in a soundproof room and could not see outside of his own little bubble. Even when we grabbed him and helped him up to his feet, he continued staring off into the distance and just sobbing. I had to carry him over my shoulders while Z helped me, as he could not even keep his legs steady on the ground. They kept wobbling and bending, and he almost completely collapsed to the floor. When we found him sobbing there, he had his helmet cradled in his one hand, and in the other, he was waving the flashlight back and forth like he was swatting a fly. There was something different about him too. His skin. He looked as if he'd gotten a tan, like he had been laying in the sun for a few days. But we were out in the shit in the snow, and we had only been separated from him for less than an hour. The entire time that we carried S back above ground, both Z and I had the feeling that something was following close behind us. I kept thinking I could hear steps on concrete, something tapping metal, something claw-like scraping the wall, but whenever I would look and fling my flashlight across the tunnel, I would never see anything. The second that we got above ground, it was like Ash just broke out of his trance and just started screaming. He just kept screaming, "I can't see, I can't see," over and over again. He was eventually taken away in a medical vehicle, and I never saw him again in my time there. My work with Z after that was sparse, and we only ever really acknowledged each other with a quick hello. I learned afterwards that the documents filled out for the cable to be laid said it had already been completed hours prior, and that the tunnels were to be kept clear at all times. All personnel, aside from essential, were strictly forbade from being in the underground, or even on certain parts of the facility for at least a 3-hour window. My CO apologized for the confusion and gave me a pat on the back, and that was it. No explanation, no nothing. I never really told anyone what happened to me. That was unfortunately far from my only incident in my time there. This one was actually witnessed by a few people all at once, although later on they changed their story and told me that I was talking nonsense or that it was just a trick of the light. More on that later though. So, it was a scheduled training exercise and a missile was being launched. I can't remember exactly what patch of land was designated for the target, only that it was obviously vacant and unused. A lot of soldiers were present as it rose in the sky. It happened at dawn, and so not everyone was present, depending on the role and the duties that they had. There was nothing unusual at first, as we watched it climbing steadily and exactly as expected. But what happened next made me shocked. Without warning, the missile seemed to deviate slightly. It was completing its sharp climb and then seemed to falter, like it actively wobbled in the sky before correcting back to its original flight path. This alone had the people around me holding their breath and having reactions. I did not even have time to process this because seconds later, The missile was just gone. It did not explode in the air or falter again. It didn't shoot off in another direction. The sky, it seemed to shimmer. That is the only way I can describe it. I was called crazy afterwards and told it was a trick of the light or a mirage, but I saw the sky around this missile actively shimmer, like the air was physically solid and was being moved around. And when the missile entered that space, it was just gone. It was like it was erased from existence mid-flight. I was talking with fellow soldiers, asking them where the missile went, if they saw the weird stuff too, and they were speculating with me, wondering if we missed it because we were distracted by the wobble, that maybe the sun was too strong and blocked it, or maybe a cloud. We were pretty quickly dismissed by RCOs back to other duties, and we had to disperse quickly unless we wanted punishment. Official documents and explanations came much later. We were told that the missile had malfunctioned and crashed, and that was the cause of the wobble that we saw. That the fuel in the missile was balanced improperly or something, and that the propulsion failed mid-flight, I think is the official reason that they gave. That was bullshit. I tried to talk back, but I was warned. If you don't know the Soviet military, you don't ever want to do this. I knew to shut up if I wanted to stay safe. I tried to talk with the same people after the fact, but as secretly as I could, because I know that they saw what I saw too, because, they were speculating with me. All of their stories changed, each and every single one of them. They started telling me that I was crazy, and that it was just a trick of the light, and that they never saw what I saw. I wonder if they were all warned as well as me, and were just too scared to talk. This next experience was more personal, and it unsettled me quite badly. So, one night, it was around 3 AM, but the base was lit up like it was daytime. I was sitting alone and listening to the radio. It was good because the powerful antennas would pick up broadcasts from really far away, which I could then record onto cassettes for when I was somewhere else. You might not believe, but some radio waves can travel thousands of kilometers, and this meant I could sometimes hear American broadcasts if I was lucky. My English was pretty poor, but I was learning, and this was a really good way to do this. Anyway, I came across a signal that was transmitting what sounded like an SOS. It was a coded message, but it was much more specific than just normal SOS. I don't know how to explain the next part. I had no idea what the code was consciously, but without me even thinking, I had sent another code in response that when I looked at it, looked like gibberish. It was as if my hands acted independently to my conscious brain and did this without me asking. It was like it was a hidden function. I would never have known that I actually did this and sent this if I did not look down at my hands and catch it happening right in front of me. It was like a subconscious thing. After I sent that code, I draw a blank. My memory just blanks, and I don't know what happened next while I sat there. I think maybe I fell asleep on duty, because I do remember having an odd dream that same night. I dreamed I was still sitting at the desk, sending signals back without even thinking. And I remember looking upwards and noticing that I was wearing something on my head, like a kind of a metal dish. I could only see the band that stretched around my scalp. Anyway, that was the entire dream. But I did wake up at that desk later on when someone came to grab me for another duty. The second that I felt his hand touch me, I shot awake, but it wasn't as if I woke up from a deep sleep. It felt almost as if I had just blinked and that the day had proceeded cleanly with no breaks, if that makes sense. He asked me why I was goofing off, and I apologized because I didn't really have an answer, and I just left. There isn't much more to this one, except that near where my temples were, where I was wearing that thing in my dream, my skin felt softer, and the bits of hair almost growing into sideburns there. I was already starting to get a few gray hairs that were not there just a few weeks before. I know they say that stress can do that, but it was only in that specific patch, and I was certainly no old man. I ended up trimming my hair to hide this because I felt ashamed. I never found that same broadcast ever again, the weird American one. I still have no idea what it was. Okay, one final event. I know it sounds like a lot for one person, but I only ever had weird things happen in that place. The rest of my entire life went by smoothly, with nothing weird happening at all. This was my last year of service before I was moved on. I was supposed to be on guard duty that night, but I got this feeling in my head, this warning sensation. I felt a tingle, and in my body, I felt like I should not do my duty tonight, that something bad would happen if I did. It was a similar feeling to the one that I got in that underground place from my first event. I pretended to be sick, and I was replaced by another soldier temporarily. I felt bad, but even just the thought of me standing guard made me feel sick to my stomach. Morning came and went. The entire place was in an uproar, and every last man was summoned outside. Every top-level CO and commander was there. Even someone esteemed from outside the base had flown or driven down there that day. The guard on duty last night, the one who replaced me, they found him laying in the grass. Someone had put a bullet in him. I think he was caught in the neck. They must have missed or something. Whoever had killed the soldier had taken him, dragged him partially into a nearby patch of grass and bushes, and then just given up. The footsteps, though, they led straight back to the base. There was no trail of footsteps fleeing from the base, only heading back there. There was no evidence at all of who had done something aside from this. The entire base was locked down for weeks. Every soldier had to report for mandatory inspections for weapons and equipment, to give testimonies on their movements that night and the behavior of their fellow soldiers. I was drilled for hours and hours about one of my bunkmates. They asked me if he was loyal, if he ever talked about missing home, if he ever asked me any prying questions, etc. I think they were trying to make us turn on each other. After almost a month, they made a public arrest. A man crying and begging that they had gotten it wrong, that he was asleep when it happened, and that he had 3 different soldiers who could attest to this. He was hauled away under suspicion of murder and being a spy and such. I think he was taken to a detention camp for further interview. The person they arrested, it was Z from my first event. I just don't believe that he could have ever done something like that. That just never made any sense to me. Not then, and not now either. My sister was attacked by something that I cannot really explain on one of my family's rural properties. So, this happened quite a few summers ago, and my sister has not been in a good way since then. I live in Russia, and my family is fairly rich and owns a few sets of properties out in the countryside in the middle of nowhere, with pretty much just tiny villages around them, not near the city at all. When I say properties, I mean big places, mansions almost. There is a ton of land to roam around on with forests nearby, and the properties usually have enough rooms for multiple guests. We were staying in one of these properties, and I had my older brother along with me, as well as my sister, who is only a year younger than I am. I was 18 years old at the time this happened. We were pretty popular with the locals since we had money. I imagine a lot of it was fake because people just wanted to see if they could get favors from us, but we did genuinely make a lot of good friends with some of the younger people who toiled away doing manual labor in the village. We would invite them up for big parties, but only when our parents were not around, because they really disapproved us of spending time mingling with village dirt, is how my parents would refer to those who were not as affluent as us. This one day, the summer heat was unbearable, so we could not even go outside. Even just sitting indoors was enough to make us sweat uncontrollably, so we did our best to keep ourselves cool. Fast forward to that night. I was just in my room, slowly drifting off now that the heat had mostly worn off. I was suddenly ripped away from my sleepiness because I heard my sister scream. I knew that this was serious because I had never heard her scream like that before. I could hear the fear in her voice as it cracked and wavered. I had only ever heard her scream as a joke to get me in trouble when we were play fighting, but this was real. My brother beat me to her room. The door was already swung all the way open, and there was a hot fire poker tossed onto the floor. The door looked like it had been beaten open with something sharp and metal because the wood was all splintered and destroyed. My brother was kneeling over my sister, who was passed out flat on the bed, and he was basically crying. I had never seen him like this before. He screamed at me to come over there and help. My brother was holding something on her neck, some kind of thick cloth, and he was holding it with a lot of pressure, and he told me to take over before sprinting up to the large bedroom window that was partially shattered and was hanging open. My sister was bleeding. I could feel just how damp and heavy the cloth was, and I lifted it up just momentarily, and I saw so much blood. She had a big gash on her neck, and I felt so scared at that point. I had no idea what had happened. My brother, I don't know what possessed him, but he actually jumped out of the window onto the balcony and tried to jump down to the ground floor while shouting at someone to come back, but I guess he could not do it quick enough. My brother rushed back in, and I was so panicked. I asked him what he was doing, and he told me to shut up and that he would tell me later on. I asked him what we should do now, and he told me he'd call and fetch a doctor. There was one in the local village. My brother drove his car as quickly as he could and yanked the doctor out of bed and explained that it was an emergency. My sister survived by some miracle. The doctor explained that no vital artery or vein was pierced and that she was incredibly lucky not to bleed out instantly and die. He told us that if the wound was even an inch to the left or the right of where it was, she would have been dead. It took her quite a long time to recover. For a long time, it hurt her to even breathe, and speaking was basically out of the question until the wound fully healed up. Any time that she would attempt to speak, it would put pressure on the wound, and she was scared that it would cause it to pop the stitches and rip it back open. Once my sister had the strength to speak and was not permanently bedbound, she agreed to sit me and my brother down and tell us what she saw that night. I will tell this next part from her perspective. Okay, so after I wished you both good night, I went to my room and locked the door. Then I latched the window, but I left the shutters unlatched. I just liked having that little bit of light creeping in just before it went fully dark, and it wasn't like I was scared of the dark or anything out here. I laid down on my bed, but the heat was still way too much for me for quite a while, so I just laid there and eventually moved to the window to look outside. After watching outside the window for a while, just admiring the view, I caught sight of something near the tree line. It looked like two flickering lights. I could not really make out what they were. They would flicker and then stop, and then disappear entirely into the shadows of the trees, before reappearing again. The lights seemed to get closer together, and looked like they were part of the same thing, like only one thing was casting these two lights. These lights were not massive, but they were enough to make out. But they seemed to get larger over time, and then after a while, they seemed like they were moving out of the tree line and appearing closer to the house, larger than before, although I still could not make out what was casting them due to the lack of light by this point. Once these lights got close enough, I could make out that they were not lights at all. They were eyes. They looked as if they were attached to a figure that I could barely see that was quite tall. It looked like a person with bright glowing eyes was slowly approaching the property, and at this point, I got scared, really, really scared. I wanted to scream, but I almost felt like I couldn't. I felt frozen, and I could not do anything but sit on my bed and watch. This thing started to move away and circle the house, it looked like. At some point, it was no longer visible, and I felt relieved that I did not have to see the thing anymore. So I jumped out of bed and went to unlock my door. But before I even got halfway there, literally, that is how quick it all was, I heard a scratching on the glass. It was aggressive and made this horrible high-pitched sound like nails on a chalkboard. I knew I had latched my window and did not want to turn around, and after a few seconds, the sound just stopped. When I finally dared to take a peek behind me, I got the fright of my life, and I don't know what overcame me, but I just slumped to the floor in fear. This thing was at the window. Its fingers had these long and curled claw-like things where fingernails should be, and it had them slid through the tiny gaps in the glass and the window frame, and was maneuvering them to try and pry open the latch. They looked as if they were made from bone, and they looked really weathered and grey. This thing, it looked horrific. It looked as if it was a regular human, but the head was completely bald, and it had these splotches of skin where the color of the skin had yellowed in patches, and it looked infected. Its eyes were all sunken in and looked really tiny compared to human eyes, and it had these two buck teeth that were constantly protruding, like they were way too big for its own mouth, but they were long and sharp and were more like tusks, but not quite that large, just a little bit bigger than human teeth. I was caught in two minds between unlocking my door and running away, and running back to my window in order to stop this thing from unlatching my window. I was frozen on the spot before deciding to sprint towards my window and trying to push these claws away. It sounds stupid saying that now, and it really was, but I was too frightened to even think straight, and so I'm really sorry. I never should have put you and brother in that position. I thought that if the latch came undone and this thing got inside, then it would get me, and then it would kill you two as well, and I did not want that to happen. I just really fixated on stopping this latch from coming undone. I never got out there in time. It managed to curl its finger and catch part of the latch, and it just yanked it, and then pushed the window open so easily. The creature climbed into the room so quickly that I did not even have time to open the door. It dropped down onto all fours and scrambled towards me faster than I could even see. The next thing that I knew, it was on top of me, and it just sunk these two big teeth into me. I tried to stop it with my hands to push its face away, but it just grabbed them and shoved them aside, and then it bit down. I remember that at feeling this, that I just screamed, and then I don't remember anything else until I woke up and the doctor was there. My brother told me that he spotted this thing dangling from the balcony when he got to my sister, but did not want to leave her because he thought that she might die if she did not get immediate pressure on her wound. He told me that the second I took over, he caught a glimpse of the thing in the distance. He said that this thing managed to leap away with these bounds that looked inhuman. He said it looked like a lion, where it can leap really far away in one leap, and he said the strides of the thing were massive. The doctor urged us to leave that property, saying that it might happen again, and that our sister needed a new environment and less stress. We spoke with a lot of people in the village. Most people thought that some madman had escaped from the mental asylum and then stumbled upon our house in the night. I did not believe them. The story that my sister recounted was so vivid, and she was not the type to lie. My sister begged us both to stay here. She said that she was scared and did not want to go outside. She lost a lot of her joy and spent most of her time locked inside the house or one of our rooms. She traded her room with my brother's room, and he installed new curtains and such so that the windows were harder to see through. Our parents permitted us to own guns for the first time in our lives. We were all taught how to shoot when we were growing up, and we had hunted before, but our parents did not like them alone in our house with us. They liked to be the ones in control of the guns. Anyway, my sister had not even recovered properly when that thing came back. It was my brother who saw it this time. I never did. It did not even bother trying to undo the latch this time. I heard the glass smashing from my room, followed by 3 gunshots and the sound of a screech. The screech did not come from my brother, obviously. It sounded like some kind of a beast in pain. My brother said he saw the thing sprinting on all fours across the grass, and it kept making a kind of a high-pitched whining noise the whole way, which you could still hear from that open window. My brother saw it reach a wall at the far edge of the property and climb over it into the churchyard. It left behind a lot of blood, which was not red at all. It almost looked grey, like this thick grey gruel kind of colour. It smelled horrible, and it made me feel sick. When I actually smelled it, it made the hairs inside of my nose feel like they were burning a little. My brother said he tried to shoot the thing once more while it was fleeing, but that it was too quick and that he could not hit it from that far away. I believe him. He had no reason to lie about that kind of thing, and I mean, we saw the window, I heard the shots, I heard the sounds, I saw that weird liquid. There was also another incident just a couple of days later on, which I am almost certain is related somehow. We never left our house, and our parents insisted the property be sold and that we relocate to one closer to the city. The locals were in a complete and utter uproar. The local crypt had been completely vandalized. There were coffins opened up, and not just opened up. The coffins were in pieces, and the remains inside of them had been tossed everywhere, broken into little pieces too. Not a single coffin had been left untouched. It took quite a long time for new coffins to be built, and for the remains to be reburied in their correct places. We promptly moved away, and have not been near that village in many, many years. We still have no idea what the hell attacked our sister. She's doing a lot better now, but she still is not the same person that she once was. She's less happy-go-lucky. She's always really jumpy and scared a lot of the time. And she still has a massive scar that will not ever go away. I don't even really know how to explain what happened to me, other than to tell you that I had an encounter with one of those so-called shadow people. It was the same exact one every single time, and I had a few scattered encounters before what I want to tell you about actually happened. At first, I thought it was just a sleep paralysis thing. I was convinced of this actually. I've had it a couple of times in the past, so I thought this was just a part of that. Bear in mind, all of these encounters happen within the space of around the same week, give or take. But yeah, I woke up one night, and this thing was just standing there. It was in the doorway of my room. I usually leave my door open. It was not extremely tall. It was probably actually around the same height as me. It was, weird. He was shaped almost exactly like a human, except he was entirely pitch black and made out of shadows, like there was no color coming from him, like, at all. He looked completely solid and like a human, and not solid at the same time, which I know doesn't really make sense. The only part of him that was not all black were his eyes. The whites of his eyes stood out against the rest of his body. Just a pure, bright white, but there were no pupils, not even black ones. They were just empty sockets of white. I could never make out any clothing or anything, which I know people often say. I know people have described these figures as wearing coats or hats, but this one seemed to just be a body or a form. He watched me for I don't know how long. I felt frozen to the spot, and I could not move, which is why I thought I was in sleep paralysis. He circled my room for a little while after this, and walked around my bed. When he did, he almost seemed to emit this kind of smog, like his body was partially turning into smoke and flowing off of him as he was moving around the room. I could not cough. It was stuck in my throat, but I could feel the cough desperate to come out, and I felt a burning sensation deep in my throat. It made my eyes water, and it also made me feel a lot more drowsy. It did not linger for much longer. This thing went up to my window and actually opened it. I felt the air coming from the cold night breeze. I heard the whine of the wind right outside, and then this thing stepped outside, with one big long step, closed the window, and then I could not see him anymore. I fell asleep pretty quickly after that. Once I woke up in the morning, I could not find any trace of the thing, but this thing opening up the window right in front of me like that, and me feeling the breeze, it felt so damn real. I had other fleeting encounters with this thing after that, mostly after waking up in the middle of the night. This thing peering in from outside my window. One time, I caught sight of the thing patrolling the corridor of my house outside my door and looking from side to side as he walked, like he was checking the rooms for more people. The door opposite me, which used to be my younger brother's room when I let him stay with me for college, he actually rapped slightly on the closed door and put his ear right up to it before walking off. The sound that it made, it sounded so real. It was getting harder and harder to convince myself that it was just sleep paralysis, especially when that last time with my brother's door, I realized I had actually brought my hand up to my mouth and was gripping it tightly without knowing until the thing had gone. I thought you were not supposed to be able to move whatsoever with sleep paralysis. How could I even do that? I wish that was the end of it all, but it is not even the half of it. Bear in mind, I've cut out a lot of the little encounters with this thing. I would always catch it when I was super tired and drifting off to sleep on the couch or inside my bed. It was only ever at my own home though, never when I fell asleep at a friend's house. There is one encounter that really sent me over the edge. It was Saturday that week. Everything started on a Monday. I was relaxing at home, and it was decently late at night, but not too late, probably around 9 p.m. I heard some sounds coming from, I think it was my brother's bedroom. I heard a really soft tapping on the glass. I thought maybe it could just be the wind forcing some small tree branch to scratch against it. But when I started to hear footing footsteps, I shit my pants and I jumped up to my feet. I grabbed one of my golfing irons that was in the bag by my door. It was only there because I had been playing with a friend that day. My brother's room was locked with a key. I kept it that way in case he ever wanted to stay with me again, and I don't know, it made me sad to move any of the stuff in there, so I always just left it be. We have a bit of a troubled relationship, but that's a bit of a long story and not really relevant here. When I got into the corridor, I could see that the doorknob was jingling back and forth but would not open. After a few seconds of this, it stopped and I approached the room. I went and fetched the key from the drawer in my living room and tried to open it up as quickly as possible to catch whoever was in there in the act. There was no one in there. But my brother's room was a complete and utter mess now. Drawers had been flung open, and clothes had been rifled through. His old expired driver's license was missing from the bedside table, and clothes had been ripped out of the closet and thrown onto the floor. Not to mention, his lamp was on the floor and the bulb was cracked. I always left his room spotless and tidy. I never touched it. This made me furious. But it didn't actually really make sense. There was no way for someone to get in or out of the place. I went over to the window and checked it, and my heart sank, because I discovered that it had not been fully locked. It pushed outwards very easily, just from a little tap, and was already hanging slightly loose. I very quickly slammed it and put it back on the latch, and then went back out to the corridor. When I did, I saw that thing again, that shadow man. He was walking down the corridor so casually, like he lived here for years, like he owned the place. He had something in his hand, what looked to be the expired license. He seemed to be swinging his arm up and down with the license in the hand, all while he walked and checked the doorknobs of the other doors. I didn't really know what to do. I just yelled out, "You can't have that, give that back," like an idiot, and then I started running. Before I could even get to the thing, it slunk away into the bathroom and slammed the door, and by the time I even got in there, the thing was just completely gone. The bathroom window was locked tight when I checked. This encounter panicked me and threw me for a loop. I could not explain everything away as sleep paralysis anymore. I had an actual intruder into my home, and I had been robbed. I mean, I'm not sure how at the time I brushed past all of the black shadow appearance. I guess I explained it away as the thief's getup and it just being really dark. It sounds stupid, I know, but your brain will do anything to make sense of an impossible situation. Anyway, the friend I played golf with, I called him in a panic and begged him to stay a night in my house in my brother's room. I told him about the break-in and he agreed to stay. He was shocked at first. I had never let anyone else stay in my brother's room. I guess that's why he was so quick to agree and knew that I was being serious. We hung out all Sunday. We got a bite to eat, shot some hoops, and then we played Forza until we were both too tired. He went to bed before me, told me he needed to be up pretty early, and that was fine by me. It actually took me quite a while of tossing and turning, but I did eventually drift off. I cleaned up my brother's room after the break-in, by the way, in case you were wondering. I jolted awake at some point early in the morning. It was knocking on my window and, you guessed it, that fucker was right there, just watching me. I just closed my eyes and threw the cover over my face. It had to just be my overactive imagination. When I looked again, around 5 minutes later, the thing was gone and I fell back asleep. I woke up again maybe an hour later, probably less than that. I could hear my friend shouting my name. I heard what sounded like glass smashing. It sounded like the window. I heard my friend screaming at someone to fuck off and that he was going to beat their ass. Before I even got out of bed and got to the door, I could hear my friend struggling and breathing really hard. He was making a pained noise through gritted teeth, and eventually, I just heard him start coughing, like choking up his lungs, like he could not breathe at all. When I finally opened up my door, I could see that my brother's door was open. The window had a hole in it about the size of a fist, but was hanging open from its hinge. I could hear a commotion coming from the front room by the door, so I ran there, and I could not believe my eyes. This figure, this shadow man, it was using both of its hands to hold my friend by the throat. He was actually lifting him off of the ground, but only by maybe an inch, and he was choking him. My friend was struggling, and I could see his legs moving back and forth and shaking, but he could not break free. He couldn't breathe at all. He looked at me when I walked in, and I could see the fear in his eyes. The shadow figure, it was facing away from me, but just once, it looked back at me. When it did look back at me, I could see that its eyes were not that empty white anymore. Instead of pure white, they were now this dull yellow color, still without pupils. Then he turned his head back away from me and just continued on. My friend, he has this locket that he always wears. It's like a family heirloom passed down from father to son, etc. It's hard to explain, but it's like this traditional thing where you wear it and have a family photo inside of it, of like everyone together. He never takes this thing off, not even to swim. You would not catch him dead without it. Well, he was not wearing it anymore. It was actually wound around the hands of this thing choking him. I rushed over and tried my best to help. I went to grab this thing and pull him away from my friend, but it did not work. I panicked when my hands went through the thing's body. Immediately, my hands just felt cold. They felt numb, but they also felt on fire at the same time. Like they were stinging, and they felt like they were going to fall off. I could not do anything at all. When I pulled my hands away from this thing, I had this horrible feeling of dread. Like, I don't know what it was. I just felt dread over my whole entire body, and I felt cold too, and I fell right down onto the floor. I could feel it in my head too. I had a million thoughts and memories all racing through my mind and flashing before my eyes, but they all felt tainted. They all felt wrong. Even the things I did with my friend just earlier that day, For some reason, I suddenly felt like everything we did was fake and meaningless, like none of the happiness from any of these memories felt real, that all of it was just pointless. And then I felt drowsy again, but I could see my friend raised up into the air. I could see the life leaving his eyes. I could see the shadow man looking at me again with those dull, yellow eyes. And then I passed out. When I finally came to again, it must have been around 9 a.m., and the sun was pretty strong coming through the open window in the living room. I could have sworn I closed it though. Everything that happened just suddenly came rushing back to me all at once, and I panicked, looking for my friend. I finally found him in my brother's room. He was just sat upright, staring at the wall. I called out to him and was like, "Hey, man, you okay? I thought you had to be gone for something important a few hours ago." He seemed to snap back to reality all at once, looked at me, and then got really, really angry. He actually rushed towards me and grabbed me by the collar and got really mad. It kinda came out of nowhere, and I don't fully remember what he said to me. I know he told me never to contact him ever again. I remember that much. He was ranting about how I could keep the stupid locket, that he didn't want it anymore. He was talking about how I was a useless waste of space that he never should have fucked with. The last thing that he said before he was out of that door was, "Your brother was right about you. I don't know why I ever hung out with you. You make me feel sick." I didn't even get angry. I didn't feel sad either. All I could feel was relieved that he was gone and that I was likely never going to see him ever again, which didn't make sense at all. He was my best friend since elementary school, and even after the horrible shit I saw last night, all I could think was, I'm glad he's gone. What the hell is wrong with me? I tried to text him a few weeks down the line. It wasn't even because I was worried or that I missed him. I felt like an asshole, but I just wanted to know if he saw what I saw. I never got a text back. I tried to call the number, and it told me that it could not be reached. I assumed he'd blocked me. I've been pretty distant from the rest of my friends recently too. I've mostly just spent my time cooped up in my home since I got laid off not too long ago. I still cannot shake what I felt that night, about my memories and them not feeling real, about the happiness feeling fake. I don't know. I guess I just have this creeping feeling that my whole life is a lie, that my friends are just putting on a show and do not really care, that maybe my life really has not been as happy as I thought it had been. And probably the weirdest part of all, I don't even feel sad. I keep expecting to cry or miss someone and feeling like I want to reach out to someone and not feel alone. But honestly, I feel glad to be alone. And that is not like me at all. I haven't played golf or basketball in months. I haven't seen the thing as much lately. Just little glimpses, usually when I'm half asleep. I don't understand what happened, why he became so present for such a short amount of time and then went away again. Was what I experienced even real? I feel like I need some answers, but it's like I know I will probably never get them. Have any of you ever experienced sleep paralysis before? Anything truly strange with it? I've been experiencing it quite a lot recently, or at least I thought I had, but I had an incident that made me think that there was a lot more to it than maybe I first realized. It was really innocuous at first, although when it's all new to you, it feels really realistic and scary. I remember the first time I woke up from this horrible nightmare that I had. In the nightmare, some guy had managed to somehow pry open the window in the room opposite to mine and was stealing my belongings. He got into my room, and when he realized that the house was not empty and that I had seen him, he lunged for me and managed to slit my throat. It was so quick I was not even able to jump up and fight back. It's really strange though, because It felt so real. I felt all of it. I felt the burning sensation on my neck as he dragged the tiny blade he had across my skin. I felt my body go cold and drain of life. But even though I was dead, my eyes were still seeing. I saw the man steal something from my bedside table and then exit through my window. Outside my window, where the man had fled to, I could see these tiny eyes watching me, and then I died for good. It was the most surreal nightmare I had ever experienced. So imagine my intense fear when I opened up my eyes, frozen to the bed like I had chains on me, and I could see those very same eyes looking at me through the bottom corner of my window. It's hard to describe them. They had this intense black all around, followed by this ring of whiteness, followed by more black around the rest of the eyes where white should have been. I'm sure it's easy for you to say right now that my brain was just using my nightmare to frighten me, but I didn't know that then. The eyes did nothing but watch me for a long, long time. And this would happen most nights, probably for around a week. A horrible, intense dream about me being robbed or murdered or something of the like, followed by those eyes watching me. The dream would not be the exact same every time. There would be little deviations. Sometimes I would be able to react just half a second before being killed. Sometimes I would be woken up and I would realize a little bit sooner what was happening. Sometimes the thief would not steal anything first and would rush right for me. I'm not sure why it changed just so slightly. But aside from these really small changes, it was mostly the same. I remember one time, as I was just locked to the bed, I actually saw the eyes move. Well, I actually saw them blink first. They had never blinked before. When they blinked, I could not make out anything around them. They were like two lanterns that drew you in and made it impossible for you to focus on anything else. When they came back, I saw them raise up into the air, by a foot, by 2 feet, by 3, until they were now at the top of my window looking down onto me. And then I saw those two eyes turn and walk away. That sent chills up my spine. After I saw that, I remember realizing that I had sweat pouring down onto my face, and through the entire ordeal, I had instinctively moved my hands upwards and had been wiping away the sweat, all while watching this. I didn't think that was possible during sleep paralysis. Those eyes persisted for a few more days. I was getting less and less sleep. I did not want to keep seeing that nightmare over again. The sleep paralysis was sapping my energy and ruining my performance at work. I was actually in line for a promotion which was unfortunately scuppered because I was way too scatterbrained during a meeting and I just blew my chance. Still though, I did not want to risk falling asleep again. I did not want to see those eyes again. Well, the weekend that I had off just last week is where it started to all go wrong. I tried to stay up for the entire 72 hours. I failed around 24 hours in. What stood out to me is this time, my dreams were peaceful. I did not wake up in a cold sweat or panicked. I did not see anything horrible. I felt oddly tranquil. Until I woke up, and I caught a sight of something clinging to my ceiling, a sight that I will never, ever forget. The first thing that struck me was those same eyes, basically lighting up the room. It almost seemed as if they had become brighter somehow. I could see this thing in its entirety now. It was clinging to my ceiling, as if it was laying down and clinging to it, only backwards. It was facing towards me with its head, but its hands and feet were pushed behind it, and I guess it was using them to grip. I could not see all that much of them. All I could see was the tiny little chips in the drywall where it looked like something small had pricked a hole. It was just staring at me. It was almost human. I don't even really know how to describe the thing in full. I remember it had these wings on its back that were tucked in and almost squashed due to it clinging to the ceiling. They looked huge with a lot of feathers, but they were stained in almost grey kind of color. It was that grey color that looked like it had been a white previously, but that had been dirtied. The face of the thing is mostly a blur in my mind, aside from those eyes when I try to remember. All I remember is it looked like a man, but not like a man. The skin was the same grey, but the skin was cracked in places. It was almost crumbling to dust, like the thing was made out of stone. The lips were chapped and almost seemed to have a hole, a piercing, right in the middle of them. I remember its arms and legs were really long, but had these weird joints, like the limbs were split into 2 or 3 pieces right in the middle. It was like some kind of grandiose dummy with all of the parts so you could move each individual piece. For the most part, it just stared at me. For as long as I can possibly remember, I was just frozen there, looking up at this thing as it tilted its head from side to side and occasionally adjusted its limbs from the side or upwards. It scuttled like a fucking spider when it moved, all without breaking my gaze. I remember sometime later, it could have been 5 minutes or 50 minutes, I have no idea. This thing became more and more blurry. I had this feeling in my head that is hard to describe. I could feel water rushing around in my head, like there was a little pool in there just splashing from side to side, but it felt warm and really heavy too. When I felt the warmness splashing against the side of my head, I felt this pulsing pain inside my head, just for half a second, just a flash, but it started to become more often. I kept feeling the splashing. I kept feeling the pulsing pain for longer and longer until it started to affect my vision too. My vision was starting to flash this hot white color, but every flash, the color started to change. There would be more and more color until eventually I had these images flashing in my vision, just these still images. The first image I saw was, I think, myself looking through the window in the room opposite me. That's what it felt like at first anyway. It was like a first-person still image. The next image I saw was the hallway. I saw the door opposite me being closed. Then I saw my room. I saw this image of myself on my bed with my eyes closed. Then I saw the aftermath. I saw my lifeless eyes and the bloody mess over my pillow and sheets. Then I saw whoever the images belonged to looking at the knife as they ran away. By the time it got to the final image, the pain was absolutely unbearable and I was on the verge of passing out. I could feel the sweat pouring down my head and my body was shivering. Eventually, these images started to fade back into the blaring white, and eventually, my vision went back to normal altogether. When it finally did, that thing was not on my ceiling anymore. The sun was starting to come up, and I did not know how long I had been in the bed looking at the ceiling for. The very next night is when everything happened. I was scared to even get in my bed, but eventually I did. I did not leave the house for the entire day. I felt like I was losing my mind. I knew that what I saw was not real and was just my mind playing a trick on me. I knew the vision in the nightmare was just that, a nightmare, a figment of my fucked up imagination. I was still awake at around 2 a.m., but I had all of the lights turned off in the house, and I heard a scratching on the window. My bedroom is set up so that with the door fully open, I can see partially into the room opposite me, but not the entire way. I could just make out one little corner of the window. I could not see anything except for darkness, but after a minute or so, I heard the faint squeak of the window, and I shit my pants. I should have gotten up and ran, but I just froze. I did not have a weapon I could get to in time. The door felt like it was a million miles away. I wanted to just hide underneath my cover and pretend that nothing was happening. I half hoped that it was just a nightmare again and not for real. Everything after that happened quicker than I expected, and because of this, I just have flashes of what happened to me. I remember seeing a shadow being cast in the room opposite me. I heard what sounded like heavy boots, but like someone was purposefully walking slowly and taking the weight off of the ground in order to make fainter steps in an effort to conceal themselves. I could not pretend anymore, and so I got out of my bed and ran to my wardrobe where I remembered I had a metal baseball bat. I know it sounds stupid that I did not remember or grab the thing earlier, but I was just so caught up in the fear. I half expected to not even be able to move when I tried. I guess I must have made a lot of noise in my haste, because in that instant, I heard pounding footsteps, and eventually, I saw a figure in my bedroom doorway that quickly ran towards me. I tried to swing, but I only connected with the thigh because I was in the process of being tackled to the ground. Whoever this was had a mask on, that stereotypical burglar balaclava, and they had a knife and was trying to put it up to my throat. I tried to shout and ask what the hell the guy was doing to tell him to get away, but he just grunted in response before smacking me with his free hand and telling me to shut up. The metal bat was caught underneath my right arm, which I had fallen onto and trapped when I was tackled. All I had to stop this guy was my left hand, and it was already bleeding, because all I could do was grip the bare blade and try to stop him from forcing it into my neck. Again, things happened so quickly and were so blurry at this point. I remember not really focusing on the guy in front of me, which was strange. I guess I already felt like I was going to die, like this was the end, and was pretty disconnected from my body. But I almost felt like my eyes and my mind was being drawn to something else, to some faint glint in the window of the room opposite to mine. I remember just seeing a slight flash of white, then another really rapidly, not very big, maybe the size of a coin. And before I knew it, my eyes were snapped back to the man who had basically sliced down and passed my hand and was preparing to pull back and use force to go for me again. I know it sounds like someone writing a stupid movie, but I could have sworn that time slowed down for me completely in that moment. Like everything was just a slideshow, and like I had all of the time in the world to analyze each and every image. It was a weird feeling, to say the least. I remember the robber never had a chance to bring the knife back down. He had this duffel bag type thing slung over his neck, but it was much smaller. But now, the strap was being pulled back against his throat, and the robber's eyes were wide. He took his free hand and clasped at his throat, and then I noticed. I did not see before because this whole time I was looking straight ahead at this man, but towering above me in the room, basically blocking all of the light coming from the doorway now. Those eyes were there again. I saw the eyes. I saw something digging into the shoulder of the man, and I heard him scream. And in those few seconds, I saw the man suddenly jerk backwards and being dragged across the floor on his back, while kicking out his legs and begging for help, begging me for help. The last image I remember seeing was that same thing from my ceiling. Those wings, whatever they were basically covering the man entirely. It was like this thing had a curtain over the man and part of itself. All I heard were the sounds. It sounded like someone chewing stringy beef. I don't remember how the thing left. I don't remember how the thing took the man out of my house. All I remember is suddenly being aware that I was on the phone to someone and was just rambling incoherently. I had called the police. They kept telling me to slow down and that I was not making any sense. When I became aware, I heard myself rambling about a man breaking in and something taking him, something attacking him. They asked if it was me who attacked him, and I said no. I said it was something else. Even when the cops finally got there, I was just out of my mind. I could not talk slowly at all. Paramedics had to see to me. I guess they figured I just went crazy from the shock and the trauma. I was eventually able to spit it out and tell them that the man had broken in and attacked me with a knife. I remember raising my hand to them and showing them the deep cuts, and I just started sobbing and saying, "I don't know if he's alive," through snot and tears. The cop was really nice, actually. He kept reassuring me, telling me that it was just self-defense, that I did not do anything wrong, that I had the right to protect myself from any harm, especially in my own home. I could not stop crying. I could not stop telling them I didn't do it. I guess they figured that I was just in shock and trying to explain myself, trying to explain that I did not do anything intentionally. That was a whirlwind of a time, to say the least. The police obviously did not try and pursue a case against me. They believed I'd acted purely in self-defense. They almost tried to wrestle me away, though, that first night. I remember there being one officer in the room opposite me initially and just checking out the scene. I remember that by the time I left, that 4 more cops had appeared and were just standing in a circle in that room and talking to each other. They all looked shocked, like they had seen a ghost. I tried to run in and see while I was rambling, trying to explain to them as well, but I was grabbed and basically hauled away. I remember that they shut the door and said, "No one else gets in this room." I saw it though. I saw into the room. I saw over their shoulders. There was blood in the carpet. Not a whole lot, not like a river, just flecks and specks all scattered around. But in the carpet itself, there were marks. It looked as if someone had sunk something sharp deep into the carpet and just dragged all along it. From the middle of the room all the way to the window, the carpet was just ripped to shreds, and there were specks of blood where the carpet was ripped. I don't remember much else. Just vague images from before I was hauled out of there. I remember one of the cops in the room opposite radioed and told someone, "Tell that stupid idiot to turn off his lights. They're lighting up the whole window." But that was at a completely different side of my house. There was no cop parked up there as far as I knew. Anyway, that's about the extent of my story. I got the house fixed up before I went back, and I stayed with my parents until I felt mentally ready to go back. I thought that if I went home and saw those marks, then I might have a panic attack. I have not had sleep paralysis since then. I have not seen those eyes again. I have not had so much as a nightmare, just peaceful dreams and peaceful sleep, as peaceful as they can be after something like that anyway. But it makes me feel uneasy in a weird, contradictory sort of way. I keep expecting to wake up and see it over me whenever I don't have a nightmare. I don't know anymore. Has anyone else had sleep paralysis as weird as this? I work as a sheriff in a small town, located out in the Midwest. I'm not going to tell you the exact town that I live in, because it is seriously small. I'm talking just a few thousand people at most, and I do not want to dox myself or for people to see this and become very frightened. It's something that we try to keep under wraps as much as possible in order to just keep people calm. It's a small town, so people obviously talk and know tidbits of information. But the only people who know the exact entire story is myself and the few officers that I worked with. This only happened over the course of a few weeks. I got a rather exasperated visit from a young woman early in the morning, screaming at me about how her dead father had gone missing. I asked her to clarify what she meant, and she told me that she went to his grave as usual to lay down flowers and discovered that it was a mess and that his body was gone. I asked her how she knew, and she told me that she could see. I took a statement down from her and tried to calm her down as much as I possibly could, and then I headed out to the little cemetery just a short distance away from the small town. No, this cemetery is not actually inside of the town. There is a path that leads down to it, but it's probably a good 5 or 10-minute walk away and is pretty secluded. I knew immediately what she meant when I got there. Her father's grave. It looked as if someone had gotten down onto their hands and their knees and just started using their hands to grab handfuls of dirt and just chucked it in every which direction. There were clumps of dirt scattered in the middle of the stone path, thrown onto headstones, covering up flowers that had been laid down for other relatives. Whoever it was had not at all bothered to completely cover the grave back up. The dirt had been shoved up to the sides, so it was like there was a little trench in the middle with a big gap and 2 walls of dirt at the side. The body was gone. The flowers that had been left on the grave, they looked like they'd had their petals ripped or torn off, and then they were just thrown down into the grave. The coffin was ancient and looked to have been rotting for quite a while, so it's no surprise that whoever took it did not need a tool to pry it open. It had this long splintering running down the side of the wood. I called another officer out there to try and help me. The only thing I could think to do right then and there was to fill the grave back in and try and tidy the place up to stop people from panicking immediately. I figured it would buy us enough time to discover whoever took it before people cottoned on. I had to go about it a certain way. It did not take long for the news to spread, but I still had to be careful how I talked about things. I had basically nothing to go on at all, and just a few days later, another body disappeared. It looked as if a shovel had been used to speed up the process this time, but still, whoever it was did not bother to cover up his tracks. I attempted to set up a trap and stake out the cemetery. I had officers on rotating shifts to make sure that no more bodies could be taken and so that we could catch this freak in the act. I actually caught a guy. I was just doing a patrol around the area and I caught sight of someone creeping up on the cemetery. He was not even trying to hide himself. It was at around 3 in the morning and I actually recognized the guy. He was only about 19 years old. His name was Marty. His mother passed away when he was pretty young and bounced around from house to house, living with various family members or just whoever would take him in, sometimes complete strangers. He did a lot of odd jobs for people to make money and was working from a pretty young age. He just recently got his own place to stay, only around 6 months ago. He was just wearing his regular clothes. He didn't have a shovel on his person. I called out to him and asked what he was doing, if he was here to see his mother. He kind of froze up on the spot and started looking all around him, so I flicked on my flashlight and he squinted and covered up his eyes. I called out that it wasn't safe around here right now, that bodies were going missing and that someone might hurt him. He just started sprinting away, like full on sprinting, like he was running for his life. I did not even bother to chase him. He moved much too quickly for me to catch him on foot, and at the time, very stupidly, I figured that maybe I had just scared him with what I said or something like that. Or that maybe he just wanted to visit his mother in private and did not want to go when everyone else was around. Another body went missing. I don't even know how. I never dozed off. I never did anything but patrol around the area. The most I was even turned away from the place was when I would go for a piss. Surely I would have seen someone. Surely they would not have the time to dig up a grave and remove a body and then fill it back in. I would not have even noticed the missing body if I did not see footprints around the area and the slight disturbance of the dirt. It had been raining just the day previous, so some of the dirt was a little slodgy, and so I could see full-on footprints. Whoever it was had not taken the care to scuff them up and hide them. Aside from those, there was a slight disturbance of the dirt. You could clearly see that it had been filled in just recently. When I dug the grave up, everything was gone. Even the damn coffin was gone. But the hole in the ground was way deeper than any regular grave. It looked to be twice the depth, and it looked as if it had turned into a sinkhole and that both the body and the coffin had been sucked away. I decided to take an officer with me to pay Marty a visit. I wanted to brush it off as him being scared or just a weirdo, but I had to check, and it was the only lead that we actually had. Before I went in, I asked around. Apparently, no one had seen him around for days. I was the last person to have seen him. This only made my suspicions worse, even though I did not want to believe them. I didn't want to believe this kid was capable of something so horrible, especially since he seemed like such a nice one. You know, I knew him from when he was young. He was always a quiet guy, shy, kept to himself, but always very respectful. His neighbor told me he'd heard him pretty late at night one time. They said they could smell a really horrible stench seeping in from next door, and that she could not get rid of it, no matter how much air freshener she sprayed. She told me that she could hear Morty talking to himself all night. She said that at first, she thought it was a TV show playing really loudly. But then she proceeded to tell me that she could hear Morty changing his accent and talking to himself really weirdly, saying all kinds of weird things. She told me that she banged really hard on the wall and screamed for him to shut up, and that was the last that she heard of him. I tried to knock or get a hold of anyone who knew Morty closely, but there was no luck there. I ended up having to break my way into his house. When I did, that smell hit me, that horrible, pungent smell. It smelled like earth, like a really damp, earthy smell, but there was also something rotting in the air. It smelled like food stuck between a tooth for years. That smell when you finally get the rotting food out and it just stinks of rot and like something died. The officer who was with me had to step outside immediately because he could not stop gagging, and I heard him puke the second that he got outside. I had to remove my shirt and tie it over my face just to be able to stay in there. I could not believe my eyes when I stepped into that house. I searched the entire house, and it just got stranger and stranger. When you walk into the house, the living room and the kitchen are basically the same room, but split up by a kitchen counter. And then he had one of those circular tables with some chairs set up around the TV. The fucking missing corpse. I don't even know how to explain it. There were two of them that had been placed into those chairs around the table and propped up so that it looked like they were eating and watching the TV. There were plates of food set out in front of them, along with utensils placed at the sides. The food on the plate looked like it used to be some kind of meat along with some vegetables, but whatever the vegetables were now looked brown and were falling apart, and the meat had flies just buzzing around it. The remains were basically just skeletons because they had been dead for so long. Some of them had chips either in the skull or in other places. Parts of the skeleton were crumbling into little pieces of dust that were just left on the floor or piled up on the chairs. I just couldn't wrap my fucking head around what I was seeing. The entire place was a mess. There were hundreds and hundreds of bucks piled up high in different corners of his rooms like he was a hoarder. There was dirt and grime trailed in onto the floor that was soaked into the carpets. I found 2 more corpses. I didn't even know about the 4th one. We only knew that 3 of them had gone missing. I went into his bathroom. He had the remains of a person in there, propped up, like they were clinging to the sides of the bathtub. The remains had been dressed in a shower cap and looked like it had actually been scrubbed clean. I could smell bleach in this room. These remains were not crumbling or anything, and looked as if someone had used cleaning chemicals on the skeleton. There were rubber ducks in the bathroom, other bathtub toys too. It was so strange. And then I went up into Morty's bedroom. There was a bulge in the bed, and someone was pretty obviously sleeping in there. I had found the bastard. There was a cup of coffee left out on the nightstand from where I was that I could see, and there was a half-open book on the bed next to the space where the person was sleeping. I put my hand on my gun, and I got ready just in case he freaked out and tried anything. He very clearly was not in his right mind. I called out his name. I told him who I was and why I was here, and I told him to very slowly put his hands up onto his head and sit upwards. I got no response. I started shouting, telling Marty that he was in a lot of trouble and that he should not make this any harder on himself. I still got no response. This little freak did not move even an inch underneath those covers. I called out and I warned him. I told him that I did not want to do this, but that he forced my hand. I very slowly approached the bed, with my revolver aimed carefully, and I yanked the covers back off the bed with my free hand, and then I took a step backwards to create some distance between myself and Marty. I took one look, then two, then three, my eyes scanning rapidly back and forth. Then I lowered my gun, and I pretty much instinctively shot my hand upwards to cover my mouth. I still had the shirt wrapped around my face, but it was just an instinctual response to do this in shock. There was a body in that bed, but it was not Marty. That poor fucking man. I recognized the man in the bed. He was a local hunter, and he had only passed away just a few weeks back. He ended up messing up and falling and breaking his leg. There was no one in the nearby area to help him, and he had no service on his phone. He was pretty far away from this small town, as you could imagine, deep in the forests, near some cliffs and stuff. He could not even crawl, and he was only found a day or two later. Rescue people were not able to find him in time, even though they were called pretty much straight away. Like I said, he had not been dead for long, so his body, well, in this bed, it was not a skeleton like the rest of them. It was in the active process of decomposition, and let's just say that it was a horrible, horrible sight to see. The body had originally been buried wearing the suit that he wore for his wedding. I watched his wife sob out her heart while he was lowered. I watched his little daughter try and run and jump into his grave because she didn't want them to take Daddy away. She told her mother that she wanted to be with Daddy. And here he was now, propped up in this bed, dressed in nothing but a pair of underwear with no sign of that suit. He was a sickly color, and I could not look anymore. The entire thing was a mess, and I needed to get it cleaned up right now before anyone could say, before anyone could find out this horrible, sick sight. I had put the word out to other nearby towns to keep a lookout for Marty. I gave them a description of him and even forwarded a picture and asked for any information possible. I had to call in backup from the city. I did not have enough people to deal with this mess. Investigators got involved, and this stirred up a lot of panic from the locals. Lots of people were asking questions, asking to be told what actually happened. We managed to bury the bodies as discreetly as possible. We did our very best to tidy up the graves and redress the bodies and just make sure the remains were not all grimy and dirty. I never did find that wedding suit though. Marty's house was essentially sealed up as a crime scene, and I was basically just supervising at that point. I felt useless, just completely and utterly useless, just standing there like a lemon, only being able to tell the people doing the real work little tidbits about the guy or about the town. We had received no information about him skipping town, and it seemed a little bit hopeless. Marty did eventually turn back up though. We did eventually find him. Although I suppose found is certainly a choice of a word. It was actually brought to my attention by one of the investigators. They had finally gotten around to canvassing the cemetery after a couple of days and were looking for any evidence to track down Marty or any kind of motive to get inside his mind. They were slow workers, thorough but excruciatingly slow. The graves had obviously been sealed off to public access for a little while the investigations went on, and I still had an officer rotating back and forth, patrolling around the grave around the nearby area. But when they got there and they checked, they told me that one of the graves had clearly been dug up and then repacked very recently, probably in the last week or so. We dug the grave back up, and the sight that I saw right in front of me, it should not have been possible. It made me feel scared. Before, I had just felt sick and angry almost, but now I felt this fear that I could not explain. In the coffin, buried in this grave, was the old remains of a woman. Just barely a skeleton, slowly decomposing, getting worse and worse. But that corpse was not the only thing inside this grave. In the grave, next to this corpse, Morty was right there. He was very clearly dead. He had his arms wrapped around the skeletal remains that were right next to him in the grave, as if he had them in an embrace and was giving the remains a tight hug. The grave of the woman that he was in. The woman was his mother. He was dead inside his own mother's grave, but how? The investigators did not have an explanation right then and there, and it didn't really seem like they wanted one either. It seemed like they just wanted to be done with the case and shelve it all away. Morty had wounds on his body. He had cuts and bruises on his face and what looked like a deep slash across his neck. But even if Morty had done that to himself, who buried him? And also, there was no knife inside the grave or at the scene, at least not from what I could see or tell. And how did he manage to get himself perfectly inside the grave, in that position, while killing himself at the same time? None of it made any sense whatsoever. And the thing about Morty's body was that he had already started to decompose. Not dramatically, but his body looked a lot more far gone than it should have been at that stage if our estimates were correct. I was asked to lie to the townspeople about Morty. I was asked to stick to the story and tell them that he killed himself while lying in his mother's open grave and not mention anything about the house, that he was a very mentally unwell man and wanted to be with her. I, of course, decided to keep quiet about that and the bodies in the house. I knew that no one would be able to handle that. How could you stay living in your own home, knowing that something so horrible like that had happened just next door or just down the street? You would never sleep soundly ever again. I don't want to spend a lot of time on backstory. To make it a lot simpler for everyone, let me just say that I spent a long time back in the 1980s and the 1990s employed by a very, very wealthy man. I would be escorted to his properties around the country and would clean them when needed. Not just me, obviously, but I was part of a larger staff. Sometimes I would be a live-in maid and spend time cleaning, both when he was present at the property and also when he was not there, to keep it clean for when he did arrive, or to get the properties ready for big events and things like that. I am not going to say who this was for obvious reasons, but I will refer to him only as W. Now, W obviously did not hire me personally. I worked as a cleaner for a lot of different agencies who would give me jobs to go out to. One of these times, I guess W contracted the agency that I was working for, and I was sent out along with a horde of other cleaners to completely scrub his property out in California from top to bottom. I'm talking a full deep clean. After this, I was contacted by his agent, I guess is what you would call it, and eventually, I was hired to work for him through his agent, instead of continuing to do work through my agency. I would see him sometimes, and other times he would be absent for days or even weeks on end. He never spoke to me directly, only very, very rarely. Jobs and orders were usually passed down through a hierarchy, and so I would speak to the man in charge of cleaning instead of W himself, or sometimes other workers, depending on what was going on. We were not allowed to speak unless spoken to. We were required to sign an NDA and all of the usual rules that you would expect. W was really weird, always really secretive, I would say. Whenever he interacted with staff, it would always be done in private. Whenever food was prepared for him, no one would be even allowed in the house until he had finished eating. If you were upstairs changing sheets or making preparations, you would be sent outside for the hour or two it took him to finish his meal. Even if there was a storm outside, there would be no exceptions. He had these thick blackout curtains that he would always draw because he did not want anyone to be able to see inside. He would have them drawn day and night. Occasionally they would be open, but more often than not, they would be closed. He was an oddball, to say the least. If he ever had any guests over, we would be sent down into this little concrete room in the basement. It had these wicker chairs and stone seats to sit on, and it was more like a prison than anything else. We'd be told to remain down there and would only be allowed out if we were called or required to do an important task. One time, I had to spend an entire 8 hours down there because he was having some kind of a party. I kept hearing people screaming and shouting and banging pretty intensely on the floor. He only ever spoke privately to me once. I actually almost forgot about this. It only just shot back into my head while I was writing this. The rest of the staff were ordered away, and he spoke with me down in that basement room. He kept grabbing my arm and caressing my neck while licking his lips, and I don't even think he was paying attention to me when I spoke. It made me immensely uncomfortable. I figured he was your usual rich freak who thinks he can get away with anything. I can't remember what he even wanted to speak with me for. It was for something really odd, like asking me how I washed his sheets, asking me to tell him what perfume I was wearing. I remember he grabbed my arm, sniffed all along it, and he kissed it, but at the same time he nipped my skin with his teeth. It really hurt actually. He put a lot of force into that, but it never drew blood. He pretty much left me alone after that. It was weird. After he nipped my skin and sniffed all along it, he made this really odd face, and then after that he quickly withdrew and told me to get back to work. He just stopped being weird. He stopped really even paying attention to me after that. Anyway, fast forward to this one day when W has a guest over. This guest was also incredibly rich and in the same business sector as W. I guess I will just call him E. I had never seen E before at W's property. I was never told what he was there for or for how long. I remember being sent down to the basement room and the sounds upstairs got really rowdy. It sounded like people were jumping around and I heard some squeals. Sometimes they were bringing more people while we were down there. After a while, I was asked to go and clean a room upstairs, one of the guest rooms on the far side of the hall. One of the other maids who worked there that I knew, I will call her Jenny for the purposes of the story. She was not down there with us. I figured that she was already at work cleaning another room. So I went upstairs to the very top floor. But halfway down the hallway to the room that I was supposed to clean, I heard some noises coming from a door that was slightly ajar. I really shouldn't have, but I decided to take a peek in there, just slightly, just for a second. Sometimes I wish I had just ignored it and just kept on moving so I didn't have to see what I saw. Jenny was laying on her back on the bed, and he was biting into her. Jenny's eyes were incredibly wide, and she had her mouth hanging open, with drool dripping down into the corner of her mouth. She had made a yelping sound before I looked in there, but now she was just staring up at the ceiling, and she didn't even look like she was breathing anymore. He was literally hovering over her, but with his face down on her neck, and he had his teeth pressed into her. Only, his teeth did not look like regular human teeth anymore, like they did when he gave me a really creepy weird smile when he arrived. In fact, he did not look the same as he did before at all. Before, he had this long hair that came down to his shoulders, but now, most of it looked to have come out in clumps, and he had a massive bald spot in the center of his head. The rest of his hair was on the bed and on the floor in a clump, like it had just fallen off right then and there. His ears looked as if they had been stretched outwards and were now more curved or pointed at the ends. And his face, his skin, all of it looked much more pale and a lot more sickly in color. I had no idea what the hell I was looking at. His teeth that were sticking into Jenny, they were a lot more pronounced than earlier. It looked like two really long front teeth just jabbing into her, just longer than front teeth should be, and like they were sharpened. I was trying to keep low to the ground and quiet, and I was covering my own mouth with my hand. I was terrified that someone would spot me, and at the same time, I just could not look away or move. I was frozen to the spot. After this, I saw him pull these teeth out from out of her neck, and I could see these two gaping holes in Jenny's neck, but there was no blood gushing from them. He wiped something away from his mouth, and then he proceeded to spit in his own hands. He spit something out of his mouth that looked really thick and stringy, but I don't know what it was. Then he rubbed his hands together and then placed them around Jenny's neck. He made this motion with both of his hands, like he was gripping someone around the neck. It looked like he was gripping her pretty tightly, and then he started flexing his fingers and almost like he was massaging something into her skin. I just left at this point. I could not stand the sight in front of me anymore. I left to the room down the hall, and I just continued on with my cleaning like nothing happened. I mean, what could I even do? I tried to put it out of my head and pretend that I saw nothing. I heard more sounds coming from down the hall while I was cleaning. It was like he was not trying to be subtle. I heard chewing and the smacking of lips. At some point, I heard someone that was not E coughing quite violently, and I remember that W eventually entered the room and spoke to E in a muffled tone. W then came into the room that I was cleaning and forced me back downstairs. He grabbed me by the arm and shoved me along. He did not give me that same creepy smile he would usually do. He just looked really stone-faced, really solemn. Fast forward about a day, and E is still there, but workers are now being permitted to go and do their jobs and prepare food and clean and stuff. I ran into E on the way to another room that I was assigned to. I tried not to react to him, despite what I had seen. I tried to just look down at the floor and not look at him at all. But I heard him clear his throat, and I could not help but look up at his face for just a second. He looked normal. He looked like he did before when he first arrived, only his eyes were tinted a little bit yellow now where there should have been white. He did not smile at me or anything like before. He gave me this glare and actually stopped walking while I was looking, and he just followed me with his eyes. I saw him scratch his head. When I did, I shit you not, I could have sworn I saw his hair shift really unnaturally, almost like it was not properly attached to his head. Maybe I just imagined it though. I actually found Jenny in the middle of making my rounds. She was in this dingy little room in the corner of the property, and she was on her hands and knees just scrubbing the floor. She was not looking where she was scrubbing. She was staring vacantly right in front of her, and I watched her do this for a couple of minutes before trying to talk to her. She was not even scrubbing anything. The carpet where she was scrubbing did not seem to have a single stain in that spot, but other parts of the carpet were dirty. She just kept going and going. I tapped her on the shoulder, and I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" Bear in mind, Jenny was a pretty fiery woman. She liked to be an ass, and if she could cut corners, she definitely would. She was the rebellious type, and we got on pretty well. When she turned around, I could see that there was not a scar near her neck, but there was a kind of a rash there. It was red and quite lumpy, like she had been scratching at her skin aggressively. She kind of stared at me blankly for just a few seconds. Her right eye looked infected. It looked to be slightly red where the white should be. And in a complete monotone voice that didn't even really sound like hers, she just told me. He said I could not move until I got this spot clean. Like I said, this was odd. Firstly, because we will be told to work by either cleaners above us in the pecking order or other staff, not directly by W or his guests. And also, there is no way Jenny would listen and spend so much time doing this. She would have just moved on to doing another task. I shit you not. She got back down on her hands and her knees and went back to scrubbing. I grabbed her and told her to stop playing with me, and she slapped away my hand and stepped up very quickly. She still had a blank expression on her face, but her body language made it seem like she was really annoyed. She told me not to distract her. She told me that she had a job to do, and explained that she did not want to disappoint E. I asked her again to snap out of it, and I put my hand out towards her, and she proceeded to shove me over hard, and I hit the ground and the wall. She did not say anything after that, but I noticed that E was in the doorway just watching us. When Jenny saw him, she immediately got back down on her hands and knees to clean. She looked shocked and scared all at the same time. Her facial expression switched from blank to that one in half a second, maybe even less. It was so surreal. E told her no, and the second that the word left his lips, she stopped what she was doing and stared at him. E told her to stand up and stand next to him, and she did so, quicker than I've ever seen her move before. E gives me a glare, but pretty much ignores me, and gets Jenny to start following his orders like a dog doing tricks, asking her why she stopped, telling her to hit herself, to beg for forgiveness, and she proceeded to do all of this without even a second's hesitation. And then E stares at her for a little while, and he told her, "You told me that they stopped you," referring to me. "Hit them, and I will forgive you." I put my hands out and shouted no, but Jenny just launched herself towards me, shoved my hands away, and then slapped me with her open palm across my cheek. I started shouting, asking what the hell was going on, and at this point, Jenny was looking back over her shoulder at E without moving, and all he says is, "I didn't say stop." She proceeded to slap me over and over again. Then E asked her to punch me, eventually asking her to bite my arm until I bled. This whole time, he was just smiling and clearly taking a lot of pleasure from this. I was scared for my life. I did not want to move or cry out because I thought I would just get into more trouble. Eventually, E told her to leave the room with him, and she did so instantly. That was the last time that I saw E in my time working there. That was also the last day that I saw Jenny working there. I asked another worker a couple of weeks later, and they told me that she just stopped coming in one day, and so she was fired. To this day, I have no idea what happened to her. I was forced to kill someone while hiking in Yellowstone National Park. I know what it sounds like. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it happened, and I still cannot wrap my head around it to this day. I'm still scared that someone is going to come looking for me, or that I'm going to get in trouble. Let me start off by saying I wasn't doing any ordinary hike. I'm a photographer by trade, and make most of my money by taking professional shots of anything that I can, and then selling them on to companies as stock images and licensing them, or so that they can license them to other people for a hefty fee. I wouldn't say it pays well, but it had been my dream since I was in high school to make money by taking pictures, and I guess I just didn't want to leave the only job I ever had where I could actually make that a reality. I had a big-ass hiking backpack with me that day, with all of my equipment inside of it. Some really expensive stuff, too. I'm talking tons of different lenses with different focal lengths, my tripod, my camera, and some other stuff that I needed. Just to give you an idea, my camera alone cost me around $5,000, and that's not even to mention any of my other equipment. The plan was to take various pictures of nature and see if I could snap some unique photos of some of the birds that lived in the national park. Failing that, I was very interested in snapping some photographs of the hot springs that I had heard so much about in Yellowstone. I wasn't an idiot. I knew it was illegal to go hot potting and bathe in them, but nevertheless, I wanted to get some shots of the springs, and who knows, maybe I could find a willing participant for just a few seconds. If that didn't come to fruition, the plan was to set up my camera on a tripod and a timer and hope that I got a good shot. I would blur my face, obviously, so that I wasn't admitting publicly that I broke the law. The hike out there was not much to write home about. It was a really hot day, and combined with having to lug my equipment up some of the steep trails with barely any places to get real traction on my feet and to keep myself from slipping, it was really making me struggle. I was sweating before I even got near the hot spring. I didn't really notice any people hiking around, but I suppose it is a big place. I did notice one dude lingering by the trailhead that was near the car park. He was wearing a full hooded sweater that was black, and he had it closed pretty tightly around his face, like he had pulled the strings really tight. He seemed to just stand there, and he occasionally pulled out his phone, but it was still locked, so I could tell that he was not using it. It was pretty odd, but it wasn't really my business. Once I got to the hot spring, I shed my t-shirt because the heat was just unbearable. It was like I was hit by a wall of heat, and honestly, I was starting to regret coming here at all. I had pretty much decided in my head that bathing in the hot spring for one measly photograph was a silly idea. Still, I needed other shots too. There is like this boardwalk thing designated for walking around these hot springs with little mini railings to stop you falling in. I mean, you can get closer, but I'm pretty sure you can also get fined for that. Lucky for me, there was no one around, and so I took this chance to get much closer to the hot spring and set up all of my camera equipment. I was in awe at the hot spring, but I can't lie and say that I did not feel weird and intimidated. The entire area absolutely stank of rotten eggs and some kind of a chemical smell. It was really pungent and thick in the air, and just breathing in the air, it felt really heavy. I kept getting this sharp stinging in my nose and like a sharp shock on my nose hairs whenever I got a little too close to the hot spring and breathed in. It felt like I was chewing on a battery or something. I got some beautiful shots of the place. The hot spring was crystal clear in some parts of it, and you could see right to the bottom and see all of the chalky grey rocks and stuff. Some parts of this hot spring though were quite murky and had these dark clouds almost billowing around and blocking your vision. It was a nice contrast for a photo, and I had fun. Every so often, I would shit my pants when I would hear a loud hiss of steam bubbling up to the surface, but other than that, everything just went fine. I set up my tripod to just look at the crystal clear part of the lake, and I set up a timer on it. I fiddled with the settings for around an hour to get the picture perfect, although this was more me stalling for time than anything else. I was still debating inside my own head whether I should get in for the photo or not. I was really torn and fighting against myself. Well, this back and forth for a while in my head distracted me, and I guess I didn't notice until I turned back around that there was a man standing in the tree line. I say standing, but he was actually crouched quite low to the ground. He was making no effort to conceal himself beyond this. It was the exact same man that I saw previously at the foot of the trail. He was still wearing that gigantic hooded sweater with it covering most of his face. He had one hand reaching into his pocket, clutching something that I could not see, and his other hand was being used to type a message on his phone, is what it looked like to me from my perspective. I was instantly overcome with shock, and I really did not know what to do. I tried to give a friendly wave to break the tension and make myself feel better, but he never responded. I tried to quickly gather my equipment in my bag, but my camera was still up on the tripod with the timer ready to go at the click of a button. Before I could even finish, this man came rushing out of the tree line out into the open and screamed at me to stop fucking moving. He had pulled his hand out of his pocket and was now brandishing a knife in my direction. It wasn't some small little tactical knife either. This thing was massive and more like a machete in size. I just put my hands up instinctively and begged him to let me go, and that I did not want any trouble at all. He told me to shut up and listen. He told me he wanted my bag with all of my stuff inside. I tried to lie and tell him it was a load of old junk not worth anything, but once again, he told me to shut up, and he waved the knife around in front of him like a crazy person with no control at all. I honestly don't really know what came over me. I wasn't really thinking straight, and the anxiety and the adrenaline running through me made me have this horrible sick feeling inside of my stomach. And before I'd even realized what I had done, I had already told him no. I was just as shocked as he was. I couldn't even believe I had said it. I wasn't even thinking about it. He got really, really angry. He yanked his hood down now on his sweater and showed his face to me, and he screamed, "No, I will fucking gut you if you do not toss the bag here right now." He had this massive scraggly beard that had bits of grey in it. His face had all sorts of scars, and he looked like someone who had been sleeping rough for half of their life. I just sort of stood there and did not say anything, and without a second's hesitation, he just rushed at me. I was just an idiot. I was frozen to the spot, and he rushed at me. Once he got a few inches away from me, my body just reacted on its own. I didn't even feel in conscious control anymore. The entire fight, if you can even call it that, only probably lasted 20 seconds at most. He kind of flailed the knife at me in my direction, and I instinctively put my hands up, and I felt a searing pain in my palm. I managed to grab him slightly, and he ended up losing his footing, since this part of the trail was not a boardwalk and was not very stable at all. He ended up coming down on top of me with all of his weight. Again, I am still on autopilot and full of adrenaline. He swings the knife down at me wildly, and I don't know if he missed or what, but it ends up lodged in my forearm, and as he starts to pull it back out, I just try to shift my weight as much as I possibly can, since he was pulling the knife and trying to stand back up. None of it was conscious thought at all or planned out. I guess I threw him off balance because he wrested the knife from my skin, but also stumbled, and he landed in the hot spring. I was in pain and bleeding quite heavily from my arm, and I did not have anything with me to stop the bleeding. I was going to just go running, but for some reason, some part of me was focused on not leaving my equipment behind, which sounds utterly ridiculous, but I just was not thinking. I knew within seconds, before I could even make a choice, that something was horribly wrong. I saw the splash in the water. I heard some kind of a click, but it did not register fully in my brain what it was. I saw the bits of steam bubbling to the surface, and then I saw the man fully appear from the water, screaming and begging me for help. He screamed at me to help him out of the water, and after that, his breath became sharp and he stopped talking. I saw his eyes go unnaturally wide, and he looked scared for his life. I could not even comprehend what I was seeing right in front of me. The skin on his face, around his eyes, it was already peeling away in large clumps and blistering in other places. His sweater had multiple holes inside of it, and where I could see his skin, I could see it was this bright red color, and that pieces of the material had almost fused to his skin, and the skin looked really badly burned. Even beyond this, the skin on his body was just peeling and peeling away. It looked as if he was melting. I remember him screaming that he couldn't see, but by that point, his voice did not sound the same anymore. It sounded like someone had punctured his lungs multiple times, and like his vocal cords were covered in tar. His voice sounded so raspy, and like it was painful to get any of the words out of his mouth. After that, there was just nothing. His body just bobbed up and down, with his eyes completely wide open, just looking as if they were staring at me. But the eyes were not entirely there anymore. His skin just melted more and more, and I could not even look, and eventually, his body was below the water, and I could not see it anymore past all of the murky water. I was still bleeding. While watching all of this unfold, I almost forgot that I was bleeding somehow, despite the horrible burning sensation. I was scared that I was going to bleed to death, scared I was going to prison for murder. I know it sounds silly now, but in the moment, I thought that I had to cover everything and just run, that the police would judge me as a criminal. I clearly was not thinking straight at all. I grabbed my shirt off of the ground, which I had already taken off earlier, and I did my best to cover up my arm and stop the bleeding. There were a few drops of blood on the ground that I tried desperately to wipe away with the fabric of my pants, but I could not get rid of it. I grabbed my camera and packed it into my bag, and I fled to my car. The whole time, I tried to run through denser parts of the park just in case someone had been walking by the trail. I thought that if someone saw me, the police would be able to arrest me and pin me to the crime. I drove to the hospital. I wanted to go home and hide, but I knew I could not treat myself properly, and I was scared I could lose my arm or worse. I lied to the nurses, and I told them that I had a horrible accident while woodworking. I just came up with some bullshit on the spot. I'm not sure if they fully believed me, but I was eventually treated and given stitches. They would not let me go home until a day or so afterwards. I wish that was it, but I saw a news report maybe a week or so after it happened. I don't know all of the details, but I know the police found some evidence that someone had fallen into the acidic pool. That is what they said, that some poor soul had mistaken an acidic pool as a hot spring and lost their life. I think they said at the time they were treating the case as a tragic accident rather than any foul play. I can't remember half of the details from the news report. I just remember obsessing over the newspaper article again and again for the longest time, rereading it over and over, and trying to find out whether they would know it was me, or if they could find me somehow. Trying to think in my head if they maybe secretly had some evidence that they were hiding, and that they were going to show up at my door in the middle of the night. That never did happen, thankfully. But there is something else I cannot stop obsessing over. Something I can't stop coming back to again and again. I don't know how. Maybe in the commotion, or maybe my camera was just that sensitive. Maybe I accidentally clicked the button just before the man came out from the trees, but the timer on it went off. It actually snapped a photograph. You can't see me or the man in the photograph. All you can see is a splash in the acidic pool where the man went in, and the pool itself. For the longest time, I've kept it to myself, because I was convinced it would somehow prove what I did. But I am sharing it here now, because I can't keep it to myself anymore. I wanted to delete the thing and just get rid of it forever, but I couldn't. No matter what I tried, I just could not stop looking at the photo. The photo of someone's last moments on Earth, right as I killed them. I can't sleep at night, and I can't live with myself. Please, someone help me. What happened to me is something I struggle to come to terms with and explain, even now. What I am about to tell you, well, it ties to the incident that happened in the northern Urals back in 1959. I was obsessed with it, you might say. I spent countless amount of hours poring over documents I could find online, old newspapers, various forums, and fringe websites. The consensus online seemed to point to a cover-up of some kind, and I agreed with this. I was never a professional hiker or backpacker. I only came across the story by accident while digging through some strange accounts online, and after that, I started reading everything that I could find. Every version of the story I read years apart seemed to have holes or differences. It seemed like every time I looked, the official story was changed or altered. I decided that the only way to get close to the truth was to retrace the steps of the Dyatlov group myself and see what I could find. I knew a few people with hiking experience, but none of them wanted to attempt a route that difficult in winter. My best friend Alex suggested hiring a local guide, and then decided to come with me. We waited until winter, so the conditions would be as close as possible to those of 1959. A couple of weeks before our planned start, Alex and I took a train to Ifdal. We needed time to check our gear, find the guide, and leave supplies along the route so that we would not have to carry everything. I will skip the journey itself because nothing important happened. The guide was easy enough to find since Dyatlov Pass is still a known tourist route. A local forester with an old UAZ helped us drop off some supplies. After that, we did the old Russian tradition, namely, going into the only bar in town and having some shots of vodka. After some time, I went outside for a cigarette. Beyond the weak circle of light from the street lamp over the bar, everything turned blue and black. There was a strange silence too. I was standing there, smoking, when a figure suddenly appeared in front of me, right at the edge of the light. I thought at first it was one of the Mansi locals. The person was standing against the lamp, so I could not make out the face, or even say for sure if it was a man or a woman. The long hair did not help, since both men and women wore it that way around there. Still, something told me it was a man. He spoke in a hoarse, metallic voice, saying words that I first mistook for Mansi, though later I became sure that they had nothing to do with that language. I cannot even possibly type out what I think he said. I asked if he spoke Russian or English, because those were the only two languages that I knew. Instead of answering, he grabbed my hand and started shaking it while trying to push a small bag into my palm. He kept repeating one phrase like a prayer or a warning. At the time, I thought he was trying to sell me something worthless for vodka money. I was drunk enough to get angry, so I pulled free and waved him away. He backed away into the darkness, and for a second, just a second, I saw his eyes flash. Then something bright shot up beyond him, like a comet rising over the horizon. The flash immediately reminded me of the strange luminous object that was supposedly photographed in 1959, one of the last photos taken before the Dyatlov group died. Investigators had hidden that photograph for years, and many people believed it showed the trace of a secret Soviet R-12 missile from the Kapustin Yor test site. I grabbed my phone and tried to open the camera, but by the time I looked up again, the sky was empty. The bag was lying at my feet. I was surprised the stranger had left it behind, since I had been sure he wanted money or alcohol for it. I picked it up anyway and went back inside to show Alex, but he was already drunk and busy with a local girl, so I left it for the morning. I got to chatting with some locals, and I brought up the subject. They told me all sorts of theories. An old man named Petrovich joined in with me and another old man, and they said it could have been a missile that killed them, which was being tested then, or the Burya project, the first Soviet intercontinental cruise missile. He had once been a military engineer and claimed to know something about those test sites. When I asked if people still saw luminous objects in the sky, the men went quiet and then burst out laughing. They said the test sites were abandoned now, the military unit had been disbanded, and modern UFO stories were just the ravings of superstitious people trying to scare outsiders. They said the old Mansi had always told stories about beings from the sky and strange creatures from beyond the mountains. Ancient people had treated these things like gods and even described them in detail, which the locals took as proof that they were only myths. I listened to some of the stories because I was drunk and bored. Petrovich knew the stories best because his wife was Mansi. She had warned him many times not to go near the mountain of the dead, Kurlatsakyol. He said those mountains had always been lifeless, with cold rocky slopes and almost no vegetation. They stood there on the route like either a road or an obstacle. According to him, it had been that way since ancient times, when people still wore animal skins and were afraid to light fires because fire belonged to the sky. According to the old stories, the land around those mountains had once been used by a small number of nomads. In those distant times, They saw a blackness hang over the flat plateau, followed by a terrible cold. A storm came with it, stronger than anything they ever knew. The ground shook, lightning split the sky, and when it finally passed, they saw something impossible standing in the scorched earth. It was a tall, vertical structure shining in the sun, visible from several days away. For a long time, it gave off a piercing sound, then slowly sank into the ground until it vanished. In its place, there remained a huge, vertical opening, which the nomads called the Laughing Abyss. The legend said that it had 3 levels, and that deep below it, there was a hollow land with its own really weak, wrong sun. Under that sun lay the so-called spare people. A suffocating smell rose from the opening, so no one settled nearby. Sometimes, a rotating island could be seen above the mouth, though later stories claimed it was actually the lid of the abyss opening and closing. Anyone who tried to enter that place out of curiosity never returned. That was the local legend. I asked what the ancient beings in the Laughing Abyss were supposed to look like. I eventually managed to get out of them that the spare people underneath the mountains had been created by the ancients who had come from the stars. The spare people, according to legend, were meant to replace those living on Earth after the flowers of pain bloomed and all normal life disappeared. Mansi shamans, according to the story, served the ancients in the Laughing Abysses to delay that time and prolong their people's stay on the surface. The ancients themselves were described badly, as if the people telling the story did not really have the proper words for them. Some said they had tentacles, trunks, scales, swollen growths, insect eyes, wings like membranes, jointed limbs, and fins along their back. Others insisted that no description was close enough, because the things were built by a logic that had nothing to do with Earth. I went home, because I decided I had heard enough myths and tall tales for one night. I wrote it all off as a bunch of bullshit, really. In the morning, we loaded into the UAZ and drove without incident to the logging camp. From there, we took our cache supplies and moved toward the abandoned settlement of the second northern mine where a guide was waiting. We arrived in the evening, and he advised us to camp inside a cave that had once been part of the mine. It sheltered us from the wind and the frost, so we lit a fire, set up the tents, and talked until midnight. Toward morning, voices woke me. At first, I thought Alex and the guide had gone deeper into the cave, but the voices did not sound like either of them. There were 2 speakers, one young and one older. The sound seemed to come from inside the cave itself, though I could see no one. I decided I was hearing echoes or some strange cave noise, pulled the sleeping bag over my head, and went back to sleep. In the morning, I asked the others about the sound, but neither of them had heard anything or gone walking in the cave. We put that out of our minds and began the real trek. First on skis along Dyatlov's route by the Lozva River, then along the Mansi Trail. At our second campsite, all of us heard the voices again. They were nearby, or sounded nearby, but we could not make out the words and saw no one around us. By January 31st, we reached Mount Kolat and spent the night on its slopes, keeping as close as possible to the Dyatlov group's route because the weather was good enough to allow it. After everything we had heard in Ivdel, Alex and I decided to search the surrounding area for traces of the missile wreckage Petrovich had talked about. For years, people had followed the route, but often they would not follow it down to the letter and would meander off, so I still believed that we might find something others had missed. We climbed the slope until my legs shook, and I was ready to turn back when Alex called out. In the low sun, he had seen a metallic glint higher up the mountain, not far from the place where the Dyatlov group had made their final camp. We photographed it with the DSLR and marked its position on the map so that we could go there at dawn. The guide agreed, though he warned us that we would need to move faster than planned. He suggested leaving most of our supplies in the camp and traveling light, then returning before conditions changed. We took only flashlights, cameras, a satellite phone, notebooks, pencils, and one day's food. The next morning, voices woke us again. By then, We had almost grown used to the strange sounds underneath the mountain, but while we prepared to climb, I suddenly realized I had heard that language before. It was the same voice, or the same kind of voice, that had spoken to me outside the bar. The voices sounded human enough that we first thought that they might be Mansi, maybe speaking some private dialect or some old language kept amongst themselves. Apart from the voices, there was no sign of anyone. We searched the dead space around the campsite, looking between the rocks and across the empty slopes, and we saw nothing. That was the first time I regretted bringing no weapon with me, aside from our camp knives. The tension got to all of us. The climb itself was manageable, but it took a lot of effort. At the top, we found ourselves on a huge slope of broken stone. To the west was the grey metallic circle we had seen the night before, and to the east stood the remains of the ancient giants, the stone pillars of the old legends. Snow dust was spinning high above us, which meant whirlwinds were forming near the summit, though where we stood, the air was still pretty calm. We hurried toward the glint and found our first disappointment. It was no wreckage, no part of a missile, no hidden Soviet secret. It was only a crust of wind-polished ice. From a distance, and in the light of the setting sun, it had looked like dull metal. We cursed our own stupidity and started back toward camp, hoping to pack quickly and still reach the Dyatlov group's final campsite before dark. But, we never got the chance. The whirlwind that had seemed distant before came down on us all at once, and within minutes, the whole slope disappeared inside a violent blizzard. The wind cut through my clothes, the snow hit my face like sand, and every single breath I took burned as if I were swallowing gasoline. I could not see Alex or the guide through the white wall around me. I ran in what I believed was the direction of the camp, hoping the hill would guide me back to the tent, or at least shield me from the worst of it. I tried to breathe slowly, because I remembered the air warms more if it passes through the throat slower, but I was panicking, so that was almost impossible. There was so much snow underneath my feet. There had not been half as much even just hours ago, but nothing made sense to me anymore. I had become desensitized to everything that was going on and could only think about getting to safety. My fingers stopped moving at all. They were frozen stuck. My legs weakened. The wind shoved me backwards again and again, and I moved forward only through basic instinct. It was almost like my body was acting on autopilot and refusing to die. Soon, my thoughts just broke apart, and I started to get these weird images inside of my head, these flashes. I had flashes of being back at home, or in some camp from childhood. Then there would be nothing except cold, pain, light, and darkness. It took time before I understood the darkness in front of me was real and wasn't just my mind playing tricks on me, or more images flashing in my head. I legit could not see anything. I just stared for a while, trying to figure out what was going on before I focused my eyes. I realized I was standing in the mouth of a cave. I had somehow found shelter without even knowing it. I did not think for long. I went deeper inside, away from the storm, down toward what I stupidly imagined would be warmth. The passage sloped downward, and after maybe 150 meters, it did become warmer. Once my eyes adjusted, I saw that the walls were covered in ancient writing and worn bas-reliefs. They were half erased and worn down, though they were still clear enough to see, even in the weak light. The entrance to this cave must have been level with the ground, which explained why we had missed it from the outside, and I must have stumbled into it half frozen by accident. Only then did I remember the small amount of gear that we had brought. I pulled dried meat out from my pack and ate it without chewing. Then I drank some strong camp tea from my flask and sat on the stone floor until I got some of my strength back. The corridor was quiet, except for the storm at the entrance. I fell asleep there without meaning to. I don't even know how that was possible, with how much anxiety I was feeling. It was almost like I was lulled into a trance and just could not stop it. When I woke back up, I was cold again. The wind outside had grown worse, and the air around me was strange. I could hear what sounded and felt almost like electric sparks, but like circling my head and my ears. In that moment, I panicked. I jumped up, grabbed my flashlight, and swept the beam across the walls. The same inscriptions continued down the tunnel. Behind me was the outer darkness of the storm. Ahead of me was a deeper blackness underneath the mountain. I did not want to go back outside, so I moved further in, telling myself that if people lived there, I might find help, or at the very least, I could get better shelter from the storm. That is all I could think of, that maybe the legends were true, and the natives who lived around here could guide me home. I was stupid and naive, I know. The bas-reliefs repeated the same images again and again. I saw symbols like twisted trees, these strange half-sphere type things, and a man in a boat. They meant absolutely nothing to me. The writing looked to me like some impossible mixture of Sanskrit and Latin. The passage seemed to go on forever, though it could not have been as long as it felt. Then it ended, and below me opened up a space so huge my mind could barely even accept it. A stone staircase dropped into an underground valley, maybe 700 steps down. At the bottom was something I can only describe as the inside of a gigantic spacecraft, because I have no better word for it. In the center stood a vast, domed machine glowing with a dead blue light. Around it was metal rooms that stretched around, corridors covered in dust, and random hallways that looked to have random bits of machinery strewn about or built into the walls. Beyond them, farther than my flashlight could even reach, were rows upon rows of suspended chambers. These chambers, they were more like rooms, like prison cells, although they were not made of stone. They had no bars or anything like that, but there was something over them and covering them, like a bubble of some kind, but made out of a type of glass, it looked like. There were people inside of them, laying there and not moving, like they were just statues. My brain could not cope with what I was seeing, and I had a million thoughts racing through my head. I descended a little bit deeper. It got warmer the closer that I got. This ship-like thing that was down here, it made no sense. There were no lines or shapes or pieces of engineering that you would expect from a machine. It just straight up looked like a vague blob of interconnected bits, like what someone who cannot see images clearly in their head would say when they try to think of a ship. The structure around the reactor was laid out like a maze. The floor levels kept changing in ways that I could not make sense of. 1 minute, I seemed to be lower than the reactor, and then higher, even though I did not feel like I had climbed or descended enough for that to be possible. The whole place played these tricks on my sense of distance. It was like I was in a dream and not actually moving through a physical, tangible space. 1 second I was in one place, and the next second my brain had imagined an entirely new backdrop. When I reached the first rows of chambers, I slowed down. These chambers were filled with bodies lying on beds. They looked almost human, but they weren't. They were too tall, their skin too devoid of color, more like a sickly gray. It's hard to even remember what they actually looked like when I think about it. My head hurt just being near them, like I felt a heavy pressure. Some of the bodies in there were just dried remains. Some of them had these same bodies intact, but hooked up to machines that did not make sense. In some of them, the glass had been smashed entirely and was just fractured all around the room. And then there was one room that looked different. The glass was scored from the inside with deep grooves, as if the people inside had tried to claw their way out. Those beings looked human too, except for the white irises around their pupils. They were frozen in poses of terror, their faces twisted, and they looked horrifying. I was so caught up in thought that I did not notice at first that I was hearing a new sound. I heard the hum of electricity. I searched all around with my flashlight, expecting to see cables, conduits, anything carrying power from the reactor to the chambers, but there was just nothing all around. Still, I could feel a current in the air, that same kind of charge that you feel in the air after a thunderstorm or during one. You can just feel it on your skin, on the hairs on your neck. I moved closer to the reactor so I could get a better look and inspect it. The blue glow underneath the dome did not come from metal or light panels. It came from some kind of a thick, shining slime, and inside that slime, there were things just moving around that looked like larvae. They had joined parts and soft bodies that were pulsing and wriggling. They had these tentacle-like things coming off of them, and they had these openings on them that seemed to react to the air, like just tiny little holes that would expand and contract and pulse at different points like it was breathing. Just staring at them made me feel sick, and they made my head hurt too. I just stood there, staring, unable to pull my eyes away, and I could feel this sick numbness passing through my body. If someone had not screamed at that moment, I think I would have just stayed there, just staring for a long, long time. The scream sounded really familiar, actually. It sounded very human. I turned just by reflex, without even thinking about it, and that small movement that I made broke whatever hold the blue glow had on me. I felt in control of my body again. I felt like I could move. Across one of the corridors, at some distance away, I couldn't be sure how far because, like I said, this place was playing tricks on me. I saw a line of figures moving through the ship. I could not tell what they were. They looked tall and almost human, but they did not register as human to me. They were leading Alex and the guy between them. I was so shocked to see Alex. Both men were completely alive, safe from the snowstorm outside, or at least alive enough to walk, but they were just following along these things without any fight. I could not believe that they were here, in the same place. They were just shambling forward, like they could not walk properly, and they were in a trance of some kind. I wanted to run to them, I really did, but I could not move. My body stayed locked in place, no matter what I tried. I could breathe and I could see, but my body would do nothing. Once I finally was able to move, the line of things and my friends had already moved into a new area. It was a vast open space, like a giant square room. The floor of this place, it was filled with bodies. The area looked like a stadium, larger than I had ever seen. Some of these bodies were still fresh, as if they had died very recently, or at least had been preserved by the snow. Some of the bodies, they were human, and some of the bodies looked not human. Some of the bodies, they looked the same as those things leading my friends. Some of the bodies on the floor had bits of their skin exposed or pulled off or were just rotting. Some of them looked as if they had been partially liquefied, or as if parts of skin and bone had been melted into this jelly-like substance. There was a pile of bodies a little off to the side that was literally just a mass of humans, and these things all decayed and melted into each other like a gigantic mass. Some of the alien ones, they were still squirming. The human bodies were stone dead, but these things were still trying to wriggle, even though they were now just a head and barely even a body. They were just trying hopelessly to bite and wriggle and free themselves, and they were making these groaning sounds that sounded like air had been trapped for years, escaping their lungs. Some that still had a partial body. They were crawling over the top of the mass, trying desperately to get away, but there was this sludge-like substance that was sticking to them that slowed down their movements until eventually they became tired and just laid down and gave up. The thing at the front of my friends raised its hands towards the roof of the room that was lit up blue and began chanting in a tongue I could not understand. When it chanted, I could hear noises. I could feel vibrations. The things in the reactor behind me, those slime-like things, at the sound of this, they began shaking and moving. These partial bodies on the ground, covered in sludge, I saw their skin start to glow. I could see this blue liquid type thing almost flowing through their skin as if it was partially see-through. I wanted to vomit right then and there, but my body would not let me. I remember Alex and the guide being led over to the pile. I remember that they did not fight or scream. They just sat down peacefully, and one of these things sat down too. I remember this thing gripping Alex by the throat, and then one of the things on the pile started making that noise again and trying to drag Alex and this other thing down onto the ground. I started to hear and feel a buzzing right behind me, and I just ran. I did it on instinct. The whole time that I was running, I had those images flashing through my head again. They felt so real. At one point, I could not even feel my body anymore. It felt so light, like I was a cloud, and all I saw was these images. I didn't even know whether I was still running or not. I saw images, an image of my mother telling me to get up for school. I saw myself relaxing with friends on the beach during summer. It's really hard to convey here with just words, but these images felt like they lasted for a very long time. It felt almost as if I lived like whole entire lifetimes in the short amount of time it took me to run from this cave. I would live for years and years, and then these dreams would just go wrong. People would get hurt and die, and I would see clues that the world was not real. I would try to explain to my mom that things here were not real, that I was scared I was dead in the real world, and she would just turn her head and give me a big grin and tell me it was okay, that I could stay there with her forever. When I finally woke up for real, I was in a hospital in Moscow. They told me that hikers heading toward the Dyatlov Pass had found me frozen near a logging village, clinging to an old power line pole. I got off pretty lightly, considering everything that happened. They amputated the fingers on my left hand and both feet. They were completely useless due to the frostbite I had suffered. I kicked up a stink about my friend and the guide. I begged the authorities to do something, but aside from a half-assed search, they were not interested in risking men in such a dangerous place. They said that if my friends had been in a cave for as long as I claimed, that they were already dead. And so that's what happened. I don't have an explanation at all. I did not have any way to help my friend. I have never felt so useless in all of my life, and I still have nightmares about my friend wandering off so calmly to his death. I have never, ever gone back to investigate. I feel like even if I tried, I would never make it back. Hey, so, I am going to cut to the chase because I think my story is something that you will all find interesting. I'm gonna give a little bit of background information and then jump into the story to make it easier to follow. I'm a former Russian national who served in the Soviet Army from 1983 up until just before the USSR collapsed. I was only 18 years of age when I joined up with the military. It had always been an aspiration of mine to serve my country due to my father being a high-ranking member of the Soviet Union Army, a rank which I think is roughly equivalent to a major general in the United States military. From a very young age, he instilled in me a great feeling of pride and patriotism for my country, and all I ever wanted to do was just to be like my father was. I fled my country after the collapse of the Soviet Union and have been living in Poland since 1991, first as an asylum seeker seeking refuge from war, until I eventually was granted a citizenship here through naturalization after living here for long enough. I changed my name, I changed my identity. There is nothing linking me to my old life or family in the Soviet Union anymore, and that's why I finally feel comfortable telling this story somewhere that people can see. Due to my father's growing influence in the military, it only took me about a year and a half, so around the beginning of 1985, for me to be moved up in the ranks and be trusted with a special assignment. My father briefed me initially, telling me it was a role of great honor, and that I should feel blessed that I have been trusted with such a task. I really had no choice but to just accept it. I was assigned by the Soviet Union to be a guard at Sector 12B, a Soviet test facility that had been erected in 1969 in the border zone between the borders of Russia and Estonia. It was apparently a facility of strategic importance and was of the utmost importance that no information about the place should ever leak and that it should be protected at all costs. I think that's about all the context that you need. I'm gonna continue with the experiences I had, with possibly some context in between if needed. If you want to ask me about stuff, I will try my best to answer. Here goes. So, it was my first day being assigned to Sector 12B. I was incredibly nervous, as I had only been serving in the Soviet Union Army for around a year and a half before being given this post. My father himself personally escorts me to this facility just to show me around. I cannot express how rare and unusual this fact is. Someone of my father's rank usually would never bother escorting someone like me, regardless of family connection. We roll up to the place in a Cars-like truck. My father is in the front with the driver. Me and two other soldiers are in the back. I have no idea what rank they are or if they're newly assigned, just like I am. I was taught very early on that small talk and asking questions was a one-way ticket to getting beaten or worse. We finally arrive, we get out of the truck, and I see the place for the first time. The building was a random abandoned cement factory. It looked like an absolute pile of shit, even for Soviet Union standards. The building had half-smashed windows and looked to be halfway sunken into the ground, like it was being eaten up by the earth. The area was really hot. There was a massive military presence, but it was pretty hard to spot if you didn't know where to look. My father walks way ahead of us. Me and the other soldiers from the vehicle are very awkwardly meandering at a distance behind him. The soldiers at the gate stop him. It wasn't just a show me your credentials type thing. The soldiers at the gate full on block him and push him away when he tries to walk through. My father just loses it completely. He starts going on a crazy rant at the two soldiers. Both of them are just standing there with a 1,000-yard stare, not even properly taking any notice. They still will not move. My father starts yelling out, "You know who I am," over and over again. My father hits one of them. Not a light slap or anything, a full-on powerhouse of a punch. Everyone rushes over. My father is restrained. Another officer comes walking out of the building. He isn't panicked or anything, he's just casually strolling over. He motions to his men and they let go of my father. They exchange a few words, with him motioning towards me and the other soldiers that came with us, and then the officer leads my father in. We try to follow them into the building, but once we cross the gate threshold to the outside part of the building, the officers there grab us and shout, "Hey, wait there." I've got no choice but to comply. I wait there until they are done. My father comes back out and walks straight past me. He does not say even a word to me. He just gets back into the Cars-like and leaves. That was just my first day. It was strange to say the least. When I tell you that I did not see inside that place for months on end, I am not exaggerating. The place was locked up tight. For months, I basically have to live outside in the compound area, mainly working on guard duty and sometimes on lookout overnight. 3 weeks into my assignment is when the next weird thing happened to me. So it was late night at Sector 12B. I was on lookout duty. Technically, I'm here to stop people from crossing the border, but in actuality, I'm here to stop people from getting close to the facility. I am on very strict orders. They do not play around here. If I see anyone, I'm talking Russian, Estonian, even my own father, I am to shoot on sight unless told otherwise. No warning shots at all. It gets to around 3 a.m. I am starting to get really bored. I am struggling to keep my eyes open at this point. There are only a few of us awake, 5 at most, I believe. Outside, that is. I have no idea how many are awake inside. I am messing around with my SVD. I scratched killer into the side of it because I thought I was cool. I mean, I was still 18. I see a faint glint off in the distance. I pull out my binoculars and try and take a closer look. I'm looking pretty intently. I briefly notice a sort of light blue glow that moves out from a body of water and quickly onto the land. I pull out my rifle and I brace myself. The second that I get a clear view on this thing, I am shooting. It comes into full view, probably about 400-ish meters away from the compound. It looks to be a human, completely waterlogged with what looks like algae all over their clothes. The light blue glow is now gone. I have no idea what that was. I sound an alert and then I begin firing. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3, and then 4. But I can't hit the thing. They are running on all 4s. I manage to graze their left leg, which causes them to stumble. A huge wave of soldiers are now piling out of the inner facility at this point, shouting and screaming like someone had just declared war. The front gate soldiers are busting ass down range to flank the thing and to get a clear shot. I stop firing because I don't trust myself not to hit them accidentally. I hear 2 shots and then there is only silence. I am not supposed to, but I climb down from the watchtower and run with the other soldiers out to the body. What the fuck? I seriously could not believe my eyes at what I am seeing. The body of the thing is spasming. The eyes are completely bloodshot. The sclera looks as if it is tinted ever so slightly yellow. There are lots of weird marks on the arms of this thing, especially around the veins. I notice something sticking out of this person's wrist. I get pulled away by a few of the inner facility soldiers. I hear the commander shouting aggressively from behind my head. They have me fully restrained and have thrown me to the ground. They pull me around to see the commander, and I meet his eyes. He is beyond furious. He tells me, "Damn idiot, you want to die." That's what I hear, over and over again. He is demanding to know why I left my post, and why I am out here without being ordered to. The commander personally proceeds to beat the shit out of me. At some point, I go limp and unconscious. After that, I woke up in a holding cell inside the facility with some ice taped to my face. The holding cell was secluded from everywhere else, so I did not get a good look at the place at all. I think I was kept in there for about 3 weeks while they were conducting an investigation. They did not tell me anything, but my father's name was mentioned. About 3 days before I got released from the holding cell, one of the officers who was berated by my father came to my cell. He didn't come inside the cell. He just looked at me behind the bars for a few minutes, and then he said, "Just like them," and then spat on the floor before leaving. I guess he was convinced I was guilty of something. That was only the beginning of my complex time there. I have only a few more strange things that I can tell you about, but I will save for last the one that truly opened up my eyes and made me fear for my life and made me decide that I needed to get the hell away from that place. Fast forward to month 4 of my assignment to the place. I have been allowed inside the facility a couple of times, mainly just the top level for sleep and supplies. More on that later. My comrades still do not fully trust me, but they are coming around to accepting me being there. I have not made any friends, but there is this one guy, Alexander, who I'm familiar with, I would say. He often relieves me from watchtower duty, and if I'm lucky, will make some small talk with me if he's especially bored. Like everyone else there, he is very, very serious. It was a typical night. Nothing was going on. I was bored as usual. I have around 5 minutes left of my duty. I get to rest for 3 hours total before my next duty. Lucky me. I see Alexander making his way over. I call him Sasha every time I see him, and he gives me a death stare each and every time. So I start to climb down from my post. I hear a massive commotion coming from inside the facility. That's incredibly unusual. It's very rare that we see or hear anyone stationed inside, especially if they work in the lower levels. I assume that we are segregated from each other to stop the flow of information. Essentially, once you start working down there is where you stay. You don't ever work outside again. The sound is really loud now. I can hear screaming and the banging of something metallic. That's all we can hear. They must be pretty close to the main entrance. I'm at the bottom of the watchtower. Sasha has now made his way fully over and is staring blankly at the entrance. The entrance slams open. A squadron of 6 facility workers in a strict formation are leading someone outside. The person that they are leading outside is on a metal chain that is attached around their neck. The squadron is screaming, don't look, at all of us again and again. The person on the chain is barely being kept on their feet. They keep scrambling to try and get down on the floor. It's like they've just completely forgotten how to walk. Sasha is facing away from the entrance and at the watchtower. He is begging me to turn away. I can't. I genuinely cannot stop looking at the sight in front of me. There are tears streaming down his face. He is pleading with me. Please, friend, please. I am still looking at what is going on. I try to ask Sasha what the hell that thing is, but he just keeps choking on his words. The person has visible veins bulging on all parts of their body, mainly on their face. The veins are tinted a slightly yellowish color. They are barefoot. It looks like they have partial gangrene on both ends of their feet. Sasha grabs me and forcefully turns me around. He grabbed me by the hair and was holding my face into the ground. My mouth has dirt inside of it now. I can barely even manage to say, "Fucking bitch, get off of me," because of the way he is holding me and using all of his strength to hold me down. He tells me to shut up. I hear shouting coming from the direction of the squadron, becoming more intense. I can hear a sort of moaning or growling that's growing in intensity. I have no idea what it is. The leader of the squadron is yelling furiously now, telling some guy, "I told you to turn around." I hear a sudden gunshot. I hear a roar that sounds like it would break someone's vocal cords. It sounds raspy and full of phlegm. I hear a faint whimper before the squadron walk on out of the gate and into the forest. I only know this because I could hear the moaning growing fainter and fainter in that direction. The commander steps outside. He tells us all to get back to positions. Sasha looks beside himself. He lets go of me and very meekly climbs up the watchtower to his assignment. I rush inside to try and get as much rest as I can before my next assignment. Around 2 hours or so go by. I am still awake in the bunk. It's impossible to sleep. I could not stop thinking about what I saw. I wasn't sure if my eyes were lying to me at the time, but reflecting on it in bed made me wonder a little bit more. The guy with the chain around his neck, the yellow-tinted veins in the gangrenous feet, that was not the only things that I noticed about him. He had a scar over his stomach, like a C-section scar, but it was clearly a man. He had what looked to be frostbite on one of his hands. He had blotchy skin with solid black on the ends of the fingers. Not just that, but near the stomach scar, almost parallel vertically to his shoulder, there looked to be some kind of appendage that was attached by being stitched on. It was weird. More than weird. It was fucking crazy. No wonder they don't want any of us to see inside. I only got to interact with Sasha a handful more times after that. It's a real shame. One more notable thing happened before my last story. Not just notable, something completely out of the ordinary in regard to my duties. So, I was trying to sleep. There was still 1 hour left before guard duty. I was gonna be alone in silence for about the next 10 hours, a little ways down the road, watching for anyone trying to approach. I suddenly get a kick in the ribs. I get told to get the hell up immediately. It's an officer with a higher rank than me. He does not look pleased to see me. He tells me I have a special assignment that needs to be completed right now. I don't even think to make a case for my sleep. I did not want another kick in the ribs. I am assigned to a team with 3 other soldiers. One of them I recognize. He came with me in the Coslick. It's me, him, two others I haven't seen before, and the squad leader, Mikhail. I receive a very quick briefing. We've been assigned away from the compound. Huh? There's apparently an old settlement around 10 kilometers away from Sector 12B. It's been abandoned for years. It used to be an old mining settlement. I am not sure what was being mined there. He does not tell me what we are being sent there for. He told me that we will find out once we are there. We get in the truck and drive off. It takes roughly 40 minutes for us to get there because the road is poor quality. There are potholes every few meters. I also have to be vigilant for anyone crossing or possible enemy reconnaissance. We roll up to the place. It's exactly like they said it would be, a complete and utter ghost town. We get out of the truck and line up to wait for instructions. Mikhail tells us that the water supply here is likely contaminated. We are to bring back samples for the facility to run tests on. They are apparently worried that it could spread if we do not discover the source of the contamination. We split into two groups of two while Mikhail waits at the truck. Mikhail opts for screaming orders down the radio rather than any manual labor. I am paired up with the Coslick guy because of course I am. We venture into the town. Nothing is weird about it at all at first glance. It's really eerie and silent, but we expected that. It really bothered me for some reason, but I could not even tell you why. Most likely, I had been at the facility for so long that any silence at all now triggered alarm bells in me. We track down the water source. We follow it south to the bottom of the town down an incline. The water stops and sort of pools into a small pond outside the entrance to a mine shaft. The water does not stop there. It actually goes into the cave and the mining shaft itself through this smallish opening. I radio back what we found. I mention that the water looks fine from what we can tell. There are little bits of rock and dirt and what looks like some rags inside of it, but no contamination from what I can see. Well, I didn't actually know if it wasn't contaminated. I just figured it would be glowing a weird color if it was, so I don't know, maybe I really am stupid. Mikhail is hurling abuse at us. He asks us why we have not gone inside the shaft yet. I don't have a reply, so we just start to make our way inside. At this point, we are kind of wondering where the other two are, since the water source was not particularly difficult to find, and it didn't seem like it flowed out from anywhere else, but we assumed that maybe they headed back to the truck after we radioed into Mikhail, or maybe they did not want to bother with such a menial task at all, and decided to leave it to the newbies. Probably they thought it was beneath them. We start to make our way in. I end up leading the way for some reason. I am still not really sure what we are looking for in here. It does not look like the water runs into this part. The mine shaft is weirdly still lit up. It looks as if the mine shaft was still being used, which is very strange. The town was obviously abandoned for a long time. Maybe the result of other soldiers, I guess. We make our way further in. It goes fairly deep. We walk for a good few minutes without stopping. The further that we go down, the more faint the light is becoming. Mikhail did not give us any flashlights. I did not realize we would be exploring somewhere like this. We get to the threshold of the darkness and go to radio Mikhail. My dumbass really thought that the radio would work down there. I tell the Coslick guy that we should head back up and radio that we cannot go any further. As I'm talking to him and saying this, I start to hear a moaning sound. It sounds very familiar. The sound is actually moving towards us, I can make out, but it's not moving very quickly. I can hear the sound of rock and dust being kicked up. I turn to the Coslick guy, and we both decided to run away. We make it back to the entrance and radio back into Mikhail. As soon as he hears my voice, he asks if it's in there. What? He asked me if I saw it. What the fuck are you talking about? You told me we were here for water samples. I tell him about the sounds that we heard. he starts to respond and then he just stops. He will not respond to me for the next 5 minutes until he makes it over to our location with the other 2 soldiers in tow. By the time they all made it over, this thing sounds like it's close to the entrance now. We see its arms come out into the light first, followed by its body, and then its legs. It's a human, thank God. But maybe I spoke too soon. The guy looks absolutely messed up. The skin is peeling all over the face and the arms. There are just thick layers of the skin hanging off the body, which is highlighted by the harsh sunlight. His face is completely mutilated. His nose is just gone from his face. There is only a gaping hole where his nose should be. His mouth is odd. It looks much bigger than it should be, maybe 3 times the size of a normal mouth. His lips are blue, and they look like they're throbbing. His ears are completely missing the earlobes, and they have random bits of skin dropping off of them. The dude is just walking ever so slowly on all 4s, not really paying any attention to any of us. He's moving towards us, but it's like he doesn't even really realize that we're here. Before I can ask Mikhail what the hell is going on, he speaks up and says, "Lazy bitch." He unleashes a full mag from his Kalashnikov into both the head and the heart of the guy. After the firing stops, the guy kind of takes one more step, if you can even call it that, and then slumps down to the floor and starts to just spasm. Mikhail asks us if he has to do everything himself. I ask him what the hell is going on, what the thing is, why we are here. But he just hits me with the butt of his Kalashnikov, knocking me to the ground. I yell out in pain and he hits me a few more times in the head and then kicks me a few times in the body. He tells me that it's none of my business and to just shut up and follow orders. He orders the other 2 soldiers into the truck. He tells the Kozlik guy to take that water sample that they were after. He hands him a vial, and then he walks over to the stream. Mikhail puts a bullet into him, which causes him to fall into the water. I can barely muffle my scream when I see it happen. He spits on me and tells me that I'm lucky. He tells me that they still have a use for me. He says I am lucky that my father is who he is. He tells me to forget what I saw or I will die very soon. Still to this day, I have no idea why he did not kill me. The other 2 soldiers must have been here for a long time and were trusted to keep the secret, I guess. Not that I had any idea what I even saw anyway. There wasn't exactly much I could tell people. My guess is that me and the Kozlik guy were being used as bait, but then, I don't know. Maybe someone informed Mikhail that he took the wrong guy and was on strict orders not to kill me. Maybe he just took the first 2 new guys he could say, and that's why there was a mix-up. I only have one more incident to tell you about in my time there. It's one that I still cannot fully understand, and it's possible that I never ever will. So, it was the beginning of 1986. I have been at the facility for around a year at this point. I get brought in from my duties pretty early, and I'm put in front of the commander. He tells me that I have a very important assignment. He says they've been gauging my level of patriotism and concluded that I qualify for this assignment. He tells me that I will be working guard duty in the lower levels of Sector 12B. It is finally time. When I first got here, this would have filled me with excitement. Now, I'm just hoping that I don't fuck anything up and make it through unscathed. I am escorted down there by some unfamiliar soldiers. I'm guessing they were posted at lower levels and that's why. They lead me down a disgusting stairwell. It smells like shit mixed with chemicals. The stairwell was actually crumbling in places. We reach the bottom and they take me down a corridor where we reach a dead end. They open up a hatch in the floor. There was this old style ladder attached to the wall like you would see in a sewer. They jab me in the back, signaling for me to go down first. I am saying a prayer inside my head at this point. I'm thinking back to what Mikhail said, and hoping that I am not about to die for what I saw. The soldiers do not come down after me. They tell me to just walk forward. I walk through some tunnels that winded but only went in one direction without any split paths. I reach a bulkhead door. I have no idea what to do, so I just knock on it. An alarm starts going off. The whole entire place just turns red. Oh shit. The bulkhead does not open. The camera in the corner lights up. I hear screaming coming from a tenoi in the corner, telling me to kneel and put my hands behind my head if I do not want to die right now. I comply as quickly as I can. A group of soldiers funnel out and restrain and blindfold me. After a while of this, of being pushed and shoved along, I finally have my blindfold taken off. When I can finally see, I realize I'm in a corridor looking into a room with a glass window. There is lots of equipment set up in there, medical equipment. I have no idea what half of it is for. I only get one single instruction the entire time I am in these lower levels. Stand in the corner, do not move. If the patient moves, you shoot. I have no idea what the hell this means or what it's for. I don't say this out loud, of course. I was stationed in that room for a total of 5 hours. I was to look straight ahead, say nothing, make no noise, and ignore everything that was going on unless I had to take action. This was not a regular patient at all. The guy definitely looked Russian. That's probably all I could tell you about him before the surgery started. I will tell you what happened now. So, this guy is wheeled in while on a bed. He has so many straps holding him down. He has straps on his head, his arms, and his legs. He is completely passed out. 3 men in surgical gear walk in. They ignore me completely. I expected that. I ignore them too, as best as I can anyway. It is an agonizing 5 hours. They make incisions in the patient. I have no idea what for. A little while into this, they inject the patient with something. I am trying my hardest to look without looking. The needle looks to be filled with something that's black. Just black, nothing else. After they inject the patient, they wait for around 15 minutes, just checking the guy's vitals. After the time is up, they start making more cuts. 1 incision below the eye, 1 just above the left bicep. They are looking at each other and nodding. They start to make a massive incision around the abdomen area, almost the whole way across. The guy on the table starts to twitch. I start to get really nervous seeing this. I cannot completely see what they are doing, as I am trying to only look out of my peripheral vision, and I am on the left side of the room. The 3 are crowded around him slightly, so I can basically only see half of the body. It looks like they're just stitching him up. They inject him several more times with what looks like the same substance as before, just completely black. The guy twitches again, then his eyes just shoot open. I hesitate in my head for a second, but then I start to point my gun. One of the guys in surgical gear puts up his hand towards me without even looking my way. He tells me no, not yet. He needs 5 more minutes. I begin to speak, but he cuts me off. I don't care about your orders. I have mine, he says. I reluctantly decide to leave him be. The straps look safe enough, but if he moves another time, I will shoot. I am not going to risk my own life just for this guy. If I don't follow my orders down here, who knows what will happen. All of them start to take a step back. They are now well into my eye line. I just turn around and watch too. They don't seem to care. The guy on the table is absolutely writhing. The skin in his wrists is bulging. It looks like the lumps are traveling up his arms. His veins are becoming more and more visible and are starting to tint yellow. He is pulling violently against the restraints. The whole table is rocking back and forth. I go to shoot. The surgeon begs me for 1 more minute. I tell him no. I cannot risk anything more happening. The guy actually stands in front of me, He keeps stepping in front of me and blocking my gun. While we're doing this stupid dance, the straps holding down the man's head suddenly snaps, and the man raises his head slightly and looks directly at us. He is straining against the neck strap to keep his head in position. He looks furious. His eyes go from blue to bloodshot and then start to yellow ever so slightly. The surgeon moves out of the way now. He tells me that I can go ahead. I raise my gun at the man on the table. He smiles. I fire 5 bullets directly into his head as the alarm is raised and the facility is put onto high alert. Soldiers flood in, and I am restrained and blindfolded again. I hear whispering between the surgeons and the soldiers as I am dragged off, but I cannot make out what they are saying. I am dragged all the way back and hoisted up the ladder and put into a holding cell once again. After this, I was spoken to by the commander. It was the most uncomfortable talk of my life, even though I did not say a single word. He never raised his voice, never changed his tone, but I could feel the absolute malice behind his words. I stayed in that cell for a month until I was transferred to my father's branch. He told me that he begged them for a month straight. He made any promises that he could to get me out of there. What these promises were, I do not know. I wasn't really the same after that. I did not really climb the ranks all that much. I just kind of coasted along. My father bailed me out a lot. I started treating people in the army differently, like they weren't human, civilians too. I lashed out, I got angry, I abused my fellow soldiers. Then one day, something just snapped inside of me, and I fled over the border during a mission. I guess I was presumed dead. Maybe they thought I killed myself. As far as I know, they abandoned that facility sometime after I left, but I'm not exactly sure when. It could be months or years for all I know. The Estonian army were rumored to have taken control of it after it was abandoned after the collapse, but I'm not sure what came of that. I tried to stay informed, but without my old connections, there really is not much else I could learn to tell you. This will be the first time I ever share this story, which has run in my family for generations and has been passed down. I am afraid that they will discover me, that I have told people, because it is a mystery, and in a way, it's a shame. I come from a traditional family. Sharing our legends and mysteries with strangers is as shameful as being imprisoned or failing to maintain a lasting relationship. Well, let me get straight to the point. My great-great-grandmother was an Indian woman named Bonnie. They say that she got lost and was welcomed by my great-great-grandfather's family. At the time, he was still a young man. They fell in love, married, and built their home. A wooden hut on the same grounds as the family. They helped in the church and worked for the land for their livelihood. The town they were in was very small. It had around 600 people. It was the beginning of the 20th century, and even after almost 20 years of marriage, they had no children. It was about that time, I believe, in the year of 1910, when the children appeared. I do not know the facts that took place officially. The legend says that during a terrible storm, the kind of storm where you cannot see anything but a monstrous torrent of rain, they appeared after a huge bang that could be heard from the whole town. The noise was so great that the whole town awoke. It was as if a lightning bolt had fallen in the middle of the city, yet there was no light, only a bang and earthquakes. The priest of the city almost had a heart attack, because the intensity of the sound was greater next to his residence that was adjacent to the church of the city and the small cemetery. Armed with a lamp, a shotgun, and an umbrella, the old priest faced the fear and the rain in search of the unknown. Opening up the old iron gates of the cemetery, he found the source of the great crash. The poor priest almost crapped in his pants as he noticed the appearance of a sinkhole in the middle of the cemetery ground. Tombs, skeletons, and coffins mingled with the mud that turned the crater into a deep pool. Around there, he heard a weak cry. It came from an old, rotting wooden crate, similar to an improvised casket, which was thrown in a corner, half covered with mud. He lit the cracks, and he could see small, shiny eyes. With a lot of effort, as everything was filled with mud, the old priest opened up the crate. He immediately saw that this rotten box housed 2 filthy children who should not have been more than 5 or 6 years of age. He welcomed them and protected them during the night. After the storm came the calm, and with the first lights of the sun, all the population of that small city went to the priest to check the damage from the storm. It was then that he introduced them to the children. Everyone, including my great-great-grandfather and his wife, were shocked by the children's appearance. They were small, dressed in robes of the altarpieces borrowed by the father. They were clean because the good old man had taken care of it and tried to feed them, but they refused to eat or drink anything. The sink, the crash, the appearance of the children, everything was so strange, but nothing compared to the strangeness of children. The boy was taller and a little stronger. The girl was withered and with a swollen belly, exposing her ribs. They were both cadaverous, with a sickly color, a milky white and slightly grayish, almost like the color of some corpses. The eyes of both of them were absolutely huge. They were the biggest eyes the people there had ever seen. They were blue eyes, but not a beautiful blue, sparkling like a Caribbean seawater. They were of a very deep blue, like the abyss of the ocean, giving them an even weirder look. Their heads were swollen, larger than any normal children's, and their hair was white. The hair of the girl reached down to her waistline, and the boys went down to shoulder height. The doctor of the city examined them, and noticed that they had very cold skin. It was probably at the limit of hypothermia. They were both malnourished, and had teeth of the most exotic shape. They were scattered teeth, small, malformed, almost like fish teeth, or rather a piranha, but the doctor said they could not harm anyone. Everyone was shocked. No one knew how they could have possibly gotten there. If their parents died when the sinkhole opened, or if they were left there that rainy night because of their appearance and almost died at the scary natural phenomenon that happened, nobody knew. Nobody could even guess. The days followed, and the children remained in the care of the priest. Everyone worked in the sinkhole, throwing earth, recounting the dead, replacing them in their coffins, and promoting new burials together with the town hall and the priest. The kids were requiring of a lot of attention. They drank no water, no juice, no wine, no nothing. They also refused to eat anything cooked or nourished with vegetables and cereals. Just raw or almost raw meat and absolutely nothing else. They would converse amongst themselves in a language which the priest, knowing even of Greek and Latin, had no idea which people the language belonged to. It was then that my great-great-grandfather made the proposal. They wanted to adopt the children. The priest accepted because he just wanted to be free of that burden. The mayor agreed because he did not think the police would find the parents of the children, and he also wanted to get rid of the responsibility. Then they were registered, as if they were my great-great-grandparents' legitimate children. They would age, but they would not raise issues so soon. They would only look older, unfortunately, but there would not be so much questioning about the nature of the children, just about their appearance. They gave the kids names, Brad and Casey. They arranged their hair and dressed them in normal children's clothes, but they stood out from any other children. My great-great-grandmother identified a lot with them, children from another world, lost in another reality. Time passed by, and things did not get any easier at all. The children remained aggressive. They refused to get dressed. They would knock over furniture. They would beat domestic animals. They spoke only in their guttural and private language. And they only ate raw and extremely poorly cooked meats and fish. My great-great-grandfather wanted to return them, but my great-great-grandmother had the idea of taking them to the priest for a baptism. Perhaps after the sacrament, the children would lose their devilish side. It is said that the day of the baptism was terrible. The children debated, kicked, they attacked the priest. They also attacked my grandparents and anyone who tried to take a hold of them. Many would say that what happened there was not a baptism, but an exorcism. After the baptism, the children calmed down, almost too much. They returned to the house without speaking, and they laid down in their beds without any protest whatsoever. That night, something happened that would make this case definitely buried in the memory of the city. Something that to this day, the people of that place do not recognize and insist on not remembering. And even if someone did know the full story, why would they ever believe it? Even if they did believe it, they would probably not tell it, because there is no plausible explanation to justify what happened. It was a beautiful night and the full moon was out. Everyone was sleeping, and the cold wind of early winter began to make people wrap themselves in their blankets and forget about anything but a warm, cozy night of sleep. Then again, that thunder rumble came from the highest side of the city, near the church. That night, no one had the courage to leave the house to see what was happening. Everyone cowered underneath their blankets, and people only heard the madness that seemed to happen outside. At first, it was the screams, almost howls, that sounded like a big animal that was in deep pain. Then, 2 distinct shots were heard, and then 3. It soon seemed that a pack of wild dogs had taken over the city. Through the streets, people would hear the quick footsteps of a frightening troop running through the corners. Many swore that they heard voices speaking in a strange language, much like the children's. There were more screams, laughter, loud thumps, as if those things outside were testing the resistance of some doors and windows. And after a while, there was what seemed like a drum. 1 beat, 2, and then 3. Soon, there was a whole profane drumming outside. Then there was a tambourine, flutes, and all kinds of instruments. These voices seemed to sing a song from hell. They were making guttural sounds, mixed with those scary howls and sinister laughter. It is said that all of this lasted a few hours, and that long before even the sunrise, the city had returned to the deadly silence of a terrified population. Some people swore that even during dawn, it was still possible to hear the instruments and laughter echoing in the distance. With the security and protection from the sun, the people went out to the streets to see the damage, and it was huge. There were chickens shattered as if they had been eaten alive. There were dogs and cats brutally dead, and some were partially devoured. The cemetery had a new sinkhole, this time even deeper than the last one. It was discovered to lead to a network of tunnels and caves. The cemetery was relocated, and the place was completely sealed up so that no one would ever explore these macabre caves. It seemed convenient at the time, thinking that these creatures came from there, cave creatures from inside the land. The saddest thing of all was found in the church. The old priest was dead. He was hard as a stone, in front of the heavy wooden door that was open. In his hands was the Bible and a crucifix. For those people, he had seen the devil. Everything was twisted or destroyed. The stock of food was scattered or stolen. Everyone wept and mourned the unfortunate death of the old and beloved priest, but my great-great-granddad suffered more. The windows of the children's room were open, and it appeared that they had deliberately ran away and joined that demonic troop. 7 days after the event, in the middle of a cold dawn, weak knocks on my grandparents' door made them wake up. My grandfather, frightened, took the shotgun and opened the locking bolt. It was Casey. She was dirty with mud and a liquid that looked like blood, and she stank of rotting flesh. They gave her a bath, clothes, and food. My great-great-grandpa was very happy to have this girl back, but unfortunately, the rest of the city did not share this love. Some spoke badly behind their backs. Others conspired to rob the girl during the night or take her away and get rid of her. And some, even more cruel, even contemplated bringing back the Holy Inquisition and burning the girl as a witch or some kind of demon. They linked the events and attributed all the problems that happened in those months to the appearance of the children. Things soon became entirely unsustainable. A little more than a month after all of the nighttime chaos, the city seemed to be stabilizing, and the neighbors seemed to be pretending to forget Casey's presence there. She did not leave the house, even though she was willing and wanted to. She became more cheerful and less of a little brat. She began to call my great-great-grandmother Mama. Then, without a warning, at the end of a foggy afternoon, Brad returned. He was in a much worse state than Casey that cold dawn. Many residents were furious, and they would rage and bang on the door while my grandmother just tried to give him a bath. My grandfather was on the edge. He was ready to use his shotgun if they tried to invade the residence. After much talk, they on one side of the door and my grandfather on the other. Things seemed to have quietened down, but Brad was sick. The days passed by and he weakened. He was accepting soup and bread, and he cried a lot. Casey seemed to try and console her brother, but he looked at her with a disappointed look, as if he had been betrayed or abandoned by his sister. Soon, people began knocking on the door again, insisting that they get rid of the children, that they are a curse, that they ruined the place where they live. In the days that followed, old men and children began to get sick. I'm talking vomiting and diarrhea, and they blamed our family for the disease. When the first child died from this kind of sickness, my grandparents had already left for another city to stay with relatives. A short time after this, Brad died. After his death, Casey changed completely. Her hair grew strong and a beautiful blonde. Her white skin turned rosy pink, and her feeding habits improved dramatically, giving her a strong, healthy body as a child. After a year of escaping from their city, my grandparents decided to return home. Casey's weird teeth had fallen out by then, and they did not look so scary anymore. They lied to their friends and their neighbors, saying that she was Virginia, the daughter of distant cousins who had passed away, and everybody believed them. She almost looked like another child entirely anyway, beautiful, strong, with big, bright blue eyes. They would never say that it was the same malnourished, bulbous-headed creature that had appeared a year ago in the city, along with her plague-bearing brother. Brad died and took with him almost a third of the city from the sickness. The new cemetery needed to be expanded. Years later, my great-great-grandfather bought a good house in another state, and they moved. Casey, or Virginia rather, got married, had children, and died at about 70 years of age without ever telling anyone who her real parents were, or even where she came from. This is a mystery that she took to the tomb. Brad also never gave any clues. I have no proof of that, but I can say that it existed. Since my great-great-grandparents had not supposedly had any biological children, Casey is my great-grandmother of blood. I don't know what this means for me. As far as I can tell, I'm as normal as anyone else, so I don't know. Maybe the story is just a story, or maybe it's actually true. This happened to my grandfather. He was working on his farm a few miles outside of Cadillac. The dogs suddenly start going off. They are barking angrily and facing the timber. My grandfather looks towards the timber to see what has gotten them just so riled up. He sees what he thought at first was a black bear just past the tree line. He looks a little bit harder and sees that it's more brown in color than black, and that its face does not really look like a bear's. Whatever it is starts walking the tree line, but still facing my grandfather and the dogs. The bear thing is headed toward the horse pasture. My grandfather goes inside and grabs his rifle. I'm not sure what kind it was. He comes back outside. The thing is still behind the tree line, and he fires a warning shot just past it to scare it away from the horse pasture. This thing stands up on its hind legs, and that is when Grandpappy sees that this is not a bear. It has a much skinnier build than a bear, and there is a very visible tail hanging down. This thing is about 30 yards away, so my grandfather did not know the exact height, but he guessed that the thing stood about 6.5 feet tall. This thing stares at him for what seems like an eternity, then drops back down on all fours and bolts off into the woods. The way it ran and its speed convinced my grandfather that what he saw was no bear. Fast forward to a few days later, my grandfather is getting ready for bed. Right as he was getting ready to lay down, he heard a commotion coming from the direction of the horse pasture. The horses were whinnying. Something was snarling. My grandfather throws on his boots, grabs his rifle, and runs out of the pasture. When he gets there, all of the horses are huddled underneath the shelter at the edge of the field. My grandfather notices that one of the colts is missing. He looks around the pasture, but he could not find it anywhere. He ends up going back to the house after a little while. He goes out again in the morning to look for the colt. He never finds a trace of the thing, even in the daylight. So, fast forward to about 1 week later after that last thing happened. It's late in the evening once again. My grandfather is washing dishes in the kitchen. Suddenly, there is a loud sound coming from right outside the cabin. It sounded like no animal he had ever heard before in his life. My grandfather described it as sounding like a coyote yelp, but much deeper than that. He grabs the lantern and opens up the front door. The yelping stops as soon as he stepped outside. He stands in the doorway for a little while, waiting to see if whatever it was starts back up again. Nothing else happened, so he just went back inside. My grandfather was pretty sure that all three events were related. I wish I could ask him about it in more detail, but he passed away back in 2007. I have a really weird experience with what could be a thunderbird, but really, me and my coworkers are not sure what it was. I was sent out to Cadillac to do some surveying of a forest that was infested with something that was killing the trees. Nothing too odd there. I've done it many times before. I took out a new guy to get him some experience. Now, Cadillac is not the most remote area, but it's still pretty rural, and there is a shit ton of forested area. Anyways, I pull up to the area. There is no path, so we have to park on the side of the road and walk it. The area is about a half mile into the woods. No problem. I've walked much longer before. I start walking through the brush, kind of cutting my way through. It's summertime, so it is not easy to get through. I get about halfway there, and I can smell the smell of death. It's probably a dead deer, but it wasn't on the ground. This dead deer, it was in a tree, at least 20 feet up off the ground. There was no rope that it was hanging from, nothing. It was literally just impaled on the tree. I take a picture on my work phone, and I send it to the boss. He tells us it was probably some prick hunting out of season and to just leave it. That still doesn't explain how the hell it could have been impaled on a tree branch 20 feet upwards, but okay, I guess. I continue to the site. As we get closer, we can obviously see that there is something wrong with the trees. They are dying, and quickly too. As we get closer, it only gets worse. I've never seen anything like it before. We finally reach our point. The trees are just absolutely decimated. There is at least a 50-foot circle of just dead trees. Think of it like if a flying saucer or if a UFO landed type of circle. The smell of death at this point is just so strong and horrid. As we expected from the smell, there are about 4 other dead deer. There are also other rotting animals there that I could not really make out what they were because they were just decayed. There were feathers everywhere. Along the rim of the circle, the trees were dying. I called my boss. He told us to come back to the truck and write up a report. I asked if he wanted us to survey. He says no, and tells us to just get back to the truck and report what we had seen. At this point, the new guy and I are just kind of stunned. We'd never seen anything like this before. We returned to the truck, and I wrote up my report. Not too interesting, but our boss never told us what the hell was going on, and to this day, I've never seen anything remotely close to that. Did the feathers look larger than normal? Sorry, stupid question, but I'm genuinely interested. They range from unusually large to like cotton ball looking feathers. The large ones though, I did not get any measurements, but think of a giant turkey type of feather. That's how large they were. They were at least 1.5 feet in length and about 6 inches thick. I'm not saying this was a thunderbird or anything. It could just 100% be an abnormally large turkey, but I've never seen turkeys straight up destroy an area that large. Hell. I guess I'll go ahead and share the 2 stories I have. The first one I put a lot more stake in, simply because I could not explain it whatsoever. I have a wonderful home life and family my entire childhood, including grandparents that spoiled me and my brother absolutely rotten. Almost every single year since birth, they would take us to the same campground in Grandpa's RV for vacation during the summer. Those are some of the happiest times of my life. Genuinely, I get teary just typing this. The last time that we ever went, me, my brother, and both grandparents, was summer of 2015, and I somehow knew the day we left the campground in 2015 that it would be the last. I just knew. I remember walking outside to ask Grandpa if he needed help unhooking the sewage and electrical stuff, getting the car on the trailer, that type of thing. As I watched him bent over, fooling with the trailer hitch, this bizarre feeling just completely overcame me. It was like some bittersweet contentment that was nostalgic, sad, and thankful all at once. "This will be the last time you all will come here," popped into my head, as if someone just spoke it to me. Whatever weird feeling this was lasted for around 10 to 20 seconds. It almost felt like I was high or something. The sunlight looked brighter, and I just had this floaty feeling inside my body. The feeling passes, and Grandpa did not need my help, so I go back inside and resume playing the DS port of Chrono Trigger, and we go on our way that day. Fast forward throughout my life. My brother moved out and went to college that fall. He would only go on to visit a couple of times a year from then on to this day. I entered a super toxic relationship that December and started grad school in January, so there went my free time as well. I'm no longer in that relationship, don't worry. My grandpa developed health problems in 2017-ish and eventually passed away in 2019. My family has not been the same since then. 2015 was indeed the last summer vacation with my mom and papa, and I somehow knew that ahead of time. The next one is spoopy, but could probably be explained by an animal. It was around 2012 or 2014-ish. I'm still living at home with my parents. I live in a very rural, unincorporated county in West Virginia. It's so rural, we do not have any traffic lights, and the nearest Walmart is over an hour away. I always heard stories of devil dogs and werewolf-ass bullshit about our community, none of which I particularly believed, but it's a fun thought for a hole-in-the-wall community with nothing exciting going on. I'm outside one night, feeding my dog. Quick geography time. My parents' house is up on a hill about 80 yards away from the main road. Behind the house is a sheer, wooded mountain. That's where I was feeding the dog. That said, I could not see anywhere in front of the house as I was behind it. I hear what I can only describe as a mix between an owl and a dog down by the main road. I just think, cool animal. I hear the same sound again, but somewhat closer now. I just think the same thing. I hear it again, and this time, it is very clearly somewhere in the yard. I hear it one last time, and it's literally just on the other side of the house. I take my dog and get the hell inside. I don't tell anyone, because Dad would have probably just called me a little bitch for being scared of owls. It probably was just an owl or something, but I've heard them before, and that was not it. It also cleared an outrageous distance within 5 to 7 seconds, all the while screeching like a weirdo. So, I don't know. It's likely perfectly explainable by some local fauna, but it's honestly the only remotely spooky thing I've ever had happen to me. So this happened to me 2 or 3 years ago. It was 4 a.m. I was lying down on my stepdad's couch that I was sleeping on at the time. I was withdrawing from alcohol. This was night number 2. I was drinking a half gallon of vodka every other day at the time. You do the math. I was in poor condition. I decided I could not go on like that, so I forced myself to quit. I was the only one in the apartment on this particular night. Before you accuse me of hallucinating, I was not. I have never hallucinated in my entire life. I was 100% lucid. I was just extremely depressed, anxious, and nauseous. I had been experiencing this creepy feeling all night long, like I was being closely watched. I could not sleep because of it. I turned on the television in the hopes of distracting myself. Suddenly, the hairs on my arms stood up. The feeling was back, but much stronger this time. The east living room window fills up with a blue-green light. At first, I thought maybe it was a police car, but after thinking on it for a second, I knew it wasn't. It was far too bright, and I was on the 3rd floor of an apartment building. There was no way it could have filled up the entire window like that. It completely disappears after around 3 seconds or so. I am so spooked that I can hardly move. I eventually work up the courage to go and peek outside of said window. There are no cars there, no nothing. I linger for a moment just to make sure. There is still nothing. Just as I am about to walk away, I spot someone walking on the other side of the street. First, I assumed it was some junkie walking to get a fix or something, because it's around 4:30 a.m. by now. I knew they were not exercising or anything like that, because they were walking at an extremely slow pace. The closer that he or she or it gets, the better I am able to see. This person is wearing a black cloak. They are just walking as slowly as they possibly can. What in the hell? I retreat back to the couch. I finally fall asleep after silently shitting myself for a moment. So, this happened to me in the southwest Michigan area. Myself and a group of friends would play paintball about every weekend during my high school years. We had permission to use this huge plot of land that was split by railroad tracks, so we would set up and play pretty much all day long. When the sun started to go down, the woods really took on an entirely different vibe. Just so much tension, and you could just feel so much pressure. There is really no other way for me to describe it to you. So, as a group, we decided we would just end our games before it got dark. Fast forward a few years. Group of friends, this was a different group mind you, are all getting into occult stuff and experimenting with spirits. Well, one of them brings up the land we would play paintball on, claiming it had some seriously bad juju. So, being the guy who knew the area, I offered to take them out there. We get out to the woods around evening time. The vibe is the same as always, just really tense. We make our way back to the old building that sits by the tracks. Everyone gets settled in, and a few of them go off into the woods to find some spooky stuff. I stay back and just chill at the building, making small talk and whatnot with the others while we wait for our friends to return. I think it was probably a good 20 minutes or so that passed before we heard some yelling and the distinct sound of a handgun firing. We all jump up to our feet, not really sure what to do as our friends come rushing out of the woods. They are completely panicked. I can tell that they are sweating and out of breath. There is no time for talking or asking what they saw. We all just book it to the cars and leave ASAP. We get probably a few miles away and we stop and we hear their story. Apparently, one friend with his dark vision goggles saw something that was more or less a smaller humanoid-like creature just peering at them. When he alerted the other guy, the creature bolted towards them, and that's why they opened fire and ran. So, after this account, I'm not really sure. I've been coming out here so much and never had that happen. So, because I was skeptical of the story at the very least, I decided to head back there the very next weekend. I don't know, I thought maybe it was a elaborate prank that they were playing. So, I head back to the spot. I get there at like 11 p.m. It's dark and it's spooky. I do not leave my car, and I just sit by the entrance of the property. I roll down my window and try to talk to whatever it is that my friends have experienced. I just spoke out loud to the woods like a weirdo and called out to it basically. I remember more or less taunting it, and once I had my fill, I drove off. By this time, I lived a good hour away, and I was heading home. As I pull up and turn on the road, I get perhaps 20 feet down when I get slammed with this pain in my lower stomach. It was the feeling of like someone's hand just pulling my guts is the best way I can describe this feeling. My radio goes off, my dash lights go dim, every window in my car just goes frosty. I drove for a good half an hour and then everything just stopped. All of the lighting came back on, the radio returned, the pain in my gut just stopped. I was really relieved, to say the least. I make it home and I feel much better. My grandma is a night owl, so she is up in the kitchen making tea or something. I go and sit at the table, and I am chatting with her. A few minutes go by, and I feel that tension from the woods once again. I am playing it cool in front of my grandma, and I just continue to chat. This next part still has me messed up to this day. So, grandma is in the kitchen. Behind her is a glass door leading to the garage. So, as she is going about her kitchen, she moves out of the way of this door. In the door is standing a tall, red, dark brownish skinned man, and it's this smiling man-like being. He's just standing there. The smile was ear to ear, and it was just this grin of pure malice. I about shit my pants. He vanished just as quickly as he appeared, however, and he was gone when she turned back. I excused myself and headed to bed. I spent that night praying and doing protection rituals, really just whatever the hell I could do because I was just so scared. I still don't know what the hell that was, but I do not mess with that land anymore. I have not had another experience with said smiling man either. I'm not sure whether this was the thing that my friend saw in the woods, if it maybe followed me back after I taunted it. I'm not quite sure. I haven't spoken with them about it since it happened. Reading all of these spooky stories reminded me of a story that my dad told me once. So, my dad was driving with friends through the middle of nowhere eastern Washington on the way to Seattle. He suddenly sees an old Native American woman on the side of the road. Bear in mind, they are the only car out there, and they have not seen so much as a house in 30 miles. Being good Samaritans, they stop and offer her a ride. The old woman does not say anything, but gets in when they open up the door. Immediately, the whole interior starts to stink, and I'm not talking like normal body odor either. It smells like rotten fish and all manner of nastiness. Still, they couldn't very well kick her out again right after they had just picked her up. That would be rude and also kind of awkward. So they just gritted their teeth and rolled down the windows and drove away. About an hour later, Dad always said it felt like an entire eternity had passed. The old woman taps on his shoulder and he pulls over. At this point, they are still in the middle of nowhere. If anything, they are actually further away from civilization than before. My dad and his friends are sort of concerned, thinking maybe she has dementia or something, but they are also just relieved to be free from the smell. And at any rate, they are not about to force her to get back in with them. I mean, she's a grown woman. She can make her own choices, so they drive away. After another hour, they reach a tiny little town, basically just a gas station and a diner. While Dad is fueling up, his friends go into the store and start chatting with the clerk. He's a nice guy, very talkative. Clearly he does not meet a lot of new people, and this is something of a treat for him. After a while, Dad's friends tell him about the old woman, thinking maybe he will know who she is and whether they should call the sheriff or something. The guy gets very quiet and all of a sudden tells them he knows who the woman is. Apparently, the Native Americans around there have a legend about the spirit. She was a guardian of a particular lake that used to lie a ways out on the prairie. The Native Americans made offerings to her, and in return, she allowed them to access the water during times of a drought. During the 30s and the 40s, there was some big irrigation project that ended up draining the lake. Now the spirit is doomed to wander the countryside forever, looking for her lost home. Supposedly the reason that she stinks is because that's what the lake bed smelled like when it dried up. The clerk finished by telling them it's good they did not run into her at night when she forgets herself. But when they ask him what he means, he just refuses to elaborate. By the time they get back out to the car, it's getting really dark. They are spooked and tell Dad that they need to get the hell out of there. He's really confused at first, but they fill him in on the story as he is driving. They have been planning to stop and camp along the highway, but given what just happened, they agreed to forge on, at least until they reached a real town with an actual motel. Since that will take a while, they decide to drive in shifts, switching over every couple of hours so the other ones can take a little nap. At about 2 a.m., as Dad is struggling to stay awake, he sees something up ahead on the side of the road. As he gets closer, he realizes to his surprise that it's the same old woman once again. Now, my dad did not really buy the story that his friends had told him, but he knew that there was no way the woman could have gotten there ahead of them. They were still the only car on the road, and no one had overtaken them, not even once. Still, he hesitates as he is about to pass her. After all, for all he knows, she really is just some harmless old lady out there alone at night in the middle of nowhere, and from the conditions and what she has on her, she probably will not even last the night. He's starting to put the brakes on when suddenly she whips her head around. Her wrinkly face is contorted into a mask of pure white-hot rage. Her teeth are gritted, her eyes are wide and glaring. Her hair is going wild in every single direction. She starts yelling something and steps out like she is going to rush at the car. My dad swerves hard to the left, nearly flipping the car, but successfully avoiding the old woman. In the review, he sees her chase after him for quite a ways before just disappearing into the darkness. His friends wake up and ask what the hell just happened, but my dad will not say a word to them. He just keeps his head locked forward and his eyes on the road. Long story short, they made it the rest of the way to Seattle without running into any of the spirits or ghouls or whatever. But that's the last time Dad ever took one of those lonesome desert highways. I've been meaning to tell this story for quite some time, but I never really had a chance to type it all out. I'm going to try to make this a one-shot. Forgive the errors. What I'm about to write is completely and entirely true. Now, I know a lot of stories start with that. I know a lot of these stories are taken with a grain of salt. I usually keep an open mind though, because I have witnessed some fairly strange things and people in my time. With that being said, what I'm about to write is a retelling of my experiences. Judge them as you see fit. First, a little bit of backstory. When I was younger, I used to watch my brother run campaigns with my friends. I believe it started with 2nd edition. He received those books from our older cousin. He said he was growing out of them. Anyway, that's how I was introduced to Dungeons and Dragons at first. It was a fairly strange pastime to have, considering we were all middle-class Hispanic kids. I'm half Cuban, half Pakistani. When I was about 13 years old, my brother had a fair amount of 3.5 books stacked. It was during this time that I decided to start up my own group. I played with 3 friends. Other friends came and went, but these 3 managed to stick with me throughout most of my sessions. The story revolves mostly around a kid called Jonathan and I. Jonathan was the rich one, but he did not share the usual dickish traits of rich people. He was the tallest out of all of my friends, brown-haired and horrific acne. The acne cleared up a little bit later. He was the most athletic one as well. I believe he had like 20 pounds of muscle on me, and I was pretty fat at the time. Anyway, we would play D&D at least every week. At this time I was really close to Jonathan because I lived like 2 blocks away from him. Because of this, I was usually at his house playing video games or reading some D&D shit. My mom felt bad that she could not offer him food due to money troubles, so she did not like having him over. Because we were so close and it was summer break, Jonathan's mom asked me if I wanted to go with him to Dominican Republic. I told her that there was no way I could afford it, and she said that it was fine, that I just needed to bring money for food and souvenirs. I said word up. Well, not really, but I just said I needed to ask my parents. My dad was cool with it, but my mom was a little iffy about the subject. Still, I was allowed to go in the end. Here is where things started getting weird. On the bus stop over there, I am sitting with Johnny on the little bench, waiting to take 2 more buses to head to the airport. This little old man comes out of absolutely nowhere. I get out of my seat and offer it to the old man. He looks at me and Johnny. He is staring at us really hard before he finally sits down. Me and Johnny get a little weirded out. I go over and stand next to Johnny. This little old man is just staring Johnny down the entire time. He says in Spanish, "You two should go home." I didn't know Spanish very well, so I nudged Johnny and motioned to the old man. He translates for me later. Johnny just tells him that we are going on a trip. The old man just shakes his head, doing that rambling, no thing that old Hispanic people do. He starts edging away from us on the bench, still rambling quietly to himself. Now, this guy did not look deranged. He looked generally well kempt, and he was wearing a tan button-up shirt and nice pants, but he was acting incredibly strangely. Johnny and I were a little creeped out, and this time, luckily, the bus came around 5 minutes after, and we hastily grabbed our stuff and jumped on. The old man ended up sitting about 3 rows in front of us, and he kept looking back every few minutes throughout the remainder of the ride. After we reached the second bus stop, he kept looking at us through the window until it finally left. That was the first weird thing to happen to us. Sometimes I wonder if it was just some crazy bastard or an actual sign. I think he may have thought that we were gay, to be honest. Old Hispanic people hate gay people. After my experience in DR, I tried to keep an open mind to spiritual stuff. Anyway, after the business with the bus, we go over to the airport after the 9/11 scare, and we're off to the Dominican Republic. The actual plane ride itself was fairly smooth, and we dicked around the whole time. It was not a long flight at all. When I landed, we were pretty surprised at how well kept the airport was. I was expecting this place to be an absolute shithole. We are greeted by Johnny's cousin, who takes us to grab our stuff and leave to the parking lot. We must have been in a tourist-centric part of the place, because it was slamming. There were people from all over. There was music. There were neat little shops here and there, but we seemed to pass by all of this as we drove down the road, and drove. We must have been driving for a good long while, because I remember falling asleep. Quite the feat, considering I was visiting a foreign country, and I was so excited. When I woke up, it was nighttime, and we were passing through a rinky-dink village with a dirt road. This place looked like homeless people built it out of driftwood. The wood was all cracked and molded on the side. The shutters were made with those rich slabs of aluminum, and the only light that was shown was with these dim and flickering stadium lights. By the grace of God, we continued driving by the place. We end up going further to this little hill, surrounded by forest, with a house resting at its peak. The hill was small, by the way, only raised about 5 feet from the forest around it. The house itself was surprisingly well made in comparison to the village. It was made from bricks and had an actual shingled roof. It was a little small by most people's standards, but it was cozy as hell looking. It also seemed to have electricity. I later learned that it was because of generators. I ended up meeting the whole damn family clan, as there was like 10 people living in that small little house. We get by with my friend's translations, my rudimentary Spanish, and a lot of hand signals. Everything is all good for that first night. The second day is a little bit different. Johnny's cousin needed to head to the village, so he decided that he would take us along. We jump in his cousin's car and head down the road. When we get to the village, it is freaking bumping. There are people everywhere, with a stark difference from its nightlife. Johnny's cousin must have had one of the few cars in this part of DR. I could not see anyone else with one. We end up parking next to a little house and walking to the main market on foot. It was a dirt path, but it was not full of shit or garbage. It seemed like people picked up after themselves. So, Julian, I'm probably spelling it wrong, but it's a boy's name, is visiting the market on his father. I think he's making a deal or something, and he tells Johnny he's going to be a while. So, Johnny decides to take me to visit some of his friends that he visits yearly. They were pretty cool, and 2 of them knew English. We ended up playing soccer, which sucked, because it was really hot and I was fat at the time. After a while, we just went in the shade and started talking about stuff. Eventually, the talk went to ghost stories. Now, if you know anything about Islanders and Hispanics, you will know there is always plenty of folklore when it comes to the paranormal. A lot of it is pretty creepy. Anyway, They start talking about a place that a witch used to live. The word they called her was bruja, and they said that she lived in a cave near the edge of the village. Supposedly, the villagers drove her away from that place a few years back. At this time, I wanted to kind of prove myself to them because of my poor soccer skills. I suggested that we all go there to check it out, so he agreed to go as well. His friends were not as enthusiastic, however, and they initially refused to go. They started saying shit about tarantulas, snakes, etc. That kind of dissuaded me, but I still wanted to go, mostly because I did not believe in shit like the paranormal at the time. Eventually, we convinced them, and we all head out to the cave. Well, long story short, as soon as we saw the cave, no one wanted to go in there. It was pretty much a unanimous decision. I was feeling pretty scared. I was and still am an absolute pussy. So I was looking around for any snakes or spiders. When I turned to look at a bush, I saw a woman standing against a tree and facing us. I could not see her face or bottom at all, but she was extremely shapely. She was wearing what looked like a dress with her stomach exposed. I remember that she kept rubbing her pelvis. It was a very slow and inviting gesture, which in my youthful mind got me quite interested. Brother, really? Really? I looked over at my friends as they were still poking around the entrance of the cave and looking at stuff. This is the part of the story where I feel the guiltiest. I remember reading somewhere that by responding to an entity, you essentially give it power. In this case, I just thought it was a village woman that was into me. You were a kid! So, being the social butterfly that I am, I decided to wave at her. She immediately stopped rubbing and leaned forward, looking between me and those gathered at the cave. After that, she rested her temple against the tree and just stayed completely still once more. I called out to the group with my eyes still on the figure. They were too busy looking for valuables, so I headed over and tapped Johnny on the shoulder. I said something to the effect of, "That naked chick wants to fuck." And he finally looked over. Naturally, he did not see shit. After a while, we headed back to the village, and I told them what I had just seen. Johnny was like, "Shut up, bro." He did not think there was much truth to my claim. His friends, on the other hand, were dead silent. I remember them looking at each other, and just started walking to their respective houses. Johnny at the time did not know much about the folky side of DR, so he just figured they were trying to scare us. We went back to Julian and waited until he finished talking and then buying stuff. As we were driving back to the house, Johnny told his cousin about what I saw and how his friends reacted to it. Immediately, his cousin just starts yelling at him. I could only catch bits and pieces of the argument, but I gathered that he was mad that we went off on our own. Later, Johnny told me that his cousin basically confirmed that a bruja used to live in the cave. I was a little creeped out by this point, but I figured a small village needed some sort of entertainment to keep from going insane. He also told me about what I might have seen. It was something called a Ciguapa, and it takes the form of a beautiful woman in order to trap and steal the souls of men. It is clothed in its own hair, and its feet are backwards. Let that settle for a moment. So, me and my friends are scared shitless. It should be noted that we routinely try to scare each other though. One of us would start, and by the end, both of us would be huddled together like kids. The second night, we were pretty much sleeping back to back with our eyes wide open. One of us would jump at a sound, and that would scare the other, eventually making sure that we got no sleep that entire night. After a while, we started hearing a crying sound coming from outside the wall of the house. Since we were on the first floor, it sounded like it was right next to us. Johnny started flipping out, but I just told him it could be the cats in heat. It was a similar sound. He finally calmed down, but the sound just kept on coming, like a baby crying. Then, the tapping started to happen. It sounded like someone was tapping with the tip of their nails. We first heard it against the front door, which was around 8 feet away from us. After that, we started to hear it coming from all around the sides of the house, as well as a dull thumping sound on the grass. Not only were we hearing that, we also kept hearing the crying sound grow a little bit louder as the sound traveled from the sides of the houses. At this point, Johnny seems kind of pissed off. He thinks it's people from the village trying to get inside the house. His family is pretty wealthy compared to everyone else. He looked down at me and said that we had to check it out. I told him he could go and fuck himself. After a few moments of arguing, and the fact that the noises seemed to almost quiet when we would speak, I decided to come along. He grabbed a machete from the kitchen, and I took one of those huge flashlights that requires like 6 double D batteries. The tapping at this point was coming from the left side of the house. After we braced ourselves, we charged out of the front door and just started sprinting alongside the walls of the house. My flashlight was pointed out to make sure that we did not trip on anything. Johnny was not yelling, but he was pretty loud and just spouting off threats randomly. We end up doing a full circle around the house and we do not see anything. When we get back to the front door, we hear the thumping sound coming from the dirt road between the 2 clearings of trees. Naturally, I shine the flashlight in that direction. It's still difficult to describe, even to this day. It was the shape of a woman, but all the enticing curves it previously had, they were completely gone. It was staring right at us as it crossed the dirt path, and the features of its face were quite clear. It had no eyes, just black where they were supposed to be. I think it had a nose, but I did not pay much attention to it. Its face was very skinny and long, with a mouth that was almost tube-like, as if it was just a circle plastered on its face. I can't really explain it well, because its head was always facing in our direction. Its body was covered slightly by its hair, which easily reached the ground in length. The most unsettling thing about the Ciguapa was the way it walked. Its feet are backwards, so it has a very distinct way of walking. It walked forward on the tip of its toes, then the middle of the foot, and then the heel. This caused its body to lurch forward with each step in a very fast and jerking manner. It crossed from one line of the trees to the next, crossing the dirt road as it stared at us. It kept its eyes right on us until it eventually disappeared into the forest. I don't know what madness overcame us as we watched it, but it was like we were just frozen in place. I shined the flashlight as it walked, but I was completely unaware of doing it. I remember getting grabbed by Johnny's aunt and getting yanked inside. After she yelled at us for waking the house up, we told her what happened. She immediately started crying and praying. When the rest of the family came down to see what happened, they started praying as well. At the time, I just felt numb, and I was not aware of the fact that both Johnny and I urinated ourselves. After we had changed, we brought our blankets into Johnny's aunt's room and slept with her and his uncle. We were not allowed to leave the house without Johnny's uncle and cousin at the same time, who were both armed with machetes. We did not leave this house though. When we heard the crying the next night, Johnny just closed his eyes and told me to go to sleep. I couldn't. I slept through another night of crying and tapping. When it was time to head back home, I made sure not to look into the trees. After we got back to Miami International, my dad picked us up to take us back home. I ended up telling him about what we saw. I wanted him to say that we were talking shit, honestly. I wanted him to just completely dismiss it. I felt physically ill when he confirmed our story though. He said that there is a creature in Pakistan called the Ural, that it shares most of the similarities with the Ciguapa. The most horrifying realization that I had was that these creatures are not simply confined to one spot. They could be anywhere. Johnny and I are still in contact even to this day. We've both had terrible luck in our lives. From financial troubles to physical ailments and accidents, things have not gone our way. Take what you will from this confession. I know what I saw. Okay, so I want to give you a little bit of context before I tell my story. So, my sister was a little bit of a shithead. She got into a lot of trouble, but she always stayed clean. She never really messed with any drugs aside from weed, but she would get into a lot of fights at school. She is now 13 at the time of the story, fresh into 9th grade and high school. She had taken up smoking, but never did it near the school. The school catches her with my grandpa's on my dad's side, knife and cigarettes inside of her purse, so she gets expelled. My parents thought it would be a good idea to send her from Michigan, where we live, to our aunt's ranch in Arizona so that she could learn to stay out of trouble. This, of course, did not work. But in the meantime, she learned how to hold down a job and actually learn some deeper values. Little did we know, my aunt was a scumbag and was stealing her paychecks and constantly trying to get her fired. Now she is back in Michigan. Also, she got into a fight with another kid and nearly got arrested, but it generally wasn't her fault. She has bad blood with my aunt ever since. So, here is where our story begins. It's about 3 months into her stay in Arizona. Things are generally pretty mellow, from her working on the nearby reservation at a restaurant in Flagstaff to her helping around the ranch. They are coming back home one night from the reservation. It's around 9 p.m. Night fell pretty quickly. They're on a long dirt road. Generally, you're not supposed to go fast down these roads because there are a ton of sharp rocks and hills. You could bust your tires up really easy. It's really late. My aunt is driving. My sister is passing out. That is when she notices it. The stars were all out. They're just all gone. Whereas before, the night sky had tons of stars. Like she told me she noticed them earlier, but when she started falling asleep and was on this dirt road, boom, they were just gone. She looks up. She can see something vaguely rectangle-shaped is covering the sky and the moon. She says to my aunt, "I didn't know that there was an eclipse today." My aunt looks up, finally noticing. "Honey, that's no eclipse. An eclipse does not have sharp corners. There was nothing in the news tonight at all." My sister realizes that the shape goes on into the distance for miles and miles. It's really slow moving. It has these tiny lights on the edges, just like an airplane would. It is totally rectangular shaped. She starts screaming, and now they are speeding home on a dirt road all the way to the ranch. They run inside, still seeing whatever it was. They take the dogs inside, lock up the house tight, put furniture in front of the doors. They turn off all of the power in the house. They stay the night together, huddled up and barely getting any sleep at all. The next morning, she received calls from neighbors and friends miles away who say they saw it. There is nothing on the news. Everything is totally fine outside. To this day, my sister still tears up. Due to our bad blood with my aunt, who also still remembers this incident, it inclines me to believe. My aunt went off the deep end eventually after my sister left. She is a horrible, abusive person, and she eventually lost the ranch. She is basically homeless now. She hates her guts. She would have all the reason in the world to downplay it or say that it never happened, yet she still corroborated my sister's story. This next story happened only a few days ago, in 2021. I'm 26 years old now with my girlfriend, living at home with sister in her 30s, her husband, and her kids, due to my financial situation. It's around a few days ago. My girlfriend is asleep. I go to hang out with my sister and her baby to watch a movie in the living room. She is on the phone with her husband, who is an over-the-road trucker. He is currently between New Mexico and Arizona, about to cross over into NM. He's had a couple of paranormal encounters, but has always been a skeptic and never believed in any of that stuff. We're just watching TV when all of a sudden, we hear him start to lose his shit and just freak out. My sister is freaking out now too, thinking that he crashed because of the sound of skidding tires that was so loud they actually vibrated her phone. My brother-in-law and his co-driver are losing their shit over something that's in the road. Evidently, what he saw was a large light in the sky streak out like a comet. It hovers and lowers above the road slightly and sits there in silence. He is losing his shit. He almost crashes into another car. All of the other cars on the road are stopped, and it's just dead silence all around. It was Green like you never saw green before is what he said, and hovering there in a disc shape. It sits there for a minute and a half before zipping off again into the sky. The other drivers on the road, only maybe 5 or 6 of them, they all slowly compose themselves, driving by each other to confirm to each other what they all saw. My sister's husband is explaining all of this to us over the phone as it is happening. They eventually all take off. He is on a schedule he has to keep. It's a pretty tight one too. Down the road, they see military trucks all pulled over on the side of the road. He does not for a second believe that any of that was supernatural or alien phenomena. He thinks it was a drone test by the military and refuses to think otherwise. He refuses to even bring it up now. I don't like to tell the story or the history about my city because it sounds really weird. So look, in my city, there is a myth about an alien base near the shore. This is in Tampico, Tamaulipas, by the way. And there are histories about weird foreign people. Some people called them the weird gringos or weird European. So when I worked in a local mini-mart, I had an encounter with a weird tourist, I guess. So, I was working as a cashier at the mini-mart. It's around 4 p.m. People were there just strolling around buying weird stuff. Then, this weird woman wearing a summer dress with new sneakers enters the store. She just wanders around and giggles. People leave and eventually, we're the only 2 people inside the store. I start to analyze her because something just felt really off. She had a small frame body, like she was thin, really thin, probably thinner than a healthy human should be. And her skin was almost white, but a little bit red around the elbows. Her head was big, really big, but her hair looked fake, almost as if it was glued on. She had no chin, and her nose and her mouth were small. Her eyes were really big, not as big as you would see on a stereotypical alien, but they were normal big, and she was wearing sunglasses. She walks to me, and she does a friendly giggle. I noticed that her hands looked so smooth, like if they were boneless, and her nails looked glued on. I say to her, "Hey, good afternoon. Do you need something? Is there something that I can help you with?" She giggles and points at the microwave that's on sale. With a really weird voice, like a little boy voice, in really broken Spanish, she said, "What is that?" At first, I thought it was about the frozen pizza, so I said to her, "Do you want a pizza?" And she said, "No, the machine." "Oh, the microwave is an oven." Then she said, "How it works? Explain." I just explained to her in the most basic, horrible way that I knew how, since I kinda knew the gist, I guess. She giggled, and then pointed at the old CRT TV that the CCTV used. She pointed and went, "That thing, please explain." I explained her all of the CRT basics and what it was used for. She smiled at me with her small mouth, and then she said, "You people are so close, but at the same time, so far." She starts to giggle again and says, "Thanks, you are a good people." And then she just walked away from the store. I don't know what the hell happened, but I never felt threatened during her stay. Just a little uncomfortable because of the technical questions, but I never felt in danger. I just felt weird. She gave this weird vibe and aura. She didn't seem human. Okay, so I am an older guy, originally from Belarus, although I live in the USA now. I got my first job under the table in the early to mid 1990s. I was around 12 or 13 years old, and my job was being a helper in my father's barber shop. Mostly just sweeping up hair, cleaning the bathroom, taking out the trash, that sort of thing. We lived, and our shop was near the border with Poland. Lukashenko had just come to power, and the Soviet Union had been dissolved. These were very difficult times for everyone. Mass starvation, poverty, etc. These problems still exist there today. I am at the barber shop with my papa. We only really get the same few regulars. Most people cut their own hair or have a family member do it. It saves money that way. A barber shop was really something only possible during the Soviet Union. It's getting pretty dark. I am told to clean up the shop, take out the trash, and then come home. My papa leaves me alone there to go and drink by himself somewhere. I finish my chores, lock the door, and then begin walking home. This is a partly rural area, not exactly like the countryside, but everything is very spaced out. Shit, I forgot to take out the garbage. I turn around to go back. When I do, I notice that someone driving a Lada with no lights on had been driving right behind me. Actually, I believe they were just coasting. I could hear no sounds of an engine, but we are going slightly downhill. Since I'm going back, I'm not going uphill. The car passes by me and I feel at ease. The car gets to the bottom of the hill, cuts the engine on, and then turns around. They pull up beside me. It's a man and a woman in there. The man driving asks me if I want a lift. I tell them no thanks. It's not that far away, and they are really creeping me out. They get offended that I told them that they are creeping me out. They yell at me. They tell me I hope I slip and crack my head open. Gee, thanks. I tell them to fuck off, and I cut through the grass and the trees to get off the road so they could not follow me anymore. I take a shortcut through a wooded area, but will link back to the street on the other side. When I get there, the Lada from before is idling on the road. I'm getting sort of pissed off. I come from a home with an alcoholic father, and he was sort of a gopnik. Not really, but I was used to confronting adults and getting beaten by adults. It did not scare me so much. I walk up directly to the car and ask, "Man, are you gay? Why do you follow me? You wanna fuck me? Why don't you fuck your sister or whoever is in there and leave me the hell alone?" The man is holding a gun or something that looks like a gun. It's dark and I cannot see very well. He says, "You can have a good night, or your last night. If you get in the car, we will drive around for a while and have some vodka, but if you don't, I will kill you right now." I have never been confronted with a gun before. I don't know what to do, but I know that there is no way I am getting in this asshole's car. I say, "Okay, I will get in," and I act like I'm going along with it. I go to the passenger side door and the woman gets out to let me in. When she gets out of the car, I kick her in the leg as hard as I can and I just start running. She yelped and fell over. By the time they even realized what happened, I was back in the trees. It's like a circular wooded area surrounded by road, but if I can get to the center where they cannot see me, they will not know which side I come out from. I wait in the middle for a while, then come out the side nearest to the shop. I sprint from the woods up the road to the shop. I unlock the door and jump inside. I lock the door and just stay there for the whole entire night. In the morning, my father beat me for never coming home. I tried to explain what happened and he got even more mad, saying I was using what I saw in the news to make up a lie. Apparently, they had gone around the whole village, asking any kids they saw to give them a lift, and then reports of them making threats, etc. Several children had gone missing in the past few months. It is assumed the children were eaten in response to the mass starvation. Unless you were like family and relatively wealthy by the standards of the day, it's likely that you did not eat much, if at all. I have only told this story to anyone once before in my life because I've been way too frightened to even speak it out loud, to even remember it. But I saw something that was either a Wendigo or very similar to one. I was probably around 10 or 11 years old when it happened and living in the Appalachian mountain range. I will just say it was in the tri-state area of WV, PA, and MD. I was not even that deep in the woods when this happened, honestly. I was maybe 250 yards into the woods away from my neighborhood, playing with my brother and my friend. We had a little tree fort set up on the side of the hill, overlooking an old field that used to be used for farming. This field was a little bit larger than a football field, and we were positioned near the end zone. My brother and my friend were in the fort, and I was standing outside of the fort. looking down into the field. I remember suddenly catching movement in my peripheral vision, what almost looked like a white blur. When I focused on whatever it was, it looked like a really tall, pale white person that was hunched over and sprinting across the field. The running form was so over-exaggerated it creeped me out. It was sort of pumping its arms in front of itself with each stride, just really weird. It did not look anything like how a human sprints. Anyways, it was on a path to cross the field horizontally from my position, and it must have crossed the field in less than 2 seconds. I've never seen anyone sprint that fast in my entire life. It was hard to believe. On that side of the field was a creek and then another hill. This thing effortlessly jumped over the creek, then grabbed a thick branch from a tree midair, and then disappeared into the woods. It must have jumped over 35 feet in length and 20 feet in height. This thing was pale white in appearance, almost shined in certain areas when the light would hit the thing. I don't believe that there was any fur on it anywhere. It just looked like pale white skin all over. Its arms and legs were noticeably longer than that of a human's. It was extremely slender and lean in its build. I never got a good look at its face due to the angle it was running, but I assume it had a face. It had a human-like head after all. I'd estimate the height to have been around 6'6", possibly taller. I guess this could have been a hallucination, but I was watching it manipulate the environment all around it. The tall grass it ran through noticeably shimmered when it passed through it, and I remember seeing it shake out a bunch of leaves when it grabbed the tree branch. You could tell the thing put a lot of force onto that branch when it grabbed it. Leaves just started tumbling down in that specific spot. When I was watching it, I was completely frozen in fear. My body completely locked up, and my adrenaline was off the charts. Once it left my field of view, my body started working again, and I sprinted back into the neighborhood. My friends never believe me, and I've never brought it up with anyone in real life because I know how this story sounds. It's so frustrating to have an experience like this. You have no way of knowing if what you saw was real, or if you were just losing your mind. Honestly, I wish I never saw the thing. I felt like I was going to die, and I still do not know what it was. And why did it even show itself? It could have really easily stayed hidden if it wanted to, and it seemed pretty intelligent. Along with a friend from work, I helped the police in what I believe was a missing 411 case. 2 of the police detectives were very confused, and one was definitely very uncomfortable towards the end of the investigation. The person is still missing as far as I know. I will do a bit of a rundown just so you can work out what happened. I might leave 2 things out of my story though: the area within the state and the name of the person. You would probably be able to dox me and my former company from that information, and I don't know, I might get in trouble with the police. I was a heavy diesel mechanic that worked on earth-moving equipment. The company that I worked for did a lot of contracts for roads and general earth-moving. The jobs tended to be very remote. On this occasion, the job was extremely remote. I helped escort a prime mover with a low loader carrying a cat dozer on it. We had to drop off various types of equipment in preparation for a large culvert/highway detour. This was the first convoy of equipment. The workshop had 3 German Shepherd guard dogs that were quite nasty. The boss would usually make us take them and chain them to the equipment to prevent any theft. When working remote, we unloaded and I tied the dogs up underneath the dozer with water and we left. We would be back in the morning. We set off about 4 next morning with the equipment and headed off. It was a 7-hour drive. I arrived to find 2 of the dogs missing. I was panicked because I did not want them roaming around off the chain. However, one of the other dogs that I tied to the rear of the dozer was still there, curled up in a ball, not barking and going apeshit like it normally did. It was actually cowering. On closer inspection, I found an ear and part of a scalp of one of the dogs. It had slipped a steel chain link collar that was extremely tight. So tight that it should have been almost impossible. It was only that tight because you do not ever want them to get off the chain and accidentally hurt someone. The other chain I could see was broken. The actual link was broken, so the other dog had broken the chain. All around where the chain would have been tight were these big marks really dug in, like the dogs were trying to get away from something. I got on the dozer to move it. It would not start. Long story short, after about 4 days of trying to repair it to get it started and running, we replaced every single computer and every single controller. They were all cooked. I thought maybe it was hit by lightning, but one of the dogs was still tied to the dozer, and I've worked on machines hit by lightning before, and it did not have the signs of a lightning strike. During the first day of repairs, we noticed a heavy police presence and thought that something must be up because there is nothing around out here. We found out pretty quickly that police are investigating a missing persons that was reported the same night that we dropped off the dozer. Some old boy and his missus were camping in a caravan a few kilometers further up the road by a large lake. She said he got up in the early hours, went outside, and then she went back to sleep. When she woke up, he was gone. When I heard that, I looked at the truck driver who was with me and said, "Holy mother of fuck, those dogs must have gotten him." Panic set in. I rang my boss and he told me to keep my mouth shut and just sit tight. The search went on for a while, and then a police car comes by to where we were working. I straight up told him about the dogs. I wasn't really the type to lie. I didn't want this poor old woman to not have closure. The policeman actually told me that they found 2 dead German Shepherd dogs by the lake. I said, "Did the old guy shoot them?" And the cop said no. I said, "How did they die?" And he said he did not know. It turns out the dogs were found about 40 kilometers away and they died of exhaustion, but this was by the lake, not near the camp. We helped with investigations because a Kenworth truck with a water car on it had a dash camera, and it filmed the entry into the camp. It turns out that no one else went in besides the caravan. On the morning that we found the dogs, a large storm was coming in from the west. It hampered the search and was raining the entire time I was trying to fix the dozer. Fast forward a month or so, I started noticing that the one German Shepherd left was acting really strange. He would not bark and go nuts the second that someone walked alongside of the shed like normal. Let me just note that this was previously an extremely vicious dog. He had previously bit many employees. It was a really out of control dog. The dog during the day would curl up in a ball and lay near where people would be working. He previously hated every single person, but now never wanted to be left alone. At night, it would sleep underneath a giant floodlight, the only source of light in the yard. In rain, hail, or the freezing cold, it did not matter. That dog would not go into the darkness away from the light. It soon became clear the dog was not a good guard dog and was replaced with another 3 German Shepherds. I took the dog home, and he lived for another 3 years before he died. That dog had definitely seen something. The other 2 dogs had definitely seen something, and I bet that poor old boy that went missing definitely saw something. During the investigation, the police went from being the investigation of missing persons to suspecting foul play. I was told by the detective sometime later that before it was passed off to the feds, it turned back into missing persons again. The detective said that it was extremely strange that they had sniffer dogs and found nothing. They had no tracks at all. They found the old boy's shirt, shorts, and shoes, but they could not get a scent. And this was by the lake. When I say lake, I'm talking about a giant salt lake. It would be lucky to be 2 foot deep at the deepest point. You would definitely see a body in the water. That detective was baffled. I always thought it was strange, then started learning about missing 411, and I think it fits it to the point. This was in Australia, by the way. I forgot to add that. My bad, guys. That was a pretty interesting story. Thanks for sharing. However, I'm not clear on what happened with the fried equipment. My understanding is that missing 411 is basically a code for Sasquatch, but I don't know of any Sasquatch events being related to mechanical failure. What are your thoughts? Look, I have no ideas on what happened. I mean, yeah, I shit an ECU every now and then, but not every computer. I'm positive it was not a lightning strike, but it could have been, as I have no other explanations. However, the dash camera on the Kenworth water cart was pointing straight at the dozer, but the police took it before I even thought to look at it. Within a day or so of the camera being taken, the state detective was replaced by feds. I asked what was on the camera, and he said he wishes he watched it. He said he sent it away for forensic examination immediately, and the next thing that he knew, he was off the case. Really, really weird shit. Okay, I want to tell this story quick. Let me just clarify. I am not and have never been a drinker. I was not drunk at the time of the story. It's something, it's hard to explain. This happened in my later childhood, or maybe my early teens. I was in 9th grade, about 15 years old. I am Russian, just for a clarification. It happened in spring, around March or April. One afternoon, after hanging out with my friends, I headed home early in the evening. I was walking through the park, not the one with the Lenin statue, but one closer to the city center. Around that time of year, really small whirlwinds often dance through our city, spinning up all sorts of trash. I'm sure it's the same in every city. As I walked, I noticed one of those whirlwinds near the ground, a little to my side, but this was not your average run-of-the-mill dust devil. It was tiny, probably about the height of my phone, but really tightly packed with spinning dust and debris. Honestly, it looked kind of cool. Without even thinking twice, I ran up to it and gave it a solid kick. I don't know what I was thinking. I expected it to collapse and scatter. Instead, the exact opposite thing happened. In a matter of seconds, it grew rapidly, even taller than me. It started pulling up last year's dead leaves and even the top layer of dirt from the ground. Before I knew it, I was at the center of this swirling chaos. It was like being stuck in an air centrifuge, and it nearly knocked me off of my feet. I froze, feeling deeply uneasy. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I remembered a story I'd heard as a kid. Something about not stepping into whirlwinds because they were spirits wandering the earth, or something equally superstitious, typical folklore. After a few seconds of choking on sand and debris because it kept spinning around so rapidly and getting into my mouth, I bolted. But here is where it gets even weirder. The damn whirlwind started chasing me. Maybe it was just physics, with the vortex following the airflow caused by my movement, but at that moment, it felt like this 3-meter tall tornado headed out from me personally. It kept right on my heels as I ran through the park. I have no idea what the other people in the park thought. They must have seen me running like a maniac from what looked like a dust tornado, probably wondering if they were watching a horror movie or a comedy. Finally, as I left the park, the whirlwind disappeared as quickly as it had formed. 1 second it was there, and the next it was gone. I staggered home, more shaken than anything, and I went to clean myself up. And yes, I had to deal with dirt-streaked pants. He shit himself! I don't know if that was the devil messing with me or just a freak coincidence, but since then, I've avoided messing with whirlwinds. If anyone else has experienced something like this, let me know. It'd be nice to know I'm not the only one who's dealt with this kind of crap. The woods of southeast Michigan. When I was very young, from the ages of 5 through 12, my 2 brothers, one was a year older than me, and the other 2 were 2 years younger than me, and I would play in the woods our neighborhood was built in the middle of. There was a lot of scary stuff out there in those woods. I never put all of the pieces together into one larger picture until a couple of months ago while talking to my sister about the story that has maps and boxes in it. She is 7 years younger than me, so she was not along for most of the stuff. For the record, as the title says, we live in southeast Michigan. I've got a pack of smokes and a pot of coffee, and nothing better to do right now, so if anyone is reading, I guess it's time to remember some stuff. I've repressed a lot. When we were little, my brothers and I, along with a number of neighborhood children, were obsessed with the woods. We did all of those awesome little boy things, like making maps and building forts and climbing trees. For the first couple of years, there were only a few houses in the neighborhood. The three of us mostly just played together. We were inseparable back then. The first time that things got weird, we found an old pickup truck crashed against a tree deep in the woods. Our township is pretty old, and the place where our neighborhood resides had at one point been a major dumping ground and a couple of local businesses. I think it was back in the 20s or 30s or so, from what I can recall. The truck itself had a lot of things inside of it, including some suspicious fibers like decayed clothing and a terrible odor. We told our dad, and he went out there the very next day. After that, we were not allowed in that part of the woods anymore, and yet we still went there all the time anyways. A little while later, a buddy down the street of mine and I started exploring downriver from there. We found, over the next several months, dozens of boxes, all of them containing mundane items. One of them had a crap load of old Penthouse magazines inside of it. We said that we would come back later with flashlights and get them. When we came back, they were gone. Now, that sounds mundane, but it becomes relevant later. Now, there was some strange wildlife in this area. I always thought I was crazy, but it turns out that yes, there are wild peacocks running around in my old neighborhood. I have no idea how that even happened. But those are not the creatures I dream about all these years later. No, that would be the dogs. We had a pack of wild dogs running around. Big, muscular, wild dogs that could not be caught. They had a leader, an alpha if you will, who was bigger and meaner looking than the rest. He was solid white, with red eyes, which I now know means he was albino in all likelihood. They would watch us play, and when we noticed, we would climb trees and wait until they lost interest to go kill a raccoon or something. Then one day, there was another kind of animal down there watching us in the tree with them. A dirty old man with a big, scraggly beard and jet black hair. He would be sighted around the neighborhood, but the cops could not or would not do anything about it. My dad chased him off of our lawn with his .22 a couple of times. There was a park at the end of our neighborhood. Nothing special. Just a fake beach with a couple of benches and a swing set. It was where the river bent around and hit another subdivision's backside. We would spend all summer fishing on that strip of gravelly sand every single year. The woods had a trail in them that led to that other neighborhood, and sometimes we went down it just for kicks. There were a lot of old, weird structures built off the trail, like sheds made of packing pallets and 100-year-old tree forts. We were young, adventurous lads, so we were constantly snooping. God, I have no idea how we were not all murdered by the end of things. I remember one time, my older brother decided he would go for a swim a little bit of the river from where I was fishing. He got down to just his underwear and jumped in. A few minutes later, he is shouting and I am running for him. He is hurriedly dressing. I look out. There was a little island-like spot in the middle of that part of the river, covered in cattails. And standing amid them was some guy. I could only see the beard, but like I said, things begin to come together when you reflect years later. So, now we hit the part where I describe myself a little bit. I'm of average build, haven't ever been terribly handsome, and have had sleeping problems my whole entire life. I would sneak out of the house a lot late at night and go for little strolls around the neighborhood and the woods surrounding them, which is funny, because I am terrified of open blinds after dark. I'm not afraid of the actual dark, just windows people can stare at me through. That's exactly what happened one night. My bedroom was on the second floor of the house, next to my little brother's. I had forgotten to close the blinds before dusk one night and got up to shut them. I had a habit of looking down when I had to do that out of paranoia. This time, the blinds got stuck. When I looked up to fix them, there he was with his face pressed up against the glass. The man with the beard. I screamed and my dad came running and my mom called the cops. My little brother woke up because he stomped off across the roof and jumped. It was a rainy day and my yard tended to turn to soup due to septic issues, so when my dad found the splatter from him landing in his footprints, he was convinced. I didn't go outside at night for years after that. I guess I bring up my looks because I looked a lot worse when I was younger. I sometimes wonder why this guy had such an interest in us, but like I said, things got a lot clearer with time. He was clearly some kind of disturbed individual, and probably homeless. I have always had this recurring dream of me running through the woods naked with those dogs, which, believe it or not, is also an actual memory. I woke up to that a couple of times. See my first post. Shit gets a little weird and fuzzy for me around this period, which was when I was something like 8 years old. I had a sleepwalking issue. I still do, so had is the wrong word. I would wake up naked and covered in mud all of the time. It got so bad, my parents started deadbolting my door and windows. Now, I also understand it was because of that guy. All of our rooms were similar, and my parents got a motion sensor to monitor me and my sleepwalking problem. One night, I woke up in the woods to me being carried. We were not far away from my house at all. I could still see my neighbor's house. I screamed like I've never screamed before in my entire life, and it startled him. He dropped me. I would probably be dead right now if not for that. I started sharing a bedroom with my little brother, and my older brother was moved upstairs into my old room. Now, at this point, the cops were always at our house and always in our neighborhood. We lived in a quiet suburb during the early 90s, so this sort of thing was largely unheard of around our area. It was big news around the town. So one day, my brothers and I are clearing out weeds to build a structure back in a different part of the woods. We all had favored weapons that we had found and claimed were for defense, but we really only used them to whack weeds out of our way. The dogs and us were on friendly terms by then. My little brother is whacking weeds next to me with his weapon of choice, a 2x4 with a bunch of nails on one end that he found in a drainage ditch, when he suddenly goes stiff and pale. I ask him what's wrong, and he just snaps at me to not move. My little brother is an engineer now, and he is absurdly good at every single thing he does. He holds his board up by my face suddenly, and there is a loud bang. I'm confused. He turns it around, and there is a bullet inside of it. He points, and there, off in the distance, a guy is running away. I ask where our brother is, and he laughs and points. He is running across the field after the guy, screaming, a pitchfork in his hand. We lost sight of the dude and neighborhood over. Now, my little sister was very young at this point. My parents watched her like hawks, because weird shit was starting to go down when she was an infant. One night, my dad just goes running past my bedroom in his underwear, baseball bat in hand, and goes charging outside the front door. It's one of the only times I've ever heard him swearing. From what my mom says, the guy was peeking through the slightly cracked blinds at my sleeping baby sister. I never let her go anywhere out of my sight when she got old enough to play with us, and I only told her about some of the stuff very recently. Now, that neighborhood buddy from earlier and I, we got bold. We went where we had seen the boxes again, even though we were not supposed to. There was this weird dirt path off by the dirt road on that end of the neighborhood that went absolutely nowhere. We looked around and eventually found a steel drum with stuff from a fire made of clothing and toys surrounded by mattresses. We were kind of freaked out at first. Then we saw the boxes. Now I know that they were the same boxes because I looked inside. I recognized the magazines. We came back later that night. Now, when we returned, we did so with flashlights and backpacks and little fishing utility knives. We were not very smart. We approached with our flashlights off as we could see the fire burning and hid behind some brush. There were a bunch of guys there who all looked similarly disheveled in stereotypical hobo fashion. They were drinking and singing in some foreign language. I remember none of the words or anything even close, so I will likely never know what language they were using. We did not stick around for long. I got yelled at for being out that late, and rightly so. It was stupid of me. Now, I do believe paranormal things have happened around me, whether that's stupid to think or not. However, I believe this was just a case of some weird homeless men living in the woods or something. Were there weird little fetishes made of twigs all over the woods? Yes. Does that make me think there was some sort of cult? No. I just wanted to state that I think this was just creepy guys, nothing extra special or organized. Yeah, That sounds like a good idea, and I appreciate the suggestion, but frankly, we could not afford to move house. That may seem pretty dumb to some of you, but in a country where not even healthcare is something that most families can afford, what makes you think that we could just up and leave jobs behind and everything? I wish. They were not the best parents all of the time, but goddamn do I respect my parents and their massive amounts of hard work and dedication and love. Flash forward a year or so. We decided to get a little bit wacky in our fortress design because someone or a few somebodies started wrecking them up. We dug a humongous pit in the ground, something like 10 by 8 feet that was a good 6 feet deep, and put a bunch of scrap wood supported by posts over it and the tarp, and then we buried it. We made this really cool hatch that we grew grass on top of to hide it, and now we had a secret bunker. We had fun in that fort all summer long. One afternoon in late summer, both of my brothers just wanted to play Super Nintendo, so I decided I will go it alone, just to put some new stuff in I'd found in the fortress. I'm just down the street when I hear a loud thwacking noise over and over again. I decided to keep my distance and got out the toy binoculars I was going to stash back there. I was bringing tools and scraps of wood I had found. I could not get a good look through the tree line. Then I heard a loud boom. I did not go back there that day, but the next day, my brothers and I went to our fortress. Someone had cut a huge tree down right onto it, destroying it completely. We picked a new spot in the woods, because now we could not go back there, as our parents had somehow found out. This was when I was 10 years old or so, and shortly before forts stopped being our thing. I grabbed up some old baloney from the trash to feed to the dogs, and headed off into the woods. We had started building bike trails with jumps and ramps back by our latest fortress, which should have probably finished when that bearded man started and killed us all. God, we were such idiot children. Like I said, we should have gotten killed several times over. Anyways, I went back to the bike trail to see what was up today, and my older brother was already there. He looked, upset. I followed him back because he would not tell me what was up. When we got back there was stuff written in red paint all over the place, on our stuff and on the trees. I said something like, "Damn, kids from the other neighborhood are painting up all of our stuff." My older brother pointed out that there were flies all over the paint. It was not paint, it was blood. I did not believe him until he walked with me up to where our fortress had been. One of the wild dogs was down in the pit. His throat had been slit. Now, this is the summer where forts stopped being cool because of that last bit. We stopped going into the woods. We should have years earlier, but you know how dumb children can be. We felt like nothing could happen to us. We switched things up and went fishing in the park a lot more. A couple of houses were right across the river, and we only went in the early afternoon, so we felt pretty safe. We avoided the trails, and that part where the river bends and that island was. My granny got even more concerned and begged our parents to find a way to move. They said they couldn't move without significant financial help, which nobody could give. Besides, my father had built that house himself. I think the guy got smart because we did not see him for the rest of the summer and quickly forgot everything about all of the previous events. Like I said, idiot children. I was at the park fishing with my sister one afternoon, and as I looked down into my tackle box to change lures, she made a little yelp. I looked up, and she was hiding behind me. I asked her what had happened. Like, had she had a bug bite her or something, or maybe a bee or a wasp, and she just shook her head. She did not speak much when she was little for some reason. Now she talks so much it gets grating at times. I crouched down and saw that she was crying, so I packed up our stuff and we headed home. She said she'd seen some guy in the tree line staring at me, and I decided I did not want to go into the park anymore. I started being an indoors kind of boy, got into magic and D&D, and we'd all been reading comics and playing video games for forever anyways, so I guess we finally smarted up. No more adventures for a few years, and only a couple of sightings around our yard of Mr. Beautyface. Flash forward a good 8 years and only a few sightings, and we come to me getting in a lot of trouble. I had been doing drugs for a bit a couple of years prior, but had been clean for a good year at that point. I woke up one night from the dream about the dogs, which I had not had in years, and I was in the woods by the park. Thankfully, I was fully clothed and on my feet. I must have been sleepwalking once again. I got my bearings for a bit, and then I heard something. I heard some laughing. Not just one voice either. Muscle memory kicked in. I'd been down the trails in these woods 1,000 times, and I was almost to the other neighborhood, where a good friend of mine who had helped me get clean lived. She knew about the man in the woods. She said she had seen him, although I cannot prove that one way or the other, and her back door was always open for me, because I sleepwalked to her house all the time. I booked it. I looked back, and there was the guy. He was chasing me. I ran straight through a bramble, because I knew it would shave off time and delay him, and I got caught up by it, but he did not follow me. He just screamed and got tangled up. The woods ended in a huge park with a soccer field in my pal's neighborhood, and when I got to that field, I just screamed and ran across it with all of what I had left. There was a single street light opposite the park, and I just stood in the circle of that light as house lights all clicked on. I looked back and saw him standing in the tree line, and he tipped his hood up and just walked back into the woods. I did not stick around, even though there was an old lady yelling at me to stop, and I proceeded to have a mental breakdown at my buddy's house. Now, couple that last part about multiple voices laughing with the part about the weird campsite from earlier, and I think that maybe they all just look similar enough that it was never just one guy. Or maybe one had taken a particular interest, because the last time that I saw him was the weirdest one by far. My parents had gotten divorced when I was in high school, and my dad had moved to Georgia, about 30 minutes west of Atlanta. I got sent to live with him after my complete mental breakdown. I know. 20-year-old guy still living with his folks and all that. I had trouble getting my life together. I moved into an apartment shortly after, because I got on my first really serious boyfriend. We lived in an apartment down the road from my dad's place, and I worked at an Arby's on the other end of town. I did not have a car, but I like walking anyways, so I just walked to and from work all the time. Our apartment complex was the only building on our street, which was 3 miles long. I always knew I was almost home when I saw the traffic light at the top of the hill, which was a mile uphill from our apartment. One night, I got to the top of the hill and felt relieved. It was 1 a.m. and I was tired. I started my second wind jog down the hill and got a bad feeling. The streetlights on our road were almost a quarter of a mile apart, and I stopped underneath the first one so I could catch my breath and just observe my surroundings. I looked back up the hill, as I often did, and saw the shadow of a man running down the hill. I decided not to figure out what that was all about, and I booked it all the way home. A car swerved and almost hit me, because at that point, I was trying to flag it down, as it was the only car I had seen. I looked back, hearing tires squeal. They almost hit the guy, and he was right underneath the light I had just been under. It was him. He gave me that same hood tip, and just sauntered off into the swamp by the road. I ran home so quickly, and then I never saw him again. See, now that I'm thinking about that guy in particular, I'm wondering if some other things from my youth are connected. A girl died in the woods behind my elementary school, which was across the street from my neighborhood. A man kept being sighted around the school grounds, and a rough description of him was put into a sketch on a poster all around town. But I could not for the life of me remember what he looked like. Someone tried to drown one of the neighbor's kids in the park, grabbed him and held him underneath the water until someone entered the park, shouted at him, and he ran. Now that I think about it, I wonder if it was the same guy/guys. I have some research to do. I've kept detailed journals my entire life, and they are somewhere in a box in my basement. I need to consult them if I can find them. Can someone cap or archive or whatever this thread for me? If I find my journals, it would be easier to pick it up from here without retyping it all. How did a 2x4 stop a bullet? He was very far away, clearly a good shot on top of it, and I never saw the gun, so it might have been some crappy thing he found in the gutter for all I know. Like I said, the guy was probably homeless. My little brother, since his ability to block a bullet with a piece of wood like that has been mentioned, is terrifying. He's a good 3 inches taller than me, and I am not short, and he has excelled at everything he has ever done. This includes the firing range, as our father insisted that we learn gun safety while we were pretty young, which is probably why he was able to recognize the gun and know that he was able to do that. Frankly, it's a good thing for all of us that he is such a good man. He is the best shot I've ever seen, and terrifyingly smart. Okay, so I remembered a couple of details that actually escaped me earlier. The man was seen by several of my neighbors over the years, if I didn't mention it, and still, he was somehow never apprehended. Or if he was released pretty quickly and easily. I can't confirm which, I don't think, although I am researching the matter. I remember a detail about those tunnels I mentioned. A neighbor's kid fell down one right in front of me. I have no idea how I forgot about that. He scrambled out and never wanted to talk about it ever again. I never looked down it again after he got out. I keep wanting to mention my hometown by name, which is hard not to do, but I don't want anybody to figure out where this was and go into the woods looking and end up getting hurt. If that happens, I will feel immensely guilty. I'm glad nobody has asked that I do that. I won't. My little brother just texted me. I don't talk to my older brother much these days. He moved to North Carolina with his girlfriend, and we kind of spent most of the last 5 years butting heads over some old family stuff. We are mending it now, but it's slow when 2 stubborn jerk-off idiots start to argue and try to fix it years later. Anyways, he says our older brother actually got grabbed by him by one of our forts. He had the rusty pitchfork he found in a pile of garbage with him that he used to work on fort stuff and looked like some kind of badass Poseidon. I guess he stabbed the guy pretty bad in the leg and he limped off into the woods, but my brother did not follow and he took years to talk about it. I guess it shook him up pretty badly. And my little brother actually just hit me with another little bit of information I did not know about. I guess he was alone in the woods one summer. He doesn't remember when it was, just that he was really young. And the dogs jumped out of some brush and were growling at one of the hobos who was approaching him. That seems weird, because I always figured they were not truly wild, and were the hobos pets or attack dogs or something. It would explain their pleasant demeanor towards us when we fed them, although I suppose any creature will act nice if it knows there's a free meal on the line for them. This happened to a buddy of mine about 4 to 6 years ago in rural Michigan. I could not pinpoint the date. My buddy, let's call him Ural, is half Native American on his mother's side. Ural does not grow up on the res, but he goes there from time to time for family functions and parties. He is hiking with another guy out in bumfuck nowhere in this res, about a mile off the road, when they come across this terrible smell. They do not recognize it as the smell of death immediately. It fucking stinks, that's all they know. They come to this clearing, and the sight is just horrifying. There's like 50-something deer laid out in a spiral around this boulder. Each deer was male, ripped in half, with the ass facing the head and entrails hanging out. The horns were also all removed and stacked in a pile around this boulder. The boulder was not unnatural. It was a pretty common glacial deposit type shit, but it was apparently rather large. They immediately get on the phone and call the res police and DNR, since they are the closest law enforcement. In the meantime, they go back to town, meet with the cops, then go back with the cops to show them where the rock and the deer are. They arrive and sure enough, all of that shit is still there. The situation freaks out the res cops and the local elder, who have no idea how or why such a thing happened. The DNR guys are just as confused, and initially think Ural and his friend or the res people did it as some kind of sick prank. However, the deer bodies do not show any tool marks for being sawed or ripped in half. It seems like they were just ripped in half by hand, but there are no other broken bones on the animal or any real signs of a struggle, save for the ripped out antlers. The DNR guys and the res do some digging to see if it's some sort of Native American ritual or whatever, and they come up with nothing. The elder does not know what is going on. There are no legends or rituals that match up with what happened, as far as he knows. The DNR guys chalk it up to poaching or cult activity, and eventually find people who were willing to clean up the site and do a little bit of digging as to what kinds of clues were left behind. In total, I think they found 57 individual male deer corpses, all killed by blood loss and extreme trauma, most of them relatively fresh, no more than a few days. They were not eaten, not even by scavengers. No signs of coyotes, buzzards, nothing but the maggots. They also found signs of previous deer antlers from years past. The DNR had a hard time finding people to volunteer to go to collect the corpses after the investigation was done, for obvious reasons. They set up trail cameras and kept an eye on the site, but never caught anyone or anything. I doubt that my buddy was lying. He was so shaken up just by retelling the story that he could not sleep that night. I would like to visit the place with 6 or a dozen guys with NODs and rifles just to see what's going on, but my buddy did not tell me about where exactly it happened. I'm actually going to hang out with him this weekend. I will try to tease the information out of him, and either post the location here or go and take a look for myself. Even if it turns out to be a nothing burger, it's an excuse to go camping. I had some weird stuff happen to me when I was much younger. My uncle invites me to this corral to check on our horses. My uncle had an old school Harley Davidson and always got a kick out of hanging out. The corral was about 20 minutes from our town, but it was a spectacular ride. The corral itself was pretty damn huge, at least 100 acres. Multiple families kept their horses and cattle there. It was owned by the state, I think. I heard many stories about this place. Back in the 1900s, rich Spaniards buried their gold there so the revolutionary forces would not steal it. For several decades, people went there to look for said gold, and there were holes everywhere. My uncle and me, we went digging once too, but we never found anything. So far, it's a normal day. We watered and fed the horses, and it was time to head back home. It's still midday. As we were riding down the dirt road, we got to this curve. As we were going around the curve, an old 70s station wagon revealed itself. I specifically remember the tires pushing away the sand. Then we saw a bunch of people, about 10 if memory serves me right, both males and females of all ages. They were standing below this huge tree. I have no idea what they were doing. It looked like a funeral. We were like, what the fuck? My uncle was going slow because of the curve, but we remained fixated on those people and them at us. We were staring at each other like lasers. There was an old lady, and she nodded at us, black veil and all. We cleared the curve and left. My uncle says, what the fuck was that, and what were they doing? I don't know. Are they even allowed to be there? Let's go back and check what's up. I've heard about horses gone missing. My uncle turns back and again goes down the curve. I didn't think much of it, just maybe a bunch of people praying, I don't know. As we clear the curve, there is nothing, no people, no station wagon, no tracks in the sand, nothing. We look at each other silently. He quickly turns, clears the curve, and bolts out of the area. We have never returned or spoke about it until now. So, when this happened to me, I was going on a solo hiking trip in Nicolet National Forest. I read about this obscure trail that's way deep in the forest, and it actually kind of caught my attention and seemed quite interesting. At the very least, it would be an adventure, at least. So there I am, driving down those long, winding dirt roads just to get to the place. There is absolutely nobody out here. It's completely desolate. I find the trail off the side of the dirt road. I go hiking. I get slightly lost. I make it back to my car. As I am getting inside my car, a pickup truck comes down the dirt. It slows down, and the guy inside looks at me, and then he keeps on driving. I think nothing of it. Dude was probably just surprised to see somebody in the middle of absolute nowhere. He was the first person I saw at all. I start up my car after a few minutes and start driving the same direction that he was going to get back to town. I come up to a log laid in the middle of the road. It looked like a pine tree that was fallen down. There were no pine trees nearby. I start to wonder how that guy drove over a big pine log just 10 minutes ago. There is no way it was put here in that time. I realize that it is probably a trap that he laid there himself. I put my car in reverse and I speed away backwards. I take the long way back into town. I have another story from later that night. So it's later that night in Nicolet National Forest. There was a damn tornado storm that started around the area. I had to set to sleep in my car. I come to a pretty dead tiny town. I find an abandoned parking lot facing a grass lawn. I get into my back seat and get ready to fall asleep while it's storming outside. Just a few minutes later, I see headlights pull up behind me. Oh boy, I had a feeling that some weird shit was going to happen. I jump in the front seat. I look behind me. A semi-truck has pulled right behind me in this abandoned parking lot and is trying to trap my car in. I see this Mexican-looking guy hop out of the car. He starts walking up to my car at a fast pace. I shove my keys into the ignition. I start up my car, drive over the curb onto the grass lawn because that semi-truck had trapped me in so I could not back up. I do a U-turn, drive over the curb again and back onto the parking lot. The guy is now jogging across the parking lot towards my car. I drive right past him. I get back on the road and drive south, going around 18 miles per hour. I take a bunch of back roads. I find a dirt road ATV trail. I drive down it for about a mile. I pull off to the side of the ATV trail in my car. It's absolutely pitch black outside. You cannot see a single thing when you turn off the lights. I sleep for about 2 hours in my back seat. Okay, so I actually have another one. It seems like I'm a bit of a magnet for weird things while out hiking. So this time, I was hiking Rock Island. Rock Island is a wilderness island on Lake Michigan that you need to take 2 boats to get to. The island has an old lighthouse and ruins from a small civilization that used to live out there. I am hiking around the island with 2 girls. I am walking down the trail with them. We are passing by an old 1800s cemetery that you can see through the forest. I start to get a strange feeling, like somebody is trying to get my attention. I look to my right, straight into the thick forest. I see a little girl lean out from behind a tree. She is wearing an old tattered nightgown. She is leaning out from behind the tree for maybe 2 seconds. Then she sinks right back into the tree. I do a double take. It's kinda hot outside, and I only slept for like 5 hours the night before, so I thought that maybe I was just seeing things. I do not say a word to the other 2 girls. They do not say anything to me either, so I guess I just was seeing things. We keep walking for another mile or so. We come to a viewing point where we are standing on top of a giant bluff looking at the lake. I am kinda creeped out about what I saw, but I did not want to weird them out just in case I was just seeing things. One of the girls looks down for a second. She says, "Man, so weird. I looked down that trail and I could have sworn I saw a little girl in a nightgown walking towards us. Then she just disappeared." I get really panicked at this point. I say, "Holy shit, I just saw the same thing earlier, but I didn't want to say anything." We all freak out. We decide to take a shortcut to get back and catch the next boat to another non-wilderness island. I drive back home a couple of days later. I investigate what I saw on the internet. I found out that Rock Island is haunted and that people have seen children playing near the 1800 cemetery quite a lot. I shit bricks pretty hard. Okay, one last one, a shorter one this time. I was taking my young cousins for a hike in the woods at Spencer Lake along with my parents and my aunt, but this happened about a decade ago. Being curious, I wandered off the trail many times to explore the rocks in the overgrown areas. We come upon a large rock face. It's probably around 15 to 20 feet tall, this flat face rock, so I immediately want to explore it and check it out. Upon closer observation, there are multiple wicker reefs, some burned, at the base of the large rock formation. There is an undamaged wicker reef that's hanging from a nail in the face of the rock. There is another smaller rock slab with a flat top that sits near the large formation that my younger cousins can climb. They climb up while I climb up the back of the taller rock to see the surrounding area. From the top of the larger formation, I can see something carved into the surface of the shorter slab. It's a pentagram with a ring around it. My cousin starts playing with something. It's a candle. I yell to my aunt and hurry down to get closer. My aunt makes him put the candle down, and we notice there is a candle on each of the 5 points of the star, and they appear to be held in place with some kind of crappy motor. It's not that great of a job, since my 5-year-old cousin broke it free. My aunt starts to get nervous. She is pretty religious, and she was uncomfortable and suggests that we hurry on down the trail. Later on in the hike, my parents' car keys go missing. They drove there, and we had to call my uncle to pick us up after searching the entire trail for an hour and a half. Was it just some LARPers playing in the woods, or some actual strange stuff? I probably will never truly know. Okay, so I have had some strange sightings and I just want to know what the hell is going on. Okay, so around the 20th of December, I made a post here talking about how I stumbled upon a decapitated and overall just weird boar corpse when walking in my childhood forest. It was on the day of my grandfather's death. Apparently, it was an omen. I don't really know what it stands for, but yeah. Yesterday, I was walking my dog for an evening stroll. We walked for about an hour along villages in the pine woods that surround where I live. When the sun came down, I turned around and headed back home. It was getting darker and darker until it was nighttime, and the only source of light that we got was my flashlight. I was in the surrounding fields near my village, between a wheat field and the cemetery, when my dog, who was walking only 4 or 5 meters ahead of me, stopped. He was in a defensive position and appeared to be scared. When I raised the light to what he was looking at, I saw a black shape with 2 white eyes. I stepped back, and the shape moved towards us. It was a huge black dog who simply looked at us and then walked back and disappeared into the shadows. Nightly apparitions of black dogs have some pretty unholy symbolism and are associated with death. What did I witness? Another omen? A ghost? Or am I going schizo and it was just a black dog minding his business? This next thing is maybe not an omen, but whatever. This happened to me when I was around 11 years old. I was playing in the fields with my sister, who was 8 years old at the time, and my cousin, who was 5. It was in 2003. It was in the middle of the summer in southwest Poland. It was really, really hot. We were just walking around and trying to pass some time. We did not have a PC or a console back then, so playing outside was one of the only few entertainments because the TV was usually occupied by my granddad watching political shows. The fields were yet to be harvested, so all the grass in the fields were pretty tall. Suddenly, I see some kind of a black shadow. Maybe a stray dog or a deer. But no, it's moving very fast through the field. It was taking the parallel dirt road to ours on the opposite side of the field. I take a longer glance. It looks like a person dressed in black cloth with its skinny, almost stick-like hands out in front. It's not running. Rather, it's kind of just floating through the wheat. There are no visible signs of walking or running, like weight transfer during taking steps, making you go up and down a little bit. Oh shit, it's time to go. It's time to get the hell out of here. I tell my cousin and sister to just run home at full speed. I am running behind them because I felt responsible for their safety and felt like I should be in the way if anything tried to get to them. Yeah, pretty stupid. Like I could actually do anything if this was some evil spirit. I take a quick look behind to check if that thing is following us. Nope, it's far away. Probably about 1.5 kilometers. I checked on Google Maps. We did not go outside for an entire week after that. The whole occurrence lasted maybe a minute, or probably less, and most of the time we were just running home. I actually forgot about it for years. Suddenly, Witcher 3 and the introduction of Noonwraith. It looks really similar to what I've seen, although it's white in the game. Also, my Noonwraith was more covered in cloth with no head visible, and it was much faster. Approximately 70 to 90 kilometers per hour, taking Google Map measurements and my memory of that duration of the sighting. Also, I just remembered another story from that village. There were 2 old sisters, over 90 years old, living there since World War II. One of them was my grandma's neighbor, and she was what you could call a witch or a healer. I mean, really. She knew all herbs, some strange practices. I lived on good terms with her. I helped her many times with gardening or shopping. She told me that on the night her sister died, she was woken up by an unusually big raven trying to get inside her bedroom, hitting a window with its beak. It never happened before or after. She died only a year after her sister. Okay, so here is my first story. This happened to me when I was 19 years old in the summer of 2010. I was hanging out with my friend at around 1 a.m. He turns to me and says, "Hey, have you ever heard of Mud Lake? It's this place that nobody ever goes. Supposedly the mafia buried bodies there back in the day. We should grab some flashlights and go explore it a bit." We drive down desolate back roads in the middle of nowhere for about 20 minutes. I pretty much agreed to go straight away. I don't know, it just sounded fun. We pull up to the trail, right off a secluded road in the middle of the night. We start walking down a wide path with tall trees looking over the path, so they create almost a tunnel of branches. I immediately get a freaked out feeling, like we are not supposed to be there. As we were walking, we begin to hear something that sounds like bottles clanking together. I say to my friend, "Do you hear that?" He just says, yeah, it's like bottles clanking together or something, right?" We keep walking, but a little bit more hesitantly. Way down at the end of the trail, a perfectly levitating cloud of fog appears. There is absolutely no fog anywhere else. It's just that one cloud right there, just floating. We just stand there, shining our light on the thing. It starts drifting towards us. We keep standing there, trying to figure out what it actually is. Neither of us says a word. We are just staring at the thing. It keeps coming towards us. As it gets closer, we begin to make the thing out. It looks like a transparent levitating dog with 6 legs, almost half spider or something. We just stand there, staring at the thing, not really believing what we are seeing. It keeps floating straight at us. We both look at each other, and without saying a single word, we turn around and sprint back to my car as fast as we can. We get into my car, start it up, and floor it in reverse. We get back on the main road. I am yelling, "Dude, what the fuck was that?" He's just saying, "I don't know, a fucking levitating spider dog or some shit." If I bring it up today, he really does not say much. He usually just says, "Yeah, that was weird," and then changes the subject. It's a boring Saturday for me right now, so I figured while my girlfriend is out, I could share a couple of my stories and the stories of others from my area. All of my stories take place in eastern ND, i.e. the Fargo, Moorhead, and Grand Forks area. So this first one, I was around 8 years old. My dad gets hit by a drunk train operator while driving home. Don't ask me how that happened. It still does not make sense to me 18 years later. I knew it happened before anyone else did. I don't know why, I just had a feeling that I knew he was dead. When everyone got home before him, and then I watched the cop pull up to tell my mom as she got home, I just knew. My dad was a really good guy. He was outgoing, compassionate, strong, and funny. My dad's brothers were not. They were all drunks and creeps. All of them completely lost their shit. They would often call late at night and threaten us, regardless of who answered. "One of these days, we will get you back for what you did." I think they thought my mom got my dad to kill himself or something, which is strange. I have no idea why they would ever think that. Anyways, I wake up one night to the sound of someone in the kitchen. Screw it, I'm hungry, and it's probably just my mom eating in grief. She kinda did that to cope for a while. I go into the kitchen to see every single cupboard open. I then hear a high-pitched tone, kinda like a dog whistle. I feel my first instance of like, zoink Scoob, we gotta get out of here, man. The cupboards all start closing one by one. Not slamming hard, but as if someone was just going about their day and closing them. I turn 360 degrees and walk up to my mom's room and crawl in bed with her. I tell no one what happened. Fast forward to 2 nights later. Everyone in the house is awoken by a blood-curdling scream coming from my sister, Anne. Sister C's boyfriend rushes to find her at the bottom of the stairs, huddled in a ball. Anne said that she saw Dad at the top of the stairs, staring down at her. She said that there was a single stream of blood going down his face. My mom said it was just her new medication playing tricks on her. I saw the pictures of him after he died, years later. He looked just as she described. Now for general house occurrences. My basement was always a little bit weird after Dad died. The basement was where N saw him. C lived in the basement with her boyfriend M. M would not spend any amount of time down there without someone else. The dog would not even pass down the first step. I loved it down there, because that's where the N64 and the GameCube were kept. My older brother, D, moved all of the video games up one floor one day and gave his reasoning as, "It's just too cold down there." There was a furnace down there. It was literally never cold. My cousin who lived with us would say that she had seen someone looking into her window sometimes at night, alerting us with a scream. She slept in the sub-basement level. Her window was at ground level. She said it was just someone looking at her, crouched down onto their hands and knees. That happened a few times. I developed severe insomnia after my dad died. I would always get this overwhelming fear when trying to go to bed, like I was going to sleep and just wouldn't ever wake up. I could not sleep in the dark. I could not sleep in the light either. I just didn't sleep whatsoever. I would stay up late very often and watch TV in the living room. I would hear someone try the front door between 3 and 5 a.m. Nobody would ever exit the porch afterwards or be on it when it happened. One time though, I saw a dude riding away on a tricycle. I always triple-checked that the doors were locked. Fast forward to a few years after Dad died. Most things have kinda chilled out in the house. All the video games got moved back to the basement again. I am playing through Uncharted 2 for the PlayStation. I am at the Yeti sequence. I love this shit. On each side of the TV, there are tall glass cabinets without anything in them. I see a red light blink 3 times in the reflection of the glass. It was quite small, like someone had pointed a laser pointer. There is nothing behind me on the couch I'm sitting on, just empty space leading to the sub pump. What the hell? I shrug it off and keep playing. A few minutes later, I feel the strongest sense of dread that I think I have ever felt in my entire life. My brain is absolutely screaming at me to get the hell out of there and not look back. I hear the dog whistle once again. In the reflection of the glass, a towering shadow begins to rise behind me. It does not stop rising. It does not go away. My brain is still screaming at me to run, so I do so. I run outside and don't go in until my mom gets home. I do not go back into the basement ever again. I leave the PS3 on for so long it breaks. Screw it. It was not worth whatever was down there. My childhood best friend, Al, had super rich parents in an absolutely massive house. I would chill there all the time. They were second owners of the home. The people who built it did not live there for long. Maybe it's because it was just so big, but that place was spooky if you were alone. Nobody really liked the basement there either. It had a theater room, and the maid would sleep down there, and that's about it. Just other adult shit, completely uninteresting to kids. I would always see someone out of the corner of my eye while I was down there. Elle's little sister's room was right next to his. His mom slept in there a lot of the time. One night, his sister and her friends come running into Elle's room. "Something's wrong with the TV, and it's scaring us. Can you guys come and fix it?" The hell? We go into her room, and the TV is switching channels at lightning speed, and the volume is going up and down randomly. There is a remote on the floor with the batteries taken out. This is not right. We unplug the TV. The TV does not turn off. The TV starts freaking out harder. It is just static channels. The volume suddenly maxes out and hurts our ears. Everyone just went downstairs as Elle got his dad. The TV turned off as soon as Elle's dad topped the staircase. Okay, so this is kind of a weird long story. It's hard to explain. I was 21 when it happened and the year was 2016. I'm sitting at home. I didn't even remember this website at the time. Otherwise, I would have posted it way back then. My online friends and I are big conspiracy theorist kind of people. We have all of our own private servers set up to share shit about various conspiracies and just whatever we were into at the time. I think because the election was coming up, we were looking about the Hillary Clinton emails or whatever that was. I think I remember my buddy finding some weird things in the emails, but I don't really remember anymore. We were just sharing all that kind of stuff. A few of us became interested in the occult a lot at the time, and some of us, including myself, began to research all this weird stuff about Moloch and whatever. I don't really understand. Over time, the direction of our friend group begins to shift. We start delving deeper and deeper into darker conspiracies, let's say. I start to feel a constant impending dread and the need to dig deeper. This goes on and on and on. Some of the members of the friend group fall away slowly. They start to get mad. All you guys talk about anymore is conspiracy theories. You can't fix it. Why are you guys so fixated on it? One friend, let's call him John, he becomes even more obsessed and deeper down the rabbit hole. You can tell he's kind of too far gone. His online girlfriend leaves the server and blocks him entirely. John was already unemployed. Now he is spending all of his time researching the stuff. John tells us he thinks he is being demonically oppressed. I don't know what that means. He says that he keeps getting visited by people who threaten him, lights in his windows, and he starts posting sketches of what he saw. The sketches are literally just drawings of big massive eyes. We begin to get way too drained to keep on researching this stuff, and John stops talking about it with us, only occasionally posting strange stuff. Around that time there was another strange conspiracy. I think it was about Hillary Clinton again, but I could be wrong. I can't really remember. But I remember that John was the first one who told us about it. I don't know. I started to feel like people were watching me. I could hear my name in white noise. John tells us all to get into a streaming party on the server to watch some video he was showing us. He puts on a random video. It was like Chugga Conroy or some shit. Something totally innocuous. We were all on webcam, by the way. We were pretty close friends, so we all had video on so we could see each other's faces and talk like actual real friends. And out of nowhere, John cuts his own throat. He just lies back in his chair and he dies. I am not kidding you. He just did that shit. We were all shocked and panicked and didn't really know what to do, but everyone tried to pretend none of it happened after the aftermath. Then I find that all of my interactions online start to be really negative. People begin to post random angry comments on the YouTube videos I uploaded back in middle school, which is weird. They had like 10 views in total. How did people even find them? My YouTube channel then eventually gets banned. There is an Internet Archive snapshot for it, but it's just the channel page. I would post, but the channel name is literally first name, middle initial, last name, birthday. So I'm not going to expose myself like that. I then get accused of being a predator by someone on Twitter that I've never interacted with before in my life, by the way. Like, literally out of the blue. I'm still not sure if I was just paranoid, but I noticed cars following me. The cars seemed to break down near my house. Then a car crashes into my neighbor's house a couple weeks or months later, and it almost kills them. One day, 2 FBI agents show up at my door. One in a fucking trench coat, another in a more typical police uniform. They woke me up at like 5 a.m. I panic and I let them up. They begin to ask me questions about stuff I've been posting online. They asked me stuff about the stuff I posted on my YouTube. I did one of the videos for a class on Donald Trump, and they asked me about my feelings on him, whether I think he's a good guy, whether I want him as my president or not. It was really strange. I want to say, I didn't know shit about politics at the time. It was 2016, and basically all I cared about was memes, so I am basically pissing myself. Then they asked me if I have firearms in the house. I have a BB gun in my basement. They asked me to go and find it. They said that they wanted to see it. I refuse, and they quickly leave, giving me a business card and telling me to call them if I have anything that could help them with pertaining to domestic terrorism. I mean, I don't understand. What were they trying to get me to do? They actually stood outside my home for like an hour just talking. I peek out the window and snap a picture. I have the card still. It's just a generic business card for the regional FBI branch. I don't know how to clean metadata or else I would post it. I also have a photo of them outside my house, but that is the same situation. I tried to get a gun license, but the police chief keeps rejecting my application. This goes on for months and months until I finally build the courage to question the person behind the desk. Let me just note here, I do not have a criminal record. I come from a good local family. I never even got a detention in school. I had a total, clean bill of mental health, and the chief lives right down the road from me and hunts illegally in my backyard. They refuse to tell me anything. I keep trying. Eventually I get the chief to talk to me just from annoying the shit out of the lady behind the desk. The FBI came in and asked all about you. If you want a license, you will have to take that up with the district courts. I give up on trying to get a gun. I start to be afraid of my doors and windows. I compulsively lock all of my doors. I barricade my basement door with junk and move the couch to block my front door whenever I go to bed. I start to see what looks like camera flashes outside my bedroom window. One day I come home from work with a shit in my toilet. I live completely alone, and I did not take a shit that day. It was just in my toilet. I find my fucking... I'm sorry, the FBI isn't shitting in your toilet, bro. The window locks were all undone. The basement was unbarricaded. I delete all of the conspiracy and occult shit on my computer. I delete my social media. I delete as much as I possibly can. I actually had an Area 51 buck that I owned, a physical thing, and I burnt it. At this point, we'd moved over to Discord, so I delete my account. I delete my Facebook. I delete my old Skype. A few days later, I wake up in the morning to find my house once again tampered with. This time, the front door is left open. All the weird shit stops. I think whatever I did must have signaled to them that I was going to stop. I'm not going to tell you I have paranoia or anxiety or whatever now. I really don't. I occasionally have a feeling of unease, but I always did. I have told tons of close friends this story, and I have even reconnected with my old online friends, so I am not afraid to post any of this now. I think my friend must have done something or said something really bad, and I maybe just got caught in the crossfire. I actually got another FBI visit a few years ago, but it was because someone put in a tip on me. As a prank, and they were very, very polite. I used to live on the outskirts of a desert. I have lived there my entire life in a very small town. The town was very small, but it had a big rural area in which I and my family would reside. I would have to go every single day, to school and back. The house we used to live in was quite big. It had about 3 bedrooms, and I lived there with my parents and my 2 sisters. Every day, I used to have to lead the cows we had into the barn and all of the chickens into the chicken coop. That was part of the chores after school, and I have done that almost every single day since I was around 8 years old. My grandparents used to visit me and my family from time to time. Every time they came, it was like a party for me and my sisters. They always brought gifts for us. So the days were mainly calm. Although we were living in an area that was not very populated, we were always told to stay aware of our surroundings, even when the main chores were finished. Every once in a while, one of our cows or chickens would just suddenly disappear. We did not know what it was at the time, but we figured it could be some wild animal, or maybe it just somehow ran off by itself in the desert. And if it did that, then it would probably die in just a few days. It wasn't until I was around 17 years old that my mom got cancer, and she had to get treatment for it. As a result, I was left alone to take care of my sisters for long times in a row, while my mom and my dad were taking care of her cancer. In these days, I had a lot of trouble since my middle sister, who was 15 years old at the time, was very rebellious. She used to sneak out at night alone and go and meet with her friends. When I finally forbade her from doing that, because it was fairly dangerous, since the houses were pretty spaced out from each other, she started just escaping during the night. Because she used to take her bicycle at night to ride to the other girls' houses, I started trying to lock up her bicycle. That also proved to not be effective, since she actually found a way to get into her room that I used to lock the bicycle in and get it outside. I was not informing my mom and dad about this, because at the time, I really thought that they had their hands full with the whole cancer treatment, and I did not want them to have to worry about my sister too. Eventually, I finally gave up, and I just set up with her one simple rule, that she would be home at around midnight. That actually was effective, because she started to go out and come back before midnight. My little sister was only 6 years old. She actually never gave me any trouble at all. She was the only one who told me about the other sister's little escapades during the night. She was well behaved and never gave me any problems. One day, I was hanging around at home. It was about night already, and the oldest sister had gone out to see her friends. It was right at night when I started hearing some commotion outside with the cows. The cows were making a lot of noise, and that was not normal. I went outside to see what all of the commotion was about. Once I was outside, I looked around. I brought with me my flashlight and a handgun that my dad used to keep around. I decided to walk a little through the property in the direction of the cows, since some of them ran away. We had 2 big dogs at the time, but I was in such a hurry that I forgot to take them. The moon was also a full moon that day, so it was fairly easy to see, even without the flashlight. It did not take too long until I got to the edge of the property leading to the desert. I then spotted a busted up part of the fence. I got closer to check it out. Once I was there, I saw a clear trail of blood coming from inside the property and leading outside. I was kind of angry already, since if it was a predator, it had probably just killed a young cow and was dragging it outside the property as we speak. I gathered my courage and stepped outside the fence, following the blood trail through the dry land. I was finally in front of a big stone, and I could clearly see the blood trail going behind it. I turned off my flashlight and started slowly approaching the stone. I could hear movement behind it. My plan was to sneak on whatever it was and shoot it. When I finally got too close to the corner of the stone, I was hit by a strong smell of rotten flesh. I stopped. I thought about old legends that my grandfather used to tell me, and they just passed through my mind. Thoughts about the Olgoi, a creature that used to live in the desert that had a strong smell of rotting flesh. Until that point, I was hearing noises of something being dragged and pulled around on the ground on the other side of the stone, but suddenly, the noises all just stopped. I started hearing a slow dragging sound coming from my direction that I was facing. At this point, I was very, very scared. I even thought about just turning around and running, but then I remembered that if it was a predator, it would probably chase me, and then it would kill me. So I just started slowly backing off. As I was backing off, this thing finally showed itself. A gigantic worm, almost as big as a cow. It was of a reddish color and had a large hole in front of it, showing off layers and layers of sharp, small, white teeth. The thing did not seem to have eyes, but it surely somehow knew I was there, so it must have been able to see somehow, or maybe it could sense me with something, I don't know. Because as soon as it got in front of me, it lifted part of its body and became almost my own height. I finally lost it. I grabbed the handgun and just shot the thing about 3 times. The thing made a large squirmy sound and fell behind a bit. I did not want to see what happened, so I started immediately running. I could hear the thing shrieking behind me. As I was around 100 yards away from my house, I realized I was being chased. The adrenaline actually made me run faster, at a speed that I didn't even know that I could run. I actually made it to the door, opened it up, and then closed it right behind me. As soon as I got inside, I screamed for my little sister. I heard no answer. Sometimes at night, when she could not sleep, she would go outside to have a walk with the dogs. I felt my heart sinking in as I thought about my sister outside with that thing. I went to the nearest window and started screaming for her to come home. Then I actually saw her in the distance with the 2 dogs on a leash, looking very confused as to why I was screaming. As she got closer, I saw the thing going in her direction. The dogs started barking. The thing approached her and the dogs broke out from the leash. They started biting the thing, and I screamed to my sister to come home. She was screaming in a panic. The thing actually got a big bite out of one of our dogs, almost chopping it in half. The other dog would keep viciously attacking the thing. My sister actually listened to me in the midst of all of that chaos and just came running. I helped her get back in the house through the window. I closed it and got away from the window just in time to hear my other dog whimpering. As the house had a room on the 2nd floor, my little sister's room, me and my sister went upstairs and hid there for a while. As midnight was approaching, I started thinking about my other sister. She would come home, and I didn't know if that thing was still outside. It was then that I started hearing stuff breaking downstairs and a very familiar dragging sound. The thing had somehow made its way into the house. My sister started crying again, but I asked her to keep quiet so that the thing could not find us. As I started thinking, I remember my old grandfather saying to me that the Olgoy was very sensitive to sounds, according to the legends. I then started thinking about a plan to take me and my sister out of the house so that we could escape and meet my other sister. My sister had one of those clockwork alarm clocks. I slowly got out from under the bed where I was hiding with my sister and grabbed the clock. I then made a signal for her to come to me. I looked at the window of the 2nd floor and pointed it to my sister. She started shaking her head repeatedly because she understood what I was going to do. I slowly opened up the window and put half of my body outside. I made her sit on the window as well. Then I began messing with the mechanism of the clock, setting the alarm for the hour that we were at the time. The alarm clock went off, making a lot of noise. I threw the clock inside the room near the door, grabbed my sister, and jumped from the window. I could hear the room's wooden door being torn apart by the creature right when we jumped. We fell on the ground, but thankfully, we were not hurt very badly. I grabbed my little sister, put her on my shoulders, and started running. I ran, and soon enough, I found my sister riding her bicycle home. We waited around 10 more days until Mom and Dad came home. We were at a friend's house since we did not want to go back there. When my father and my mother arrived, we went to our house. Most of the cows and the chickens either have died or just run off. The whole house had these weird markings on the wall, like if something had scratched it with abnormal strength. My mom did not believe me at first, but my dad talked to her. He also did not believe it was the Olgoy, but he did believe that it was some kind of predator that scared us that night and actually tried to kill us. I had to live over another 5 years there, and I did not spend a single day without looking behind me, scared that that thing could come back at any moment. Hey, so I am completely hopeless and I don't know what to do. This story will come in parts, otherwise it will just be a wall of text. So, when this happened to me, my friends and I are obsessed with ghost adventures. Literally, we watch that show every single time that we hang out. My friend suggests, hey, we should go ghost hunting. There is a heat lightning storm outside. We go to the cemetery near my friend's house. We don't see all that much, but we are scared shitless and we run away like pussies. We decide, okay, we are never doing that again. While I'm driving home, I look in the rearview, and my 2 friends are in the passenger seat and one in the back seat, but I see one person in the 3rd row of seating. I turn around to see if someone is there, and there isn't. I look in the rearview mirror, and no one is there either. I shrug it off as my brain just being psychologically freaked out, and I do not think much of it. Months pass by. We forgot pretty much everything that happened that night before. We started hanging out with new friends, one of which has a spirit attached to them. I'm a skeptic. We start going to this baby cemetery. Nothing much starts happening until the third time that we go. Let me set up the scene for you. The cemetery is in the middle of a wealthy neighborhood, surrounded by black fencing. In order to get into the cemetery, you have to go all the way around into the dense forest in the back. There is an archway with a fence that always remains open. We have gone there very late at night, and there is a streetlight near the property, but it's not bright enough to light up the property. The cemetery looks like it's lit up completely, with warm orange or red lighting. It was quite welcoming. So, we finally decide to enter the cemetery. We walk into the cemetery, and we immediately hear growling. We all laugh nervously and shrug it off as coyotes, and we just continue walking to the cemetery. I look up at the archway, and I see a statue with its legs hanging over the arch. It looks like a young girl with pigtails, and it's made of stone. We enter the cemetery, and there are some gusts of warm air and some gusts of cool air. Everyone is very tense and nervous. There is more growling. Everyone kind of huddles together and just laughs. I look into the forest and see a silhouette of a man looking directly at us. It looks like something is on his head, but I can't quite make it out, before my friend tells me that she does not feel safe here, and we all agree and walk out. I look back up at the archway to look at the statue, and it is not there anymore. I get into the car while my friend is yelling prayers, and we all drive away. 2 days later, we go back. Yeah, I know, we are so dumb. The cemetery is back again to being dark like before. Hey, let's go back in. I and half of my friends refuse, but the other half decide to walk through the forest, and we all follow them. It's eerily quiet because it's snowing and windy. We hear a deep growling again. It sounds like talking. It's just the wind, I tell everyone, and everyone kind of agrees for the time being, so they don't shit themselves. I don't know why we did not turn around right then and there. None of us felt safe, but we're idiots and just kept going. We all grab a partner and walk around the cemetery looking at tombstones and graves. I feel someone looking at me. I look towards my car and I see the man again. He is wearing a mask that looks like it has a hummingbird beak on. He ducks behind my car. I stare over there for several seconds, waiting for him to pop back up, and he doesn't. I hear little girls whispering. My friend claims that someone hit his face. Everyone is on edge, and we just leave. I get to my car and look all around and underneath my car. People are asking me what's up, and I just say nothing. I need a cigarette and some Taco Bell. Let's go. We all pile into the car, and my friend tells me, go, go, go. I speed off and ask my friend what he saw. He said that he saw the statue in the middle of the cemetery, which was not there before. We all go to Taco Bell, and my friend, let's call him D, does not eat when he usually shovels down food like a garbage disposal. I ask him if he's okay, and he says yeah. We all finish eating, and he ends up leaving soon after. 2 hours later, he calls me, telling me he's going to take his own life. I eventually calm him down and tell him it'll all be okay. He ends up going to bed, and I see him the next day, and he is perfectly fine. I think whatever, maybe he just had a panic attack last night. It happens. We tell each other we're not going back to the cemetery ever again. But we do go back to the cemetery. Don't worry, this is the last time we ever go. We did not even go inside the cemetery. We just stood on the sidewalk looking at it. We immediately hear little girls talking in a fast and hushed whisper. D is with us. He turns around and tells me to unlock the car. I do so, and he sits in the back because he feels sick. We all stare at the cemetery. I feel like I am being watched, and I immediately know who it is. I've coined the term, the Hummingbird Man, just for him. I look around, but I do not see the Hummingbird Man. I hear a bird chirping, which is odd because it's 2 a.m. and really cold outside. It chirps a few times, and suddenly, we all silently turn around and go back to the car. D is standing outside the car, obviously pretty shaken up. He tells me, "Don't go in there." "Why not, D?" "Just wait a few minutes." We all assumed he farted or something, and he finally fesses up. "OP, there was someone in the driver's seat. He was wearing a mask that had a beak. He just sat and stared forward at you guys while you were at the cemetery. I looked and saw it, and I got out of the car." We looked in the driver's seat, and of course he was not there. We get in the car, and my friend hung a rosary off of my rearview window. I start telling them all about my experience with the hummingbird man, and they are all shocked. That morning, D actually shows up at my house. He told me he could not sleep last night. I asked him why. "Someone was walking around my house last night. The weird thing is, my mom was at work, and my brother was at his girlfriend's house. We ate breakfast, watched some TV, and just hung out. That afternoon, we all went to Noodles and Company for lunch, and just acted like nothing happened last night. D did not eat breakfast or lunch, he just stared at his food. D excused himself to go back to his car while we were there, and I followed him a few minutes later, and he was just sobbing in his car. What's wrong with me, OP? I don't know, D. You should get some help. No, I'm okay. That night we met with a medium. The first thing he says is that he can already tell that we have problems. He met with all of us for the first time that day, and he knew nothing about us prior, yet was able to tell us things about ourselves that are not common things. Like, this dude told me, "Your dad passed away, right? Right around Halloween a while ago." My dad passed away in October, about 1.5 years ago. He tells D that he needs to see a doctor or a therapist, and that there is an extremely negative spirit attached to him. D ignores him and sits on his phone. The medium grabs his hands and starts yelling at his face, "D, if you do not take me seriously, then you are going to end up killing yourself next Thursday." Of course, my phone goes off because I forgot to put it on silent. My significant other was calling me, and I quickly just told him I would call him back. After I get off the phone, I realized how late it was and decided I needed to go home since I had to start work early. I shoot my friends a text that I have to leave, and I drive home. I drove past the road that the neighborhood with the cemetery is on, and right before I drive over that road, I see the hummingbird man standing on a sidewalk outside of a gas station. I got no sleep that night. I kept hearing chirping. The next day, I realized that I never actually got to hear what was wrong with me. I went over to my friends after work. D is inside the house. Everyone meets me outside, and we sit in the driveway. I already feel uneasy. Apparently, they had to perform an exorcism on D last night. Honestly, I was not surprised. Apparently it didn't work. The spirit is still attached to him. I was not surprised at this either. I tell them I saw the hummingbird man last night. My friends told me that the medium made no mention of me, besides, she will be okay. We hung out with D, and he seemed very blank and vacant. We took him outside and started talking about Christianity, and D has a coughing fit and vomits. He immediately goes home angrily after that. I texted him that night, and he said that he was okay, and wanted to go to bed. I find out the next day that he drove around all night and did not sleep, and ended up driving over 200 miles that night. Weeks pass by. D is still alive, thankfully, but he cannot drive by a cemetery without grabbing at the handle of the car door and trying to jump out of the car while it is still moving. Every time we drive by a church or a Christian store, he feels sick. I have not seen the hummingbird man since then, but I still hear chirping sometimes while driving or while I'm in my room. My friend claims that once, when we were hanging out, she heard chirping right when I did too, even though we were in the car listening to music that for sure did not have any chirping noises in it. And then I saw him last night. I went to class last night, and one of my friends who was not involved in any of this paranormal stuff, I met up with him about an hour from where any of this happened at some random tiny vape shop. I don't vape, but he does. We're outside, and a homeless man is walking around the street, just screaming. He turns a corner and we cannot see him, but we can hear him. "Hey yo man, you look like a bird. Are you a fucking bird? Fucking beak and all. Fuck you, fucking bird," etc. etc. He shuts up and quickly walks across the street and is no longer yelling. He is just walking and refuses to turn around. I instantly knew it was probably the hummingbird man. My friend, we will call him A, knows nothing about this. He jokes around and makes fun of the man, and we start talking about what the bird man probably looked like. I felt like I had a pit in my stomach the whole entire time. Eventually, I had to go back to my car, which is parked around the corner where the hummingbird man was/is. I walk to my car and have a firm grip on the self-defense weapon in my pocket. No one is there. I drive home, and my heart is racing the whole time. 10 minutes away from home, I'm driving past a forest preserve. The hummingbird man is on the side of the road, which was so damn bizarre because there were a bunch of cars around. Every other time I saw the hummingbird man, I was alone and no one was really around. I finally got a good look at his mask. It's like a wooden tribal mask with a long hummingbird beak, like a plague doctor mask, and colorful blue and green feathers on the top and the sides. His body is hunched over and all black, and his fingers are long and sharp. I pull up to my house and get out of the car. Birds are chirping all around my house, but there are no birds in sight. As I was typing this, I was sitting in silence, and I just heard chirping right outside. But that's the end of my story. The help I need, I guess I just need to know who the hell is this hummingbird man. Just to add to my story, I have no idea how I forgot about this. It honestly feels like I repressed this memory, and while typing up the story, I just spontaneously remembered. I was about to get into the car from my friend's house. I see the shadow of a man that for some reason I just knew was the hummingbird man. I get into my car and drive home. I keep seeing weird shadows, and I feel uneasy the whole drive home. I approach my neighborhood, and I feel sick. I turn left and just keep driving around. I keep trying to call my SL. It goes to voicemail every single time. I am just driving around. I end up taking a back road to get back to my house. As I'm driving, I see another shadow of a man, the hummingbird man. I speed up, terrified, and at this point, I just want to go home. I end up slowing down about a quarter mile from the next intersection. As I'm about to cross the intersection, the car blows the stop sign and turns straight into my lane, and he and I are facing each other head on. I slam on my brakes and swerve, honking my horn and looking at him. It was this typical, slightly chubby Hispanic man with a mustache, wearing a plaid shirt. A few seconds after this happens, my phone rings and it's my SO. I tell him about what happened and I go home immediately. I get out of the car and I hear chirping. It's 3 a.m, so why the hell are there birds? Oh yeah, hummingbird man. I did not sleep that night and just stayed on the phone with my SO all night long. I was a trucker for a few years back in the early 2000s. Most of the time things went pretty smoothly. I would get from point A to point B and then just move on to the next job. But being a trucker, you spend a lot of time on the road, both day and night. So it's not too uncommon to experience something out of the ordinary in this line of work. I've seen quite a few things that I could not explain. For example, I was driving north on the I-5 to make a delivery in Washington. It's pretty late, and I've been on the road for several hours. I'm fighting to keep my eyes open, but eventually I give in and pull into a rest area. Just for the record, I'm probably in Oregon at this point. I may have been in far northern Cali though. The lot is entirely empty except for my rig. I lock my doors, get undressed, slip underneath the sheets in the cabin, and set the alarm for around dawn. I've got plenty of time to make my window. I roll over onto my side, where I have a slight view of the forest edge bordering the rest area. Through weary eyes, I spot a figure at the tree line, just standing behind a fence. I rub my eyes and I look again. No one is there. I must be dreaming or something. I close my eyes and lead my thoughts to less frightening things. I am about to fall asleep when I hear what sounds like someone pulling on the driver's side door handle. Click, click, click. Hello? There is nothing but silence. I turn onto my stomach and look through the window above my pillow. Nothing is there. I rest my head on the pillow and try to fall asleep. I feel a trickle of unease building inside me. Click, click, click from the passenger side door. I immediately sit up and look out the door window. In the dim moonlight, I see a humanoid figure duck out of view. I scramble to look outside the window on the other side of the cabin, but I see nothing. Who or what is trying to get in here? I sit motionless for what felt like several minutes, the silence rending my ears. The silence is broken by the sound of a moderately sized rock hitting the passenger side door, then another hitting the window. I immediately grab my keys and turn the engine and lights on, illuminating the surrounding area. I see a scrawny, naked human a few feet away from the door, staring maliciously at me through the window. He looks very off. Sunken eyes, grey varicose veins, and completely devoid of hair. He lets out a guttural shriek and runs at the door, grabbing at the handle and slamming against the window with his grimy palms. No time to get dressed. I put the truck into gear and I peel out of there, fueled with enough adrenaline to get me at least another hour away before I stop at another rest stop. I barely slept at all that night. Alright guys, everything in this story that I'm about to tell you is true, and I have videos which I will try and get and upload for you. So, this happened in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Me and my friends like to explore spooky places in South Dakota all of the time. It was kind of our thing. Whenever we would get together, we would have a drink at a bar and then head out. It was kind of like a tradition. We did it at least once a year. One of the places that we did explore included the Yankton Insane Asylum, a lot of small, abandoned buildings, and the scariest of them all so far, Spook Road. Now, Spook Road is a local urban legend. I remember the actual name of the road very clearly, despite me having horrible directional skills. It was called 264th Street. It was the scene of a triple murder and a suicide. There are graveyards there, mostly family ones. They are just sporadically on the side of the road. It's very foresty on both sides and has these huge, massive trees all along it. It was rumored to be littered with abandoned buildings in there. My mom and her sister went there when they were younger, and they claim her hood started opening and closing and that their headlights were constantly flickering the entire drive. I, being the skeptic that I am, I didn't believe them at all. I thought it was all a load of bullshit, really. That was a terrible mistake. Me and my friends set out on the drive. I pulled up Google Maps, and then we left at around 11:30 p.m. It was a 30-minute drive to get there from where we all lived, and we were bringing a new guy with us. I will call him Gage. Gage was pretty immature, but also a hilarious guy to bring on the trip. He has a growth disability, which makes him look really young, which the other guys made fun of him for plenty. The other guys were not really expecting much, but neither was I really. But Gage kept on joking that it would be completely over the top, like a ghost would pop out of nowhere, kidnap us, and ass fuck us. Little did we know, something over the top was actually going to occur. Not that, but, something. So, we arrived. When we first arrived, nothing significant happened. There were 5 bridges that we were supposed to cross. The first was the scene of the suicide. There was no abandoned buildings that we could see. There were new modern homes that were being built there though, and it almost felt like a normal road. Around the third bridge, our cameraman, Isaac, said that he wanted to get a shot of the moon. I complied and let him try and get a shot. Isaac actually hops out of the car to try and get the shot. Then, Isaac's childhood best friend, Aiden, whispered to me the bright idea of speeding off and leaving poor Isaac alone in the dark, alone with no flashlight. I floored it. I thought it would be funny. Isaac ran after us, but it was no use. We pulled at least 100 meters ahead, and I turned off the headlight so that he could not find us. Spook Road has a very eerie feeling when it's pitch black dark outside. I'm not afraid of the dark, and I never have been, but being out there, even enclosed safely in a car with Gage and Aiden, I was petrified. I could not imagine the fear that Isaac was feeling. Isaac had not come back. It had been at least 5 minutes, and he should have caught up by now. Aiden started to worry. I started backing up and turned the lights back on, and suddenly, out of nowhere, bam! 2 palms landed on my driver's side window, and my door swung wide open. It was Isaac, with a wide, laughing grin, and he was like, "Gotcha." I guess that was fair. I did leave him stranded in the woods after all, so it was only fair that he royally scared the absolute fuck out of me. We drove further down Spook Road, this time past all the bridges. I saw a trail leading off the road, so I drove on it to try and find a non-noticeable place to park. It led to an empty gravel lot surrounded by fields. So much for non-noticeable. I parked my car right in the middle, where I'm sure that anyone could see it from the road if they just shined a light or turned on a flashlight. We grabbed the tools and we started walking towards the road. We were walking, joking, and then it happened. In the sky, I saw a light approaching us. I alert my friends and I say, "Hey, guys, I think there's a helicopter or something coming towards us." They all look and say it's probably not coming towards us, but going somewhere else. But the light actually was getting closer. I saw it had a spotlight on it, and then we all just started to panic. It was getting closer, and the spotlight was getting brighter. As the blinding light came closer and got brighter, I looked down at the ground, only to see that it was illuminated. The spotlight was literally, unmistakably, right on us. Holy shit. It did not stay there for long, thank God. It then brushed over us, and then kept flying in the same direction. We were spooked, to say the least. Everyone was panicking, but we did not come all this way for nothing. We kept heading to the road. On the side of the road, there was an abandoned hunting shack, or something like that anyway. It was completely enshrouded in trees, really easy to miss. We headed towards it and explored it a little. There was not much there. We can't get in. There were broken windows and such, but there were metal bars behind the broken glass and a heavy-duty door right on the front. There was no hope in even trying to get in. So we start walking further down the road. Out of nowhere, we heard a weird noise, like nothing I've ever heard before. It was in the video, but it sounded completely different in person. It sounded like a low humming noise. Suddenly, in the distance, we see headlights, bright ones. We were not in them yet, but they were bright. You could see them from miles away. They were getting continuously closer, so we ran down the road back towards the little shack. We barely made it to the shack in time, and as we were running towards it, Aiden clotheslined himself on a chain, running along the entrance of where the shack was. Aiden was mumbling in pain, and the truck drove by, very, very slowly, and it had 2 huge spotlights on it. Not their headlights, actual spotlights. We all held our breath. What would happen if we get caught out there, after the town's curfew, with various tools for breaking into places? The spotlights were pointed directly into the woods, and they just barely skimmed over our heads. Thank fucking God, the truck drove by us. We waited around for a good minute. We checked on Aiden and helped him up, but he still seemed to be in pretty bad shape, and he had a few big cuts on his legs. We usually bring a medic guy named David with us on our adventures, but we didn't this time. We started running again. This time, at my advice, towards the truck, which was now at least a few hundred meters down the road. The only way to get back to my car was to run towards it and get onto the off-road just a few dozen meters behind the truck. The truck had stopped further down the road, towards where we were running. It looked like a few people had gotten out and were looking around for someone. We ran and we ran. We ran back to the car. We had no medical stuff, so Aiden splashed some vodka onto his wounds. I have no idea if that's actually a good idea or not. I started driving the car without the headlights on. I could not see shit. I had to drive based purely on what I remembered the road as. We barely snuck by the truck. Thankfully, my car is really quiet, and the people seemed to be pretty far away from the truck by that point. When we were driving away, from various different roads connected to Spook Road, there were cars driving back and forth. It was not usual traffic for what the time was, I believe around 1 a.m. We passed one, and it was a pure black Escalade with completely tinted windows. It did not stop us or anything. I have tinted windows too, so for all they know, we were just a local farmer going to tend to his cows or some shit like that. Aiden gave a summary of what happened to the camera, and then we all headed home. In conclusion, think what you will about the story. Perhaps it's just the police force trying to crack down on stupid punks trying to investigate a bogus local urban legend. I'm sure we're not the first to try. But what explains the odd, low humming noise? Why and how would a tiny town— Brandon is the city that Spook Road is in, by the way, it's miniature— fund a helicopter and several patrol vehicles just to monitor that one road? I don't know what to think, to be honest. I have no idea at all. Please, give me some theories. But again, if this gets enough interest, I will try and find the videos, since they're on a friend's actual video camera instead of just a phone. A couple of years ago, I experienced something very odd while solo backpacking in the Headwaters Wilderness in northern Wisconsin. I have absolutely no clue what I experienced, and I am not going to jump to conclusions, but whatever it was messed me up big time, and I have not quite been the same ever since that day. I have some mild experience hiking, but I had never ever done anything solo. I did do a 7-day hike in the Sawtooth Mountains on the Superior Hiking Trail in Minnesota with 2 friends. I even spent a week in the Black Hills, South Dakota, and another week in the Bighorn Mountains in Wyoming doing day hikes. But anyway, for my solo trip, I was hiking an 18-mile trail segment. I planned to take the trail in 3 nights at a very leisurely pace. I told my family members and my workplace my route, where I was beginning and ending, etc. Just in case something bad happened. It's common protocol. I had a friend drop me off at the beginning of the trail. The first day was extremely uneventful, but quite pleasant outside. I walked for a while and it's sundown in about an hour, so I set up camp for the evening. I do not start a campfire. All the deadwood all around me is way too damp to work with. I'm just munching some dinner and looking at my map. I'm already way ahead of my schedule. I did 8 miles that day instead of the planned 6. I decide I'm going to take the next day much more slowly. I get inside my tent and crawl into the sleeping bag and wrap up in my little army blanket. I left the rain fly off so that I could look up at the stars when it got darker. I can't sleep that night. I could never sleep well, especially not on my first night out. Plus, it was still twilight at the moment. And then out of nowhere, I suddenly heard foliage thrashing and branches snapping. This spooked the hell out of me, and I immediately sat upright. I see a doe and 2 fawn blast into the clearing that I'm in, pause for a second mid-stride, and then dart around my tent and then continue on into the woods. I notice that everywhere around it's absolutely silent, save for just the wind. I feel really uncomfortable. I grab my dad's old army knife and some bear spray out of my bag in case there is something around. I guess I must have dozed off because I woke up suddenly. When I woke up, it was extremely dark. Some clouds must have rolled in or something. All of the normal forest sounds had returned by then. I could hear random animals and stuff. There was a stiff wind blowing in from the east. Something felt really odd though, like there was electricity in the air right before a storm. I propped myself up on my elbows and took a look around. I have pretty good night vision. I prefer not to use flashlights when possible, so that I still have the use of my peripherals. I just see trees and a faint outline of the sky. I get this reoccurring pang in my chest, like something bad is happening. Not quite anxiety, but similar, I guess. I realize I can hear something echoing pretty faintly. I stop and I take a closer listen. It's somebody fucking yelling. I have not run into anybody on the trip yet, but it's not unusual to encounter fishermen or hikers. I can hear only one voice. It sounds like they're yelling at something. It sounds fearful or defensive. I'm not quite sure what to do. The yelling goes on for a couple of minutes and then fades away. I'm really spooked, but I guess it's probably just a black bear getting into their food or something. I spend the rest of the night on edge. I do not sleep until the sun rises. I wake up to an overcast day with that same stiff wind. I still want to enjoy my hiking trip and greatly enjoy overcast and damp days. I only have 4 miles to hike today. I decide to spend plenty of my time relaxing or screwing around like a kid and skipping rocks. That guy yelling last night was still in the back of my mind, so I clipped the army knife to my belt. I'm closing up my camp. While I'm headed down the trail, I reckon the direction that I'm headed in is where I heard the yelling coming from. This trail goes around a lake and then follows a little creek upstream for quite a while. I catch some crayfish out of the mouth of the creek, just for the hell of it. Let them pinch me, and then I toss them back in. I managed to catch a minnow with my bare hands. I tried to give it to a crayfish, but it didn't even really seem interested. I collected some keepsakes for the trip and kindling for a fire, just in case it got a little bit chilly. Just birch bark and dry grass and whatever I could find that would work. I eventually get bored and continue on. I have been walking for a little while at this point, when I start to feel that same pang in my chest from last night. I started going a little bit slower, trying to be more aware of my surroundings. Nothing seems unusual, but I still feel really on edge. I eventually reach some pretty thick trees and foliage that are blocking out even more and more sunlight. After about an hour of walking through the trees and feeling increasingly nervous, shit starts to get weird. I notice that the path going onwards looks wrong. I should mention at this point that I do not have the best vision. I can't read street signs further than around 50 feet away, for example. The air ahead, it looks like it's shimmering. I think it's just my eyes screwing with me, but as I continue on, I realize it's like a wall of a mirage. The path is about 300 feet away and appears to be breathing, like light through water or a road on a hot day. This does not feel right in my gut at all. I don't want to just turn around like a pussy, but I don't want to continue on either. Despite all of this, I get this compelling thought in my brain to go and investigate. I put my bag down and kind of awkwardly move forward. I think I'm noticing some glimmering lights, like the setting sun off a lake or something. They are very sparse, but I am definitely not imagining anything. I look back to where I came from, at my bag. The path looks completely normal. I then look forward. The path is all screwed up. Everything inside of my body is telling me to turn the hell away and get out of there. But I have this feeling in my body, feeling in my brain, telling me to just keep going. Kind of like the feeling to look at somebody walking by or something. I am about 50 feet away from the mirage when it gets absolutely cold, like freezing. I'm talking about seeing my breath and shivering. I hear this quiet but high-pitched whistle, like metal grinding or a train braking distantly, although it's a very consistent tone. This is not right. Why the hell did I do this? Why did I not just turn away? I finally turn back to where I came from, but the trail is just gone. I'm standing in the middle of the woods, up to my chest in ferns and bushes. I am surrounded by a light fog. I cannot see more than 500 feet into the woods. This is completely screwed up. I get frozen to the spot by fear, but adrenaline is kicking into high gear. My body is screaming at me to flee. That whistling sound is even louder now. I feel like it's from behind me. I try moving, but it feels like I'm underwater, or in a dream. I feel a terrifying presence immediately behind me, no matter which direction I turn in. I just yell out of pure terror. This seems to break whatever was stopping me from running. I just take off like a bat out of hell. I am tripping over logs and branches and rocks, and I end up tumbling head over heels, but I just keep on bowling on in whatever direction I was headed to. I eventually realize that I'm actually headed downhill. I can see the stream. I jump cleanly over it, but I completely eat shit on my landing and crash. I just got up and just kept going. That is just how much adrenaline I had in my body. I couldn't feel it at all. I don't really remember what happened. I just remember running and running and running. I guess I blacked out eventually. I don't remember any sort of transition away from the fog or the darkness underneath the trees. But when I woke up, it was cloudless. My hiking boots were gone, and I was in a small field, a good distance away from the forest. I don't know how far I ran or where I actually ended up, but I got myself rather well lost. When I woke up, my body ached really badly. My body was covered in scores of bruises and cuts and scrapes. I was confused and disoriented, and it took quite some time to gather myself. Based on the position of the sun, I started going southeast, guessing that I cleared the stream going north and was following it east towards the road. I eventually found the stream and actually found the spot where I ate shit crashing on the bank. There was scattered dirt and leaves everywhere. I got this sickening feeling, knowing that I was going back to where whatever happened. There were no sign of my boots, but I'm used to going barefoot. I did not bother going back for any of my supplies. I jogged along the stream for a couple hours and found my way back to the road that evening. I didn't even know what day it was, but it was a good 3 hours to sunset, and I only had the clothes on my back for the night and the army knife that had somehow miraculously stayed clipped to my belt in all of that chaos. I stood in the middle of the road all night long, paranoid and shaking, not sure if I should wait or try to start walking the dozen or so miles to the nearest intersection where I might have a higher chance of encountering somebody. All night long, I thought I heard voices or footsteps, but for sure I kept hearing rocks, either clattering together or being thrown in the woods. I did not like that one damn bit. I will never forget those cold hours spent spinning in place with the knife in my hand, wondering what the hell was out there. The next morning, some younger woman drove by and did not stop. I didn't blame her one bit. I wouldn't stop for some shoeless, dirty-looking guy with a knife either. But about an hour afterward, a cop came rolling slowly down the road and squealed his siren at me a couple times. He asked me to put down the knife and that we could talk. I told him I was lost. I didn't really give him all of the details. He looked really suspiciously at me the whole time with his hand on his gun. It turned out to be a Monday morning. I was supposed to be picked up Sunday morning, about 10 miles up the road. I got driven to the police station and cleaned up a little. I did not give them my full story in fear of being considered a druggie, but it felt like they already took that option. They did not believe that I'd wandered off the path for a piss and did not find my way back. They did not want to go looking for my bag either, and neither did I. My shithead friend had not even called me in missing, which really pissed me off. He told me he drove up and down the road for a couple hours after I had not shown up and said he would call in the morning, figuring I was just taking my time or finished early and found a ride, having not told anyone. He figured he'd start getting word the next day. Well, thanks for that, asshole. The next day was not soon enough. Okay, so I just want to share my story. I don't really have an explanation as to what happened. I have vague ideas, but here is the story. At the time, I'm a freshly graduated high school student, and I am on my way to college. During my senior year, I had a job working for my grandfather as a farmhand. Well, more or less a farm manager. He would give me instructions on what to do to the farm without him being there, most commonly feeding the cows. It was early November, and at this moment in time, baseball practice started after school, and it would last from 3:25 to 5:30, and by that time the sun was almost down when I arrived at work and started getting ready. One day, I had gotten dressed, filled up the buckets, and fed the first farm when I realized I did not have a key to the other farm. I was frustrated. I was forced to pick up 2 buckets at a time and walk them from the fence to the feed troughs, a good 40-yard walk away. While walking, I was trying to keep myself upbeat and just started to whistle. No real pattern or tune, but just something random that I came up with. And when I came back and put the last buckets in the bed of the truck, I heard something from my neighboring property. It was whistling. That was strange. I thought that no one lives anywhere near that property, and it sounded very close by too. I rationalized it away as a mockingbird or something, and just went on with my life. The next couple of days, I did not whistle myself, but the whistling continued, and slowly, over those few days, it got clearer and clearer until it just sounded like regular whistling, and eventually, it got louder too. When I had first heard the whistling, it was very faint. I almost missed it over the crunching of me walking to my truck. The last days in those few, I kinda became accustomed to the whistling, and I kinda expected it too. And when one day it did not come, I was a little bit disappointed. This time I had brought the key, and I walked up to the gate and started fiddling with my keys when I accidentally dropped them into the grass. I said damn it when I dropped them, quite loud because I was really frustrated. And I mean, no one was around, so when you shout it like that and it echoes, it feels kinda cathartic. I squatted down and started to search for them when I heard a very faint sound coming from the other property. It was like this low groan/gurgle, and it was getting louder. At this point, I was not scared but more curious as to what was going on over there. I left my truck parked across from the property and walked a few feet down the road and hopped the fence to the property where I heard the sounds. The land in there goes straight uphill, and it is heavily wooded all throughout the place, and the further that you go up, the more and more dense it gets. Looking back now, I made a few big mistakes that could have gotten me hurt. As I walked up the hill, I would occasionally hear the gurgle. It was far up the hill, so still as faint as it was before. As I walked, this really bad smell started to hit my nose, a weird mixture of garbage and wet dog or something. I heard something as I was about to crest the hill. It was really long and drawn out and full of like phlegm. And the word, whatever they said, it was said in pieces. It was like, damn it, damn it. And then eventually morphed into a damn it. This guy was really slowly saying damn it normally, not long and drawn out in that eerie way, as if he didn't know English. I sat down on this log, kinda just listening, trying to figure out what I should do about this person. He kept saying damn it over and over, and I noticed that his tone was getting higher and his inflection was changing. And then it hit me. This guy was perfectly mimicking me. My tone, my inflection, literally everything. He even mimicked my frustration when I said it. At this point I was pissed but also kinda scared, so I got up and I started to crest the hill. I flicked on my flashlight on my phone, and then I shouted out, "Hey, this is private property." I was cut off mid-sentence. As I came over the hill, the light barely illuminated a naked figure squatting down just a couple of yards in front of me. His eyes were illuminated by the faint glow of my flashlight. I automatically felt like something was wrong. This was not a regular person. His neck was longer than normal, and when I came up the hill, he winched his neck and snapped his head to look at me without even moving. His eyes were too big, and his head was large and slender. He was squatted down in a ballerina-type squat. I looked at his body. He was very skinny. His ribs were showing through his skin. There was a short silence, and like a robot, the man turned in the leaves and slowly stood with his hands next to his side. I was debating on if this was even a person anymore. It was far too tall to be a person. Perfectly clearly, in my exact voice and tone, it said, "Damn it." I turned and I sprinted down the hill. I did not feel like I was running, but more that my legs were just going through the motions. I did not look back before I got to the fence, and when I hopped it, I got in my truck and sped away. Sadly, I still work at that farm, but I've never told anyone the story, not even my grandfather. I've only heard the whistling a few more times since then, but I never saw the thing ever again. This happened to me a few years ago, back in 2008 actually. A Native American friend and I went up to the Northwest Territories on a hunting trip. Just for a little bit of background, I live in Alberta, and I'm in the Canadian Army, 3rd Canadian Division, so I'm a pretty good tracker. My friend, who I will just call Pan, because it's a shortened version of his surname and will make the story a lot easier. He is Algonquian, and he is also a good tracker, and he also lives in Alberta, but the difference is he was born on a reservation. His family had taught him all the legends and customs when he was growing up, but he handles modern society pretty well. Anyway, we drove for a long time. I wasn't really keeping track of how long, but it was more than just a few days. We were headed to a heavily forested region west of the Great Slave Lake. The pic on screen now, I believe that's the general area that this happened, but the picture is not actually my own. There were no government roads back there, so the drive was pretty rough. The snow was also really crap, but we were both used to it and loved cold weather anyway. When we had finally found a good spot to park, we got our things out of the bed of my truck and began our trudging through the snow to find a place to set up camp. We wanted to camp in a place a few kilometers from where we parked, to give us a bit of a challenge. Even though it was very heavy snow, the place was beautiful. The nature was completely untouched. I tried snapping a few shots with my phone, but none of the pictures came out good. It was disappointing, but at least the drive was worth it. After walking for about 3 hours, we came into a clearing in the trees and made the decision that it was where we would set up camp. I began setting up our 2-person tent, and Pan was clearing the snow off of the ground to prepare a fire pit. I had to set up the tent and our sleeping bags, and I helped Pan with the fire pit once I was done. Once that was done, I told him to follow me to find some firewood. He nodded, understanding that it was going to be dark out soon and that we desperately needed a fire. We both had hatchets along with us and began chopping branches off some of the pines close by to the camp. The wood was quite wet, so it was going to be difficult to get it dry for the campfire. We hid a good stack of thick branches and we carried them back to our camp. When we returned, there were tracks in the snow that were not ours. They seemed to be a kind of morphed human footprint. Pan and I gave each other some really strange looks because we had no idea what they were. We set our wood piles in the area that was cleared for a fire. I asked him if maybe someone else was camping nearby and got lost. Maybe their footprints intertwined with ours and smudged them up and made them look weird, or I don't know. Maybe they just have weird shoes on. Pan just kinda shrugged when I asked him, and told me he couldn't say for sure. He told me that no normal person would walk in the snow barefoot out here in the cold like this. That didn't even register in my mind at first. Yeah, these were barefoot prints. These were not made by any kind of shoes. We returned to our tent and took our rifles out of their carrier cases. We were now pretty alert. High alert, really. I told Pan that we should probably get the fire going now before it's too late, because we probably only had about an hour left of sunlight. I headed up to the pit, set up some of the wood, covered it with some dry hay that I had brought for fire starting, and then I got to work on the flint. The fire died out pretty early, so we tossed our beers in a plastic bag and headed into the tent. I got in my sleeping bag, and I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was awoken late that night by the sound of snow crunching. I got out of my sleeping bag as silently as I could, but the movement seemed to alert whatever was outside making that noise, and the snow crunching just stopped. Dead silent. I shook Pan, who was right next to me, until he woke up. He knew that I would not have woken him up unless it was something very serious. I pointed to the tent door and grabbed my rifle. Pan grabbed his rifle as well. I practically tore the zipper down of the tent and snapped my rifle up as fast as I possibly could, stepping out of the tent slowly. Pan held a flashlight in one hand and his rifle in the other, pointing the light in all directions. There was nothing there, except more footprints, just like the ones we had found a little bit earlier. Something was definitely following us. That was the only answer that made any kind of sense. I told Pan that I would go outside and get a fire going, that I would take the risk. I told him to watch my back and not let go of that rifle for anything. Pan nodded and held his rifle with both hands. I got a fire going as quickly as I could and pulled my rifle from around my arm, and I sat close by to the fire. We sat there together until sunrise, feeling watched the entire time, our rifles gripped tightly. I was sweating, even though it was probably only around 5 degrees outside. When it was light enough, we made a quick breakfast and decided that we would track whatever was following us. For the next 4 hours, we were following a very faint trail. We could not be sure that what we were following was what made the tracks at camp, or if we were just following random wildlife. Regardless, we were eventually led to a carcass forced onto the branch of a tree. Basically, it was as if someone had torn a caribou in half and forced the second half onto a branch. It smelled awful and was partially frozen. It seemed like it had been there for at least a day or two. We continued following the trail, but the smell of death and decay never left. Somewhere along the walk, we had heard a very distant, but also very distinct shriek of some sort, like the sound a pig makes when it's being butchered while still alive. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. I told Pan that we should turn and leave right now, that I had a terrible feeling. Pan asked me why. He told me bad spirits walk among us. I gave him a kind of a, what the fuck are you talking about look, and I was just like, are you sure? He told me he did not want to stop until he knew what was out there. He said that we could easily shoot the damn thing and get rid of it. I told him his curiosity was going to get us killed, but I just sighed and let it go. I let Pan take point on the walk back. I did not recognize anything on the way back. Not even the dead caribou on the tree was still there. I asked Pan if we were lost, if he actually knew where we were going. He just stopped all of a sudden, turned to me and said, I don't know. He sounded really annoyed, like he was getting frustrated. He told me that the trail just vanished only minutes after we turned back. I was pissed. Why the fuck didn't you say anything, Pan? I didn't want to alarm you. I figured if we walked in the same direction that we came, we could still get back to camp, but even our own tracks were gone. There was nothing to follow. I told him that we needed to stop right now and figure out where in the hell we were before we made it worse and got even more lost. I took my backpack off of my back and opened it up, searching for my map and my compass. While I was busy in my backpack, I saw Pan scramble for his rifle from the corner of my eye. He brought it up and fired off 3 rounds. I looked at him, I looked around, and I said, what happened? I also brought up my rifle, just instinctively. I had to be ready. Something obviously set him off. I noticed that Pan's face was as white as the snow on the ground. He just said, Wendigo. I was like, what? Pan didn't reply. He just began backing up, and he just called me forward with his hand, told me to back up too. I closed my backpack back up, put it on, and we both jogged through the trees. We had now been out there for close to 7 hours, and the sun was going to set soon. I took duct tape from my bag and secured a flashlight on the end of my rifle and then I handed the tape to Pan for him to do the same. We were no longer jogging, but picking up the pace. We would not be able to track anything in the dark. We were feeling watched all the time and kept hearing branches snapping only meters away from us. Somehow though, we finally found our camp. By this time it was already dark. We packed up our things as quickly as we could and left all of the non-essential items behind. Our tent had been torn open, as well as our bags. It was very obvious that something was here. Right as we were about to leave, I shined my flashlight at the tree line that we had just come out of. What I saw made my animalistic instincts kick into hyperdrive. It looked so skinny that its bones were almost pushing out of its skin. The eyes appeared so sunken, almost black, and the bony fingers were jagged like twigs. It was just standing there, watching us, a viscous black fluid dripping from its mouth. I took a gasp for air and then I fired around. Then I cocked the rifle and then fired again and again. My hands were shaking really badly. I don't know if I was even aiming straight. Pan now had also begun firing. Once the smoke had settled, the thing was gone. I don't know if I even made contact with the thing. I don't even know if I hit the thing. Once we realized it was gone, we were just sprinting to find my truck. I wish we hadn't parked so far away in retrospect. We had no idea what our surroundings were, only what direction we were going in. Everything was dark except for the beams of our flashlights that were shaking back and forth since they were taped onto our rifles. I was so exhausted, and now I was running entirely off of adrenaline. We heard the screams again, but this time it just didn't stop. It just kept going, like a tape on a loop, and the screams, they were much closer to us. I turned while we were running and looked behind me, and I realized that Pan was nowhere to be seen. I was like, where the fuck is Pan? I stopped running. I knew the danger, but I wasn't going to leave my friend behind. I needed to figure out where he had gone. I shouted his name multiple times, but all I could hear in those woods were those inhuman screeches. I shined my flashlight at the trees, desperately looking for any sign of him. He was gone. Then I saw movement, a lot of movement. From what I could see, it didn't look like just one thing in the woodline hunting me anymore. It looked like multiple of those things, at least. That's what I remember in my brain. Maybe I could have been wrong. I did not want to leave Pan behind, but my brain screamed at me to just run. Whatever they were now only 3 meters behind me maybe, and my body just kind of turned and began sprinting on its own. At least, that's what it felt like. I now knew what it was like to be the gazelle chased by the lion. I felt nothing but fear. I have no idea how long I was running for, but at one point, I broke out of the trees and into the road. I was ecstatic and continued sprinting down the road until I spotted my truck. I tore my keys from the lanyard on my backpack, and as soon as I got to the door, I shoved the keys in and threw myself onto the seat. I locked the door, hoping it might do some good, and started the engine. The headlights went on, and there he was. Standing in front of the car was Pan. I screamed at him to get in the car. I didn't even stop to take a breath. I was like, get in the car. Where the fuck were you? What were you doing, man? I thought you were dead. Instead of running to the passenger door, Pan kind of twitched on the spot and stood there staring at me for a second. He didn't seem scared or urgent at all. And when I told him again to get in the damn car, he kind of floated towards the driver's door. That's the image I have in my memory. I never saw him actually lift his leg and move them. He just kind of inched forward, but he didn't move a single muscle. It was the freakiest thing I had ever seen. My friend doing something crazy like that. My instincts once again just kicked in, and I slammed the pedal. I was practically flying down the iciest roads you could imagine. I have no idea how I did not wreck and die. I did not slow down until I was back on the government road. I was almost crying the entire time. When I got to the nearest town, I told the police what happened. I left out the Wendigo part because I was scared that they would just dismiss my story as some kind of practical joke. I told them my friend's name, where we had camped. I left them my phone number and started my drive back to Alberta. I could not wait to get back home and away from all of that. They still haven't found him, not even a single trace. I have no idea when he disappeared. One second he was just running next to me. I was hearing his footsteps and his breathing, and the next second I turned and he was just gone. Hey, so I really wanted to share a story, one that I don't understand, would like to understand, but probably will never understand. I used to live in South Dakota, literally in the middle of nowhere. It was probably around 8 miles away to the nearest town. Milk was almost $5 a gallon, and I remember getting suspended from school for saying, "Oh my God," during recess. You know, that kind of town. This was in 1999, mind you. Anyways, I was in 5th or 6th grade when I lived there, and I spent a year or so in total isolation outside of anyone but my family, really. We had really shitty dial-up internet, so I spent my recreation time exploring the outlying swamps and fields. Most of our land was a swamp, so I spent my summer picking leeches off of my skin and seeing what was over the next hill, and just looking around all of the old buildings. I was really big into Pokemon and Star Fox 64 at the time, so I would run around the property pretending to be Fox or Ash. You have to realize, I had literally miles of forgotten land to explore, full of broken down farming equipment and ponds. One even that was deep enough to be a lake, but not quite wide enough, if that makes sense. But I digress. This story is about what looked to be a chicken coop, reinforced like a house in a really run-down shitty neighborhood. One of the first things that my parents noted about this farm was the smell. We blamed it on the swamp because it did stink, but this was different. The swamp had an earthy, sour smell. This was either metallic or coppery almost, like that taste you get after a nosebleed and you get the blood in your mouth. After getting settled in, we started snooping around. My dad took over the garage as his own, and we found a dead cat. My brother and I found a dead skunk in some kind of farming equipment, but it was within this first week and a half or so we checked more into this locked up building that, now that I look back on it, had no reason to exist at all. It was just randomly there, like this outdoor storage area. It was locked up really tightly. There was chicken wire in the glass windows and metal bars in front of that. The wooden door had a padlock, and oddly, that was it. My dad has messed with it before, of course, but made no real effort to get in there. It was after a few days, when we narrowed down when that coppery smell was coming from, that we made the effort to break in. At first, I assumed maybe it was a small makeshift slaughter room, but after prying the lock off of the door, all we found was a pit. The smell was overwhelming, decay and blood. It made me feel sick, and we had not even walked into the room yet. I have no idea what this farm was used for before we moved in. I knew that there was a fairly large chicken coop, this odd room, a garage, and the house. Was it supposed to be an outhouse, or a place to dump something gross? Something was really wrong there, but that is when the weird stuff started to happen. We closed the door, but we did not lock it. Soon after, my sister woke us all up, freaking out one night. She had to have been about 9 years old at the time. We had one of those houses where you can open up your window and sit outside on the roof. I'm not sure how to describe it. This freaked me and my brother out, saying something woke her up trying to open up her window. The disturbing part is, you could see the grease on the window. You could see where someone had touched it. My parents freaked the hell out, and things only got worse from there. We had 2 dogs. They went apeshit one night, so my dad called them in. Only one came inside. My brother's dog just vanished. My brother found the screen to his window all scratched up one morning. I would go out exploring, and I swear to you guys that those fields of cattails did not move quite right at times. There was something there. I could go on all night, but I feel like this is too long already. Anyways, after a few more months of torment, we moved back to Montana. It was after my sister mostly, and my dad got messed with one night. Nobody was ever hurt, I think, but I think it was building up to hurting one of us though. Anyways, here is why I even made the topic. That hole that smelled like a slaughterhouse. What was it, and what came out of it? I can elaborate on any details if you guys want. I could even Google map it and show you the shack. It's messed up. Someone said something about the goat man, and I admit, I do not know much about it. But if something wanted to get in, it could have pretty easily have done so. This was during the summer, so we would all sleep with the windows open. My dad had set up shop in the garage, and some nights, our dogs would just not shut up. They would just bark and growl at nothing, in no general direction, and then suddenly just stop, or start trying to get their chains off, and get into the garage with my dad. He would hear something crawling on the roof, and fogging up the glass, or just tapping on it, slamming on the sides. One night he was done, and was getting ready to head back to the house, but he could not get the door open. There was something putting its weight on it against it from the outside. It was really weird seeing my dad come back in looking scared. I've seen him furious, sad, euphoric, drunk, but never ever scared. After that, he started carrying his gun around with him whenever he went out at night. Never during the day. He was worried that he would get jumpy and shoot one of us playing in the swamp or something. Eventually, we called the police after my mom was attacked. At this point, it was mostly, something really weird is going on here, but I'm a rational person, and I don't believe that monsters are real. It could have been neighbors' kids walking for miles just to prank the new people in town. Unlikely, but possible. Then again, life was pretty dull there before all of this started happening. So anyways, my brother and I got home from school one day and saw that our dad was home. This was odd because he was supposed to be at work. Our mom was visibly shaken, and my dad was really stressed out because someone had tried to break into the house. It started off as just thumping, knocking on windows, throwing rocks at the front door. When she went outside and said that she was calling the police, it got violent. He was trying to bash his way in, she said, but the door was not even locked. None of our doors were ever locked during the day. So the police or the sheriff or whatever had showed up and waited for my dad, and she showed the hole, and they really looked around the property. He did not do shit. My dad said the officer said he didn't even seem like he cared. That very night, I was in bed, reading like I always do before passing out. It was just dead silent. Everyone is just in bed, and then suddenly, I think I just heard something slam into my window. How that window did not shatter right then and there from that impact, I have no idea, but it jarred me to the point that I just ran blindly out of my room and into my parents' room. My dad went outside and made a big show. He fired off his gun, so they knew that he meant business, and then there was just silence. Then he fired more gunshots. He saw something and was now trying to kill this thing. This was when things started to really disturb me, and things settled in as, oh shit, this is real. See, my bedroom window was up on the second floor. It's like a 30-foot drop. There was a tree, but the branches were much too thin to support anything heavier than maybe a bird or a cat. Believe me, I've tried to crawl out of my window into the tree within the first week of moving in, because that would have been badass, but the branch gave out, and I was lucky I was not all the way on it. Anyways, there was no way anything could have climbed up there. Could it have been a bird or a bat that hit my window? Could be, but birds are normally nested that time of night, and bats are pretty small. The way my window shook, it felt heavy. 1 week before this, I probably would have just jumped, and maybe almost have a heart attack, but shrug it off because we are all on edge. So my dad gets back inside and said he chased it away into the swamp, and then it started making animal noises, like just at the edge of the cattails, and those fuckers get tall and thick. So, my dad did what any American would do in this situation and just shot blindly into the brush. He said he could hear the noises move around, but he never heard the rustling of the bushes. Was there more than one? Can it move that quietly? I have no idea. The animal noises were mostly like pig grunts. That's how he described it, but more of a croak, if that makes sense. Well, scratch that. None of this makes sense, but you understand what I mean. When I tell other people about this story, I get all kinds of looks, or just a in response, and I can tell that they think I am full of shit, so I just kinda keep it to myself. I mean, wouldn't you, after seeing that same look every single time? Anyways, that night, the copper smell would just not go away. It felt like it was getting stronger, like the stench was actively seeping out of somewhere. Normally, we just kept away from that area, and unless the wind picked up, we did not notice it too much, but that night, it was just in there with us. After that, things went down a notch. The banging stopped, our dog seemed to relax again, but the smell was getting worse, and its presence was more subtle. It was around fall, and my parents had decided to stay just for a little while longer. My dad argued that him shooting at who or whatever it was scared it off, but it was shit my brother and I started to notice around the property because, as I said before, we would explore it all the time. And with things settling down around the house, we started going outside again. First, it was the water. It used to be pretty clear in some areas, but now it was all reddish brown and shitty looking. Then there was the lack of wildlife. Sure, it was turning fall, but there were no frogs or little fish or even ducks. It could have been the changing season, who knows. Then it was the weird little carvings that we'd find on some of the trees. Simple stuff, like a circle with a square in the middle and a slash through it. I don't recall any of the other carvings so well. We did lock the shack thing back up after fixing the hinges, but whatever was out there either did not need it or had a way of getting in and out, even while it was locked. Maybe it was only dormant because nobody was living there. After things got weird, we did keep the house locked up pretty well. I don't think it was even trying to get in at first, just screwing with us for some reason. I will ask my mom about that house tomorrow and see if I can pull up some Google Maps for you guys. Okay, so I was on owned land by Forestville State Park, a park that started as a town in the 1800s until a great fire killed many people. I was camping with my bro on the land. Night is coming, so I rushed to get some firewood. I had been hearing strange sounds all night long, but I think nothing of it. I start a fire, I smoke a bowl, and talk about the coyotes across the river that were howling incessantly. We are about to go to bed when all of a sudden, we both hear a large yelping noise and all of the coyote noises just stop. We just kinda shrug it off, go into our tents and start sleeping. I fall asleep rather quickly, and so does my friend. I have a weird dream of little old women wearing moss. I wake up to my friend screaming. I look over at him and see an old moss-covered hand gripping him and pulling him out of the tent. I start screaming and I reach for my gun. The hand lets go and I chase after it. As soon as I get out of the tent, I feel as if there is eyes all around me. I yell at my friend that it's time to cross the river and get back into our car. We both run as quickly as we can. We make it to the car that was facing our campsite and turn on the radio. We talk for a second before looking at the dead campfire across the river. That campfire was not dead anymore. It was lit up now, but it was dead when we walked in. I could even see a couple of figures, probably around 4 feet tall, talking and walking around the campfire. While we were watching, the fire just spurts up all of a sudden, Like when fuel is doused on a flame and it jumps into the air. It must have gone up to around 17 feet. I turned on the car lights. All of those things, those 4-foot creatures, they were all women, it looked like, and they were staring at me. I backed up all the way down the Minmate Road in reverse, and made it to a nearby camp group, and I spent the night there. I was about to go to sleep. I was looking up at the hill, and I see a person-like thing 1 mile away. I said my prayer that night. I don't know what I saw, but shit guys, I will never go camping in that area ever again.